Okay, I think I see alert. I think you're good to go, co-chairs.
Okay. All right. Let's get started. Welcome, everybody, to the January 2026 Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board meeting. My name is Kelly Coates. I am the tribal representative on the OWEB board, and I am also a co-chair of the board. For our audience, this meeting is being recorded and streamed live on OWEB's YouTube channel. You can find the meeting materials on OWEB's website under the board and committee section. Just click on the relevant board meeting date and you can access the materials. For those of you joining our Zoom call today, please remember to mute all your devices to help reduce any background noise. And at this point, I think before we get into the slides, Linda, I'm going to kick it over to Lindsay to introduce herself.
Thanks, Kelly. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindsay McCleary. I am a public at-large voting member on the OWEB board and also serve as the co-chair with Kelly Coates. So very much looking forward to the next 2 days, recognizing that it's a long set of hours on Zoom and screen time. So just really appreciate everyone's time and being here. So looking forward to lots of good conversations. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. Okay, Linda, do you want to get our intro slides up? Awesome. Thank you. So Lindsay and I have been starting the meetings with just a couple of slides to kind of ground us in our mission and vision, and just a little reminder of why we're all here and convey any new pertinent information to the group. So just a reminder that our mission is to protect and restore healthy watersheds and natural habitats that support thriving communities and strong economies. And we are supported by the strategic priorities that we have in building awareness, diversity, community capacity. Sorry, I need another cup of coffee this morning. Coordinated monitoring, urban and working lands, and climate resilience. So next slide. Board focus. Okay, that's a little hard for me to see. It's like it's out of focus. That's Linda, I love your presentation so much. So board focus. So we have our policy and our strategy. You know, where should we be headed? We're guided by our mission, our vision, our values, our priorities, outcomes, rules and policies, our community connection, and our risk management approach. And we also have our oversight and accountability. Did we do what we said we were going to do? Tracking progress, consistency, investment decisions, rules and program design, outcomes reporting, and communicating results. And the whole time we are walking the line between our policy and our strategy and our oversight and accountability, we're looking at adaptive management and always looking to how we can do things better and more efficiently and more strategically. Next slide, and I will hand it over to Lindsay.
Thank you, Kelly. So today's meeting, folks received the agenda and the meeting materials are available on the OWEB's website, but a quick overview of today's meeting, probably over the next 2 days, is we're going to learn and share about a couple things. So we usually start with board member and committee updates. We're delighted to have an update from the Governor's Natural Resources Office up this morning. We will have the annual tribal report presented by Ken Fetcho. We'll have some time for public comments. And then we are going to hear from one of our partners under the FIP Investment Partnership grant funding opportunity. That's the Warner Basin Partnership. So we'll get to learn a little bit more about what's been going on in their corner of the state. We'll also hear from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife or staff on behalf of ODF&W for the State Wildlife Action Plan update. That's a change from the conservation strategy, so that's now the swap. And then we get to deliberate and decide on a few things. General board business kind of includes minutes and kind of some, general items. We are going to do some awarding during this quarterly meeting, which I'm excited about. So the Forest Collaborative Awards, Open Solicitation Awards, and then we'll look at those FIP ecological priorities. I think we'll have some decisions to make so that we can reopen that solicitation. As folks probably remember, we and staff and partners across the state have spent the last year and a half or more kind of looking at those ecological priorities, and we're ready to move into approving and accepting those. And then we will look at the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program appointments. So with that, I'll kind of move into the next slide, please, Linda. And want to welcome a couple new faces to the OWEB board. So might pause here and just quickly reflect that we said goodbye to our very good colleagues, Bruce Buckmaster and Liza Jane McAllister in Astoria. So we are missing them today, but very excited for some new faces to the board. And that includes Xavier Bora as a public at-large voting member, Michelle Zuartez from the Fish and Wildlife Service, so representing that federal agency, Raya Bushnell as the other public at-large voting member, and then Annie Burney representing National Marine Fisheries Service. So 2 voting members and then 2 federal agency representatives. So we're looking forward to working with them. And as we move into board member comments today, I think we sort of identified that we would highlight these folks as new members today. We'll probably pause and offer an opportunity to contribute comments, but I know what it's like kind of coming in as a new board member and not really having much to report on or to share. But I think we'll offer an opportunity for that. And if folks don't have anything today, totally reasonable and understandable, and you can kind of get a flavor for how the board member comments go. So I will stop there and turn it back to my co-chair, Kelly, to move us through the agenda.
Thanks, Lindsay, and welcome to our new board members. We are very excited and happy to have you on board with us. So we are going to move into agenda item A, board member comments. And we will have each of our board members introduce themselves for the record. And Nicole, I'm going to check in with you. Is there anyone that needs to be called on right away?
Yeah, actually, if you wouldn't mind calling on Zavi first thing. He does have to peace out to another meeting here real soon. He'll be bouncing in and out throughout the day.
Okay, great. Xavier.
Good to go. I'm unmuted, I think. Folks can probably hear me. I'm seeing some head shaking, some nods. Perfect. Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Xavier Borjan. I usually just go by Zavi, so Zavi is just perfectly fine. And I think I'm just gonna take this time to kind of introduce myself, a little bit of my background, kind of high level, and kind of weave in a little bit of my why, and just kind of like really excited to be a part of this and honored, and just a kid from Madras, really, so I'm a first generation Mexican American. So my parents coming from Mexico, and I was born in Redmond, grew up in Madras, and I now live in Bend. And I'm currently at a conference in Victoria, BC on sustainability. So learning a lot to hopefully take back. And a lot of my journey, I think professionally has been, so I started a nonprofit, Vámonos Outside, trying to get more Spanish speaking and Latino families into the outdoors. And again, has a big connection and tie into the land, place, and space. From a recreational standpoint, standpoint, but also from a sustainability standpoint. So for me, it was ensuring that all folks, especially, underrepresented communities, had a connection to the place and space before we ask them or before they are curious enough, I think, to take care of the place. And I had a lot of that experience growing up, living in Kimberly, Oregon, so deep Eastern Oregon, with my grandparents. So living and working on Thomas orchards out there, and so again, those experiences have kind of shaped who I am today. And from Vamonos Outside, went into the public sector, so working in the city manager's office for the city of Bend as a community relations manager. Did that for about 2 years, and then went over to the state, working in the governor's office as the South Central and Central Oregon um, um, regional solution. That's what it was. Regional solutions coordinator for South Central and Central Oregon, right? So covering Deschutes, Jefferson, Crook, Lake, and Klamath counties. So elevating and working on the ground with a lot of our local elected leaders, county commissioners, etc., and especially our tribal governments as well. So working closely with the Klamath tribes and the Warm Springs tribes as well. And now I am the Destination Stewardship Director over at Visit Bend. So I think it's an interesting intersection from all these different things of people, place, and economy, which I think a lot of what's touched on here at OWEB as well at a high level. So me, I don't know anything about marketing, so I'm not in the traditional of a DMO in terms of marketing, but DMO as a destination management organization. So again, how are we ensuring that we are not just extracting the places and spaces in which we live and which we are in, but how are we supporting the organizations and the people that are doing that good work, that are stewarding the environments at any and all levels. And so again, I think for me, this was just a natural progression, and excited to be a part of this work. I followed OWEB's work in my last role, of course, and then again, being on the ground with a lot of nonprofits in Central Oregon and South Central and Eastern Oregon as well. But again, just super excited to be a part of this group. It's done a lot of great work, and I'm excited to continue to elevate it. One thing I forgot to mention, I think is important. I have a decent amount of nonprofit philanthropic background as well. So sit on the board for the Gray Family Foundation and currently the treasurer. And then sit as a grant review committee member for Roundhouse Foundation for 4 years. So I cycled off of that. And then I currently still sit on the Oregon Community Foundation's grant review committee member as a member. So again, weaving all those things into all the work that's done here. Excited to kind of continue to see what's happening. Maybe try to pilot and see some new things go on throughout the state as we continue to serve and work alongside the mission of OWEB. So I will pause and stop there, and that is my update. And I'm excited to kind of see the cadence and how and what I can bring kind of moving forward. But again, super excited to be here, and an honor. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Zavi. It's great to have you on board. Really excited to have you here, and yeah, thank you. Nicole, is there anyone else that needs to go earlier rather than later?
Not as far as I'm aware. So I think you're good to go.
Okay. I am going to play Hollywood Squares then right now. So I will start with, let's see here. Liz.
Yeah. Hello, good morning. Not only does my name start with A that I get called on first, but it just seems that I'm in the right square. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you since our last meeting, and hope you all had wonderful holidays and a beginning of a new year. I think I'm going to leave the filling of our state forester for last and run through a few more things. And for those who are new, it takes a while to figure out what you want to report on, and sometimes it hits and sometimes it's a miss, but we all do our best to do it. So I want to just first talk about where we are with our work with the services. Oh, Liz Akpawa, Board of Forestry Liaison to OWEB. Thank you. And a voting member. Where we got a report out from Kate, who's our acting state forester, who's done a pretty wonderful job, that the PFA for the Forest Resources Division and has been signed by Kate, and the application is now going forward for the services for submission. And following that, we'll gather the comments. There will be another review, and then it'll be out for public comment. The HCP that we've been working on for the last couple years has been, after government shutdown, has been taken up and is a priority for the services. And so the state staff is working and meeting weekly with the services to get that moving. And there's an ambitious target that we might have that by June of 2026 this year. So cross fingers. But this is a volatile world, and so we never know what's going to happen. But speaking of the PFAs, in January, we always do 3 awards for outstanding projects and their operators. And 2 of those awards went to operators and projects that were the first to creatively implement several prescriptions from the PFA. So kudos for them. During the legislative days, we had both Kyle Williams from Fire and Jeff Barnard go and do a number of legislative visits. And I just mentioned that because during that time, there's a lot of talk of wildfire, and there's an understanding that there is a need among the legislators understand that there's a need to keep expanding the resilient works to mitigate the risk. And I see that sort of awareness growing, and I think that has implications for the work that we do as well. Let's see. There's been a lot of vacancies that Kate and her staff have been filling, and one of those, Nicole, is that we have a new board administrator for the forestry board, and her name is Ariel Hammerquist, and hopefully if you haven't met her, you'll meet her soon. Her background, she holds a Bachelor of Science in Political and Economics from South Dakota and a Master's in Public Administration from the University of Washington. She has worked with the state and more recently with the Oregon Department of Justice as a budget analyst. So we welcome her. I've got a chance to talk with her briefly, and it'll be nice to have someone now permanently in that position. As you know, Nicole, that work is there's a lot going on there. And additionally, Kate and the staff have filled a number of other positions, including the human resources, internal auditor, manager of the workforce development as well. And then Cindy Kolomacek, who has worked a lot with the HCP, is now selected as a tribal liaison, and that happened in November. So we welcome her as well. And so just lastly, I will just mention, a year ago, Kate Skinner was dropped into the acting for the state forester, and she has done just an amazing job. She has kept ODF together and running at a high level, and she has been amazingly transparent to the board and just a true leader. So I just want to send kudos to her because I have really enjoyed her leadership. Her strength and compassion have always come through. So given that, the governor did go ahead and they went through a very long process and selected Casey, who is currently the state forester of Nevada. And I think in just briefly talking with you all, many people know her on OWEB and have had really, really good feelings about her coming to the state. So she is a longtime employee of the Department of Forestry in Nevada, and she has sort of come up through those ranks. My colleagues with other state foresters have really, really positive things to say about her. And so we really look forward to meeting with her. She won't be at our meeting next week because she has to go through all the process of confirmation and such. But we expect her to be at our March meeting, and then we'll do some videos with her as well. So I want to thank Kate for superb leadership, and I want to welcome Casey. And I asked about that name, and I said, Casey. That's a different name, but Casey is her married name, and she did work in Nepal with the Peace Corps. And so many of y'all probably have colleagues that work with the Peace Corps, and they're really unique, and they bring such a great, varied background. And her husband is Nepali. So that's where the name comes from. That's what I know. And you can look online and see some videos as well. And to report, Liz Agpawa.
Thank you, Liz. Okay. Brian.
Hi, good morning. Brian Staub, ex officio member representing the United States Forest Service. Glad to see everybody today. Forest Service continues to focus on current national priorities, including active forest and rangeland management, wildfire resilience and disaster recovery, both fire but also floods, including the ones that we just experienced here in the Northwest, and then providing expanding recreation access and doing so in a more efficient way through regulatory streamlining and other efforts in the agency. So to that end, there was a significant convening of stakeholders here in Portland last week, focused on those themes and very good representation from our national office, our senior regional leaders, and most importantly, our key stakeholders in those various domains around forest management, recreation, and other resource areas, looking for opportunities for expanding collaboration and partnerships. As far as the reorganization, we've talked a bit about this in previous meetings. I think everybody's aware there's large reorganization efforts underway in the federal government, including USDA and the Forest Service. Our regional forester, just to remind folks, I did mention in our last meeting that Jackie Buchanan, who's been our regional executive here in the Pacific Northwest region for quite some time, is continuing to serve in that role for Region 6 of the Forest Service, but also is now representing the entire Pacific, which would include Region 5, Pacific Southwest, which is California, and then Alaska, which is our Region 10. So she and her staff, including myself, are operating across that broad geography from California to Alaska. Some more focused efforts. The Northwest Forest Plan revision efforts continue here in the region that does cover significant portions of Western Oregon, Washington, and Northern California. As I mentioned, I think everybody's aware we had a couple of rain events last month. We did experience some significant road and access damage on some of our forests and are responding to that. And then we continue to work on our collaborative efforts with the USGS and the state of Oregon on building out their 3D hydrography program, which is kind of LiDAR-derived mapping of streams, waterways, and other aquatic resources. And at the same time, trying to continue with our longstanding partnerships on watershed restoration efforts with OWEB and many other partners, including our other states and tribal entities and NGOs. That's what I have to offer. Appreciate the opportunity. Looking forward to the discussions the next couple of days.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go with Dan.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Nice to meet the new member. Looking forward to seeing you in person. I will start by noting the EPA. Dan Brown, ex officio and non-voting member from the Environmental Protection Agency. Sure. I live in Portland, Oregon, and work out of EPA Region 10's Oregon Operations Office. And in December, EPA highlighted a project in Oregon on its 9-point pollution source success story page that involved, I think, a lot of OWEB's partners doing restoration work in the lower Willamette River. And it highlighted how managing stormwater and how those restoration of streams and riparian areas reduced bacteria in the lower Willamette River so that it now meets water quality standards. So it's always a big success when we move waters from being impaired to meeting water quality standards. And so that one is highlighted on EPA's website. So thank you to OWEB and all the folks doing work in that space. Appreciate you helping the state meet standards. Another good news from EPA is that we announced the approval of 3 Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act loans to support projects in Oregon. So a couple to point out are in Medford, Oregon, they're going to receive a $147 million loan for infrastructure to protect water quality of the Rogue River. And it should also create about 900 local jobs. And then in Northwest Oregon, we have a $28 million loan to support the Rockwood Water People's Utility District. And that's also to it's going to improve the reliability of its drinking water system for about 66,000 people. The next thing I will mention is that EPA, through EPA's tribal drinking water program, we are continuing to offer sampling of emerging contaminants free of cost to tribes. And I think one tribe in Oregon has taken us up on that offer. The Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla, I believe, are getting that monitoring. And emerging contaminants are, as an example, PFAS, several different types of PFAS. I'm really not an expert on PFAS, but and then I will also note that EPA is going to be conducting an annual review of Oregon's drinking water and clean water state revolving fund programs. Those are programs where EPA gives the state a bunch of money to loan out to communities at a low cost to help them improve both green and gray infrastructure. And then finally, today, EPA water leadership, minus me, is meeting with Oregon DEQ water leadership to discuss our performance partnership agreement with the state. That's where we set the framework for pursuing joint priorities with the grant money that EPA ultimately gives Oregon DEQ. Just as a reminder, a large portion, most of EPA's funding from Congress is actually pass-through money that goes to the states that are implementing regulatory programs under Clean Water Act, Clean Water Act, etc. And with that, I will sign out. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, let's go with Russ.
Good morning, everybody. And my name is Russ Hoflick. I'm a member at large, voting member. And I split my time between Lincoln City and today I'm in Portland. First, I want to welcome our new members. Thank you for your commitment to OWEB's mission. I thought I would focus my comments a little bit today on some of the financing behind our program, just for the benefit of those who are new to the program. But as I speak to everybody, um, we need to be aware as we reach out to our partners that there is a lot of tension, and I would call it very serious concern about the federal cutbacks and what it means to the history of collaborations and what it means to the future all over the state. The tensions are very, very high. I want to remind the group, however, that for those of us who've been around for a while, and I've been in conservation work since 1978, the pendulum does swing back. It will, and I'd say that never forget that Oregon is in a better position than most other states because we have foundational money guaranteed in the Constitution that will provide critical match, and our federal partners love working with organizations that have that match. So tangible, enduring results are our strong suit, and I think that we will rebound quickly. So be patient, think long term. I also remember that it was 27 years ago this year that Oregon dedicated 7.5% of the lottery funds to conservation, and the trend line for lottery funds, despite periodic economic downturns, overall has been steady and reliable over time for us. At the same time, we see that the clarity of the impacts of changing climate has driven the scale and the scope of the need beyond what was originally envisioned by the authors of Measure 66 and 76. So we are in fun-limited times, and all of us are thinking hard about new funding streams for conservation. At the same time, by sheer coincidence, we have the Monsanto settlement has landed in Oregon. I believe that this is the first year where the interest on that $600+ million fund, roughly about 35 million per year, will begin to hit priorities. Many of those priorities align very, very well with our work and certainly the governor's climate mandate. So again, that is a nice source that is out there. But the scope and scale, again, of the aspirations of our members, our mission, just forces us to think more creatively about new funding sources. And we're going to hear tomorrow from ODFW's leadership. They're going to speak about the new State Wildlife Action Plan and that powerful blueprint for the future and what it really means to the state. And I believe the necessity to be able to find a permanent funding source for that program. And in that regard, I want to make sure that everybody is aware of the fact that the short session of the legislature is going to be reviewing a bill, House Bill 4143, that has the backing of 61 extraordinarily diverse organizations. And this bill will take the statewide hotel motel tax, which is presently 1.5% of the 1.5% tax on hotel visits. And it's going to increase that by an additional 1.25%. And that's going to generate for the state implementation of the state wildlife strategy, $35 million approximately per year. It may be a little bit higher than that, but that's roughly the number. That fund is supposed to protect and recover imperiled species and habitats, invest in vital connectivity initiatives, overcome habitat fragmentation, address invasive species detection and removal efforts, address growing needs for community resiliency to wildfire, and a number of other critical efforts. So I urge all of you through your networks to watch that bill and where possible, encourage your representatives to support it. It's a bipartisan bill, but again, very, very important for our joint mission. Lastly, I want to just mention to everybody at the last meeting, I reflected on the climate basin and the extraordinary work that OWEB has done to prepare the upper basin for the return of the salmon. But since that report, there also have been, I guess, the sobering reality that despite 27 years of OWEB investment, and for that matter, investment by many of our partners, we still have a high number of unscreened agricultural diversions that need to be addressed. And we're seeing stranding of the returning salmon in unacceptable numbers. And we're going to have to all unite and target and make sure that we get on top of this problem before many more cycles of return occur. This is unacceptable. Unfortunately, the funding that was committed in the Infrastructure Act had some money withheld at the last minute by the administration, and we will have to find other resources to address this issue. So that's it for the comments today, but I'd say there's some positive news and some tough realities that we have to face. So anyways, thank you. And again, welcome to the new members of the team.
Thank you, Russ. Let's go with Claire.
Hi, good morning. My name is Claire Takella. I'm also an ex officio member. I'm the Assistant State Conservationist for Partnerships with USDA's Natural Resource Conservation Service. And so since I missed the October meeting, I did want to share kind of our end of year FY25 wrap up. I guess my work New Year's resolution is to tell you more than just the numbers that we spend. I want to tell a more holistic picture of what we're doing here at NRCS. So last fiscal year, we did obligate $68.4 million in the state in Farm Bill program contracts. But we also funded 21 partner positions who are helping us get our work on the ground. We hosted the National Cooperative Soil Survey Conference for 500 participants and got to share lots about Oregon soils. We completed 1,633 working lands inventories. We produced 10 new conservation showcase videos in partnership with Ocean and many of the districts, some of which have over 5,000 views or 50,000 views on YouTube. So that's like, we went viral for us. We attended over 70 outreach events across the state. We added 2.4 million acres of soil mapping to Web Soil Survey just in the state of Oregon. We installed 3 new snow light stations and upgraded 4 SnowTel stations with snow depth sensors and 14 temperature sensors. So lots going on. I know numbers are the dollars are usually what we talk about, but so kind of turning back to that, for EQIP last year, we obligated $30.2 million in the state, which translates to 394 landowner contracts covering 209,000 acres. Through the Conservation Stewardship Program, we obligated $31.4 million, which was 198 landowner contracts covering 584,000 acres. Through the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, or RCPP, we obligated $6 million. We currently have 22 active projects across the state, which is the second most in the nation, I think tied for the most in the nation right now, second in dollars. So that's very exciting. We have 166 active landowner contracts there. And then for our easement programs, we obligated $2.5 million and protected 25,000 acres. last year. And through our watershed infrastructure program, or PL 566, we have $20.1 million allocated. There's 29 sponsoring organizations across the state, and we have 31 active projects that we're actively working on. So that's last year. This year, our allocation, we're looking to spend about $3.9 million in our agricultural conservation easements program. 2.2 million of that is specific to ale, and 1.7 million is specific to WRE. We have 17.4 million for the conservation stewardship program and 35.5 million for the environmental quality incentives program. So those are pretty big numbers considering how much staff we've lost and things, but really invested in getting those dollars obligated into landowner producer contracts. I'm sure some of you have heard about some of the program changes we're undergoing right now as well. The new leadership directed what is being called the Improving Management of Programs, Applications, and Contracts, IMPACT, in the Environmental Quality Incentives Program and CSP. So the intent of that is to develop a simplified and efficient delivery approach to NRCS's evaluation and application assessment process, by reducing the number of fund pools and duplicative efforts. And so what that means for Oregon is to kind of align with that national strategy. The national strategy is a lumping strategy. Let's lump. In Oregon, our model has been very split, like split down as far as we can with our conservation implementation strategies. So those are still very much part of our business model. We still intend to retain those, but we're going to kind of group them. So in a basin, say, there might have been multiple forestry CISs, but we're going to kind of lump those into a larger forestry category, while still maintaining that geography kind of priority area. And then the other big news for us is the Regenerative Pilot Program, or RPP, which USDA is committed to spending $700 million in EQIP and CSP. For Oregon and RCS, that's about 25% of both our EQIP and CSP budgets will go towards this pilot program. But it's just intended to be a national farmer-first regenerative agriculture pilot. And the intent is to replace fragmented practice-by-practice conservation with one unified process that evaluates whole farm and every resource concern on that farm instead of focusing on a specific subset. So that is my end of my update. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Claire. Jamie, what do you have to tell us today?
Good morning, everyone. Jamie McLeod-Skinner. I'm an OWEB voting board member at large in Central Oregon, and namely at Cricketer Ranch, where the Deschutes and Crooked Rivers meet. Want to join my colleagues in extending a warm welcome to the new board members, and also especially was thinking about this during Claire's comments. Want to just express continued appreciation to our federal partners in your navigating major policy changes while remaining focused on protecting natural resources and local economies. So appreciate you. My comments, I want to focus on some good things that are happening and also some opportunities for continued growth that I'm really excited about. Just a couple of good things. One, the efforts around wildfire recovery, and a special shout out to all the conservation districts and soil and water districts and the land trust doing this work. It's so important, and we're seeing some great efforts at local levels. Really excited, want to applaud, really excited about the governor's executive order directing state agencies to promote resilience of communities and natural and working lands and waters. It really helps to build resiliency through consolidating some of these plans and frameworks and roadmaps, and getting us all out of our silos to really focus on doing really good work in our communities. It makes sense that the state's resilience efforts are being driven by that. So really excited to hear more about that when the governor comes in. The governor's natural resource director comes in and shares some of those things with us. Hot off the presses is the Oregon Court of Appeals recently overturning a rule that allowed dam operators to trap and truck fish around dams, which many critics had argued weakened protections for migratory fish like salmon and steelhead. And just to let folks know, it's the court, at least at this point in time, has reinstated the requirement that barriers be upgraded to allow fish to swim past barriers such as dams, rather than defaulting to the trap and truck. And this is considered a real victory for tribes and conservation groups, and especially this effort led by the Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, who argued that the ruling without their input, or not receiving their input, resulted in a poor ruling. But this is a decision that emphasized the importance of public involvement, transparency in decision-making processes that affect fish in waterways in Oregon. And I really see this as an opportunity to explore, at this time, creative collaborations to enable fish passage rather than simply doubling down on processes known to greatly impact survival rate of salmon. This also includes supporting projects that offer those greater collaborations. So we're going to be talking about FIP projects later, but kind of exploring some of those opportunities to think through some more seeing now. Both some good and also opportunities for growth. Attended the Colts December Conservation Law Forum on tribal land access, the legal toolkits, and tribal co-management strategies. It was not only a great continuing legal education opportunity, but also spoke to the awareness of the tools to help us move forward on more equitable co-management. Really excellent speakers. They were discussing how we can bridge the current intent around goals regarding land ownership, so how land ownership and the rules around land ownership have dramatically changed from prior to the state of Oregon being the state of Oregon with current land practices. The speakers also said they're still working through the challenges of how to advise on dealing with distribution of land rights when the land it was historically used by multiple tribes or bands of indigenous peoples when there are multiple claims to the land. So that's also going to be interesting to follow their recommendation on how to handle some of those situations. And then a not good is just concern with the lack of snowpack. Despite the rain events that were referenced earlier, there's a great threat of drought next year. And even while the Water Resources January report shows only 4% of Oregon currently experiencing severe drought, only 17% in moderate drought, that lack of snowpack, which you hear a lot about from many frustrated skiers in central and southern Oregon, but will also likely spur great conflicts over limited resources in this next summer. And I think that really underscores our need to put care around our processes, that transparency, building and maintaining public trust in how we allocate our limited public resources. It's just going to be important continuing work for this next year. And I'm excited about doing that work, and something I'm really going to lean into. So again, warm welcome to the new members. Really excited to have you join the team, and looking forward to the next 2 days.
Thank you, Jamie. Definitely some frustrated skiers down here, that is for sure. Aaron, what would you like to tell us today?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Curtis. I am the representative from the Bureau of Land Management, Oregon, Washington. I work at our state office in Portland, Oregon, in our Division of Resources, Lands, and Minerals. Not too many BLM updates to pass along. I would just, I think of note is that our state director, Barry Bashu, he has gone off to do a temporary assignment in our headquarters office in Grand Junction. So right now we have an acting state director. Her name is Kim Prill, and she'll be here for about the next 4 months or so. She just arrived a couple of weeks ago. Let's see here. Oh, and I would also throw out one, I didn't catch this in Dan or Brian's updates, but I know I had to go dig in for this information this week as well. Just for everybody's awareness, the at least the Interior and Agriculture and EPA appropriations bills were signed into law by the president on Friday. So just making sure that folks are aware that at least for our agencies, we are out of the woods on a potential shutdown. We'll be open for business next week like normal. And then I would say, again, of course, welcome to all of the new members. Looking forward to hopefully being able to hit the road at the next meeting and see you guys all in person. It's been too long. And I would also say, I call myself a recovering outdoor recreation planner. So Javi, I'm definitely looking forward to hearing your ideas on how to get more folks outside on our public lands. Right, and that's it for me, unless there are any questions.
Thank you so much, Erin. Jesse.
Good morning, everybody, board co-chairs, board members, and welcome new board members. I'm Jessie Kirshner. I'm representing OSU Extension and Oregon Sea Grant, and I am a non-voting board member. So just a couple of OSU Extension updates. In November, OSU Extension received the McGrath Award from the Association for Public and Land Grant Universities, which recognizes extraordinary community outreach and engagement. So the award was given to OSU for the central role that they played in collaboration with its community to tackle a pressing challenge, protecting wildlife and preserving a critical industry for the state. So this was around the Oregon whale entanglement work and the Dungeness crab fishery on the coast. And so two of our extension and Sea Grant faculty, Amanda Gladys and Lee Torres, were leaders in that project. So we're really proud that that went on to receive a national award. If you haven't heard this story, I really wanted to share it, which is that a 4-H'er in Harney County at the Youth Livestock Show in September sold their goat 11 times in order to raise $26,000 for Make-A-Wish Oregon, which it went on to grant wishes to children diagnosed with critical illnesses. And then the Roundhouse Foundation came and matched that, another $26,000. So that was just like a wonderful story about generosity in a community. I also wanted to let folks know that there's a team of OSU Extension folks that are in the process of developing a curriculum for agricultural pond and reservoir management, which they fondly refer to as Ag Parm. And they're currently presenting some of the draft modules to natural resource professionals around the state to get feedback and integrate that. So look for that to be released more broadly to landowners and others to be able to use. And then along the funding space, and similar to what Russ talked about, I just wanted to let folks know that, as you might already be aware, but in response to recent economic forecasts, state agencies, including the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, or HEC, they've been asked to provide potential budget reductions to the legislature. And unfortunately, HEC has proposed a disproportionate cut to OSU statewide compared to other agencies or universities. So under a 5% agency budget reduction scenario, HEC has proposed cutting OSU statewide by 7.1%. And the OSU statewide includes Extension Service, the Oregon Agricultural Experiment Station, and Oregon Forest Research Lab. So reductions at this level will disproportionately harm our rural communities, impact public service programs, weaken our natural resource industries, and remove critical support for farms, forests, fisheries, youth, and families. Cuts of this magnitude could lead to the closure of a research facility and loss of up to 55 FTE. So we have advocacy work is currently underway by partners to connect with legislators, including the Ways and Means co-chairs, to advocate that the statewide should at least not take a disproportionate cut in funding. And so this is going to be up for discussion at the short session in February. And then just in terms of Sea Grant updates, Erin already mentioned this, but yay, the minibus that includes the National Sea Grant Office, that made it through, and we will avoid shutdown. The National Sea Grant Program received level funding for FY26, which is great news, and we're really pleased with that result. And then I think last time I mentioned that there was a State of the Coast conference that we had upcoming down at Southwestern Oregon Community College in Coos Bay. So I attended that event. There's almost 300 people there. I went to some sessions led by familiar OWEB partners, including the Coos Watershed Association, where they talked about some of their Tide Gates work. And then I wanted to put a plug that on Friday night, the opening night of the event, we heard a performance by Tim Bolster of the band Tiller of the Moon. And he had received a small coastal arts grant from Oregon Sea Grant, where he went out with the South Slough Reserve and other staff and partners on their journey to restore the Wasson Creek watershed. And he used that experience to write songs and create an album about watershed restoration. So I highly encourage you. I'm happy to share the link to his Spotify album. He sang a lot of different songs, including one song that's all about Beaver Dam analogs. So just to give you a sense of the flavor of the songs that were there. And then the last thing that I wanted to share, I was fortunate over the holidays to get to travel to French Polynesia. And I want to give a warning to all of you who love hermit crabs that, in fact, they do pinch you. My youngest daughter, my 7-year-old, got pinched by a very large purple hermit crab, and we could not get it off. We had to cut the claw in order to get the hermit crab to release. So she had 2 puncture wounds in her finger. So I never thought hermit crabs would actually pinch you so much, but now beware if you ever travel somewhere with large hermit crabs, be careful. And end of report.
Thank you so much, Jesse, and thank you for that warning. Very helpful. Okay, Mark Labhart.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to thank Nicole for getting me online today. I was the secret square there for a while, Kelly, before they got me on. So thank you, Nicole. And also, as the others, welcome to the new members. Just glad to have you on board. You will be amazed at what OWEB is, and in particular, what our staff does for achieving the mission of the agency. So stay tuned. Welcome. Glad to have you on board. This will probably be the last time I mention this, but I'm Mark Labhart, by the way. I'm a voting member representing the ODF&W, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Commission, and ODF&W on the OWEB board. We're back up to a full 7 members on the commission now. We have governor appointed 2 new members, Hugh Morrison's. Many of you may know Hugh. He's the retired regional director for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And of course, Hugh brings extensive federal fish and wildlife management experience to the commission. And then Dave Maldall. Dave is a senior program manager for Energy Trust of Oregon. He's a licensed sportsman, former regional organizer with the National Wildlife Federation. And so both members bring a mix of conservation and sportsman's perspective and will serve on terms that will go until November 19th, 2029. Also, ODF&W is accepting nominations for the seat on the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. It is a 3-year term, and it is an at-large position. And that person will be appointed by the governor and will serve beginning August 11th of this year. So if you know of anybody that might be interested in putting their name in the hat for Pacific Fisheries Management Council, contact ODF&W and they will help you through the process. I'd like to thank ODF&W staff, as I always do, for this report. I definitely don't have all the knowledge about what's going on, but the staff does, and they provide a very good report. So I want to publicly thank the staff. I want to first cover some tribal information. State agencies are required every year to put in a tribal report, and I want to do a little bit of bragging about some of the stuff that ODF&W has done. We have a number of grant funding opportunities and where we prioritize tribal engagement. The Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program acquisition funded 2 tribal conservation properties, 55 acres in Polk County, 75 acres in Yamhill County for the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde. ODF&W coordinated a multi-partner Wapato tuber harvest and outplanting effort at the Gale Ackerman Wildlife Area to support cultural food propagation and knowledge sharing. The National Fish and Wildlife Foundation awarded $4.5 million to ODF&W for the Willamette Valley Resilient Landscape Project, including restoration of 585 acres of tribal lands owned by the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, the Confederated Tribes of the Siletz, and the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs. Seven Feathers Acclimation Site was used last year for the South Umpqua Winter Steelhead Program with the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribes of Indians and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife work jointly to collect broodstock and acclimate smolts at the South Umpqua River. Both the Seven Feathers and Canyonville acclimation sites were utilized this season. But then a high water, as Kelly probably knows, a high water event damaged the Seven Feathers water intake, limiting its use to approximately half of the planned season. But Tribal and ODF&W responded quickly and successfully evacuated all the smolts. Despite these disruptions, the season was considered a successful for the South Umpqua Winter Steelhead Program. The Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, and I would caution us all, and I'm a very bad person about this too, make sure that we all explain our acronyms when we're talking, because a lot of the public doesn't know what we're talking about if we start saying OCRF and all that kind of stuff. So staff and board members, make sure we all identify these darn acronyms that we all use as a part of our language. So the Oregon Conservation and Recreation funded a project evaluating amphibian response to floodplain restoration, including the detection of the Columbia spotted frog and other at-risk species. The work is part of a broader monitoring effort across 12 restoration sites and 11 control sites managed by the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Reservation, the U.S. Forest Service, and local watershed councils in Eastern Oregon. In partnership with the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, the Oregon Natural Desert Association is restoring spring hydrology and enhancing riparian habitats on Pine Creek. The Nature Conservation is leading a wet meadow and floodplain restoration project on Zumwalt Prairie Preserve in Wallowa County. The project focuses on reconnecting river and wetland systems, restoring floodplain functions, and improving climate resilience in partnership with the Nez Perce Tribe. The Grand Ronde Model Watershed Council will allow resources and Trout Unlimited. The ODF&W PFA, which stands for Private Forest Accord Grants, is planning to finish development and land acquisition portion of a grant program by the fall for 2026 open solicitation. And that will likely be millions of dollars that would be available in that grant program. In terms of ODF&W news, item C on the director's report highlights watershed health and restoration outcomes and natural and working land investments. Recent ODF&W water quality notice document, acute aquatic health risks, underscoring the relevance of OWEB funded actions such as riparian restoration, nutrient reduction, and broader watershed function improvements. These illustrate how OWEB investments are intended to address mitigation real-world risks. Item C on the director's report also highlights the natural and working lands investments, including invasive species control. An ODF&W notice documenting the detection of the Chinese mitten crab in the Willamette River reflects ODF&W's monitoring response role for aquatic invasive species. This aligns with the OWEB-funded landscape scale invasive species prevention and control projects. In other news, the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund Advisory Committee has announced its next grant cycle, which will begin applications, began applications on December 15th, with the application window closing February 9th. And it's a setup, for those who don't know, it's set up for small grants for conservation and recreation efforts throughout the states. The commission approved changes to the Coquille Fall Chinook Conservation Hatchery Program to allow the use of integrated stock that utilizes natural origin and hatchery origin broodstock. This is a pretty major change for us. but it was needed to achieve a target release of a number for the smolts and adequately assess the program. In response to declining populations of fall Chinook on the Coquille River in 2022, the Commission approved the implementation of the Fall Chinook Conservation Hatchery Program in the Coquille Basin, co-managed by ODF&W and the Coquille Indian Tribe. The program intended to use natural origin, in other words, wild, broodstock to supplement the natural spawning population of Chinook, but there was an insufficient return of these adult fall Chinook, so there's not been the ability to capture, spawn, and release enough smolts to meet the program objectives to form a robust assessment program. So we're allowing for hatchery fish to enter into that. And then last but not least, I just want to mention and thank OWEB and the department for their emphasis on wildlife corridors and wildlife crossing structures. There's a major project that's being funded along I-5 right now. It's going to be the biggest one in Oregon to help migrating wildlife. And that's all the way from salamanders up to elk across Interstate 5. There's a number of projects that are planned around the state, one here in Central Oregon. I live in Sisters, by the way. And another project here in Central Oregon that's looking at moving forward with some funding and a lot of work. And there's another project that is working with a tribe in Southeast Oregon for projects, but can't thank OWEB enough for their priority on funding these projects. And that's it. End of report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Okay, I am gonna go with Mark Webb.
It is nice to see you all again. Hello, and welcome to the new members. I look forward to getting to know you better. So, Mark Webb, I'm the Environmental Quality Commission liaison to OWEB, and my report provided by the Water Quality Program at DEQ is really the TMDLs. And Mark insisted that we describe the acronyms, and I don't know if I remember that. So temperature management or temperature what? Daily loads?
Total maximum daily load.
Total, okay, yeah. So anyway, you'll get to know that I'm not embarrassed to be wrong because I'm wrong about a lot of stuff or don't remember things. But anyway, the TMDL program on steroids. So there is a copy of this that I gave to Nicole, and they should appear in the meeting minutes. I'm not going to go into all the details. So for example, the Resource Advisory Committee scheduled meetings are there if you're interested. Anyway, the EPA issued the UMQA Water Quality Management, or the TMDL, last year, and DEQ is developing the Water Quality Management Program now. The John Day Temperature TMDL and accompanying Water Management Quality Plan are currently in process. There was a webinar held in mid-January. I think there's a Resource Advisory Committee. Is today the 28th or tomorrow? Anyway, today or tomorrow, and then another one later. They're working on the road temperature TMDL and the accompanying Water Quality Management Plan. That webinar is scheduled for February 12th. Working on the Snake River temperature TMDL and the accompanying Water Quality Management Plan. Working on the Columbia River temperature TMDL and accompanying Water Quality Management Plan. In this case, the EPA issued temperature TMDL for the Columbia and Lower Snake Rivers in 2020. DEQ is planning to issue the TMDL as an order sometime this year, is my understanding. They're working on the Middle Columbia, Miles Creek's temperature TMDL and the accompanying Water Quality Management Plan. There's a webinar March 12th for those who are interested, and then a Resource Advisory Committee later. And then in addition, the Department of Environmental Quality continues to be actively working on the Coquille TMDLs for bacteria, dissolved oxygen, pH, chlorophyll A, and temperature, and the Snake River TMDL for mercury. So that's what DEQ is working on right now. Pretty heavy focus on the TMDLs. As you recall, we were given some latitude to extend the schedule for completing those in a recent court decision, but still it takes a lot of effort and focus on the part of the water quality program staff at DEQ. So that's what they're working on primarily right now. That's it. I guess I should say, I did say my name. I get pretty apprehensive about this, but I am on EQC, the Environmental Quality Board. I live and work in Eastern Oregon. So I have some connection maybe with Zavi. I know Kimberly well, live in Grant County. Thank you.
Spent a lot of time at the Grant County Fair, so love it.
Okay.
And by the way, Zavi, I grew up in John Day, so I know Kimberly well. Mark and I, but I look forward to meeting you.
We'll do a board there. No.
Thanks so much, Mark. Okay, so I just want our new members to know, other than Zavi, that I purposely waited to have you all go because I remember when I was a new board member and the first time I had to do a report out, the co-chairs graciously let me go last. So I knew what everyone else was doing and kind of what to expect and maybe tweak what I wanted to say based on what other folks were reporting. So I did not forget about you. I just want you to know that. So let's go to Annie.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Annie Burney, representing NOAA Fisheries, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, otherwise known as National Marine Fisheries. So you may hear it both ways. It's same. I have worked for NOAA Fisheries since 2008 here in the Portland office, focusing on mostly Western Oregon, although with recent reductions in our region, it's I'm going to be kind of Western Oregon and Washington. I'll have my hands in many pots. Before working for NOAA Fisheries, I worked for the Forest Service, and then in grad school did a little bit of time with the Army Corps of Engineers. So I'm kind of a bureaucrat, lifelong bureaucrat so far, career bureaucrat, we'll say. Here at NOAA Fisheries, a lot of my focus has been on recovery plan implementation, Endangered Species Act Section 7 consultations with other federal agencies, habitat conservation plans, our 5-year status reviews, and we'll see what else in the coming years. I have also been super lucky to have been on a couple of our OWEB review teams since my time at NOAA Fisheries, both the North Coast and the Willamette review team. So and then I do sit on the Clackamas FIP review team. So bravo to all those review team leaders and partnership coordinators at OWEB. And thank you for your leadership there. And also, while I'm giving thanks to Dan and Brian for holding space in the October meeting for the rest of the federal agencies that weren't able to attend. So I appreciate that participation. Now for the bummer, as many of you guys know, beyond the government shutdown, our West Coast region this year saw a lot of loss in the 40% reduction of our workforce. So West Coast region is Oregon, Washington, California, and a bit of Idaho as well. So in response to this new administration and the cuts, we are focusing on executive orders, and those are our priorities for now. They're coming up top. So a lot of that pertains to NOAA Fisheries is timber and relates to fisheries harvest, seafood harvest. So a lot of deep breaths in 2025. I'm super excited to be on the board and learned a lot from Eric Murray. I'm sure you guys enjoyed him thoroughly, as did I. And so I know he's just a phone call away, so hopefully I can still keep getting some of that knowledge from him as we work together in other capacities. We also passed our budget, or got our budget passed, last Friday. So yay, Department of Commerce, which means A lot of the OWEB team probably already knows, but $65 million in Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funding monies, plus we do have another year of IIJA, that's the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding, for a potential of up to $99 million available. However, the NOFO notice of funding opportunity is delayed with no anticipated timeline for publication because there's also an executive order to reevaluate the grant making process, improving oversight of federal grant making is the EO. So that's still kind of, meaning the government is trying to work through how to revise grant making, and hopefully we'll get that published sooner than later, fingers crossed. I think that's it. Oh, I wanted to, we don't have to talk about it now, maybe over, during happy hour someday soon, but I wonder what happened to the goat that got bought 11 times. I'm not as familiar with 4-H, so maybe we'll get an update on that. And then I'm just super looking forward to being on this team and, or this board, I guess we'll say. And yeah, thank you for all the work that you've done so far. And end of report, is that what I say? End of report.
Thank you, Annie. Really appreciate the updates. And I think you're right. I would call us the team for sure. So Team OWEB, we'll get some shirts made and some other, swag. So okay. Raya, what would you like to tell us today?
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Raya Bushnell, and I'm a public at-large voting member. I'm based in Hood River, Oregon. I have a little less hair than in my intro photo. I'm a huge Sinead O'Connor fan, but in reality, I'm just finishing up some chemotherapy. So you all will be on my hair growth journey. We can all mark the passage of time as my hair gets longer. But first, thank you everyone for such a warm welcome. I'm really excited to be serving on this board. I've been in Hood River for the last 7 or 8 years. I'm originally from Indiana, so I'm sorry to all you Ducks fans, but there has been some highlights for me in this past 2026 so far. I moved to Hood River to work for an organization called Farmers Conservation Alliance. We work with irrigation districts and irrigation communities across the West to modernize their infrastructure to make it more efficient in order to support local economies, fish, and farmers. I would say I am a self-professed policy and permitting nerd. And so I'm really excited to be serving on this board and also be on the other side of being able to support really important work. I'm normally on the side of applying for the funding, and so I'm really excited to be on this other side and being able to just support the work on the ground. And I think I would also say I'm really excited. I work a lot on the agricultural and water side, and I'm really excited to get to learn more about lakes and estuaries and all of these other parts of watersheds that I'm normally not working in. And in thinking about my board update, I was thinking about just providing update from the perspective of an organization that's working on the ground and putting projects in the ground and what we've been thinking about recently and working on. And I really split that into sort of over the last year and thinking about permitting and funding because there's been a lot of shift on both sides. So I think first Russ touched on it. I work on a lot of projects, and there's a lot of projects in Oregon that are receiving federal funding. And so there's a lot of questions of what is going to be happening on the federal funding side in terms of availability of funds. But I think we're feeling really fortunate in having state funding. However, on the federal funding side, what we've been thinking a lot about are the, over the last year, there was a limited number of grants that came out on the federal side. So what future grants are going to be coming out on this, in 2026, and what that application is going to look like, how those NOFOs are changing. We've been thinking a lot and working a lot on constantly shifting contracts. So even if you had projects in place, there's a lot of changing in contracting, and also what you need to put in there for the DOGE review. So that has been a huge challenge for projects on the ground that were receiving federal funding, as well as just dealing with the tariffs and interests, and then also thinking about the shutdowns and whether you were still able to receive federal funding. I think a lot of projects that we worked with also had the benefit of having funding from Oregon. And so they were able to pull from that funding, and including things like loans from the CWSRF program. So in thinking about programs moving and projects moving forward, we've been really thinking about making sure that you're having a diversity of funds because of this up and down and sort of unpredictability. I would say another big thing in the coming months that people are thinking about on the federal side is that it is the season for, I don't even know what the acronym is going to be this year. It's been called earmarks, congressional directed spending, community initiated projects. I don't know what the what the name will be this year. We shall see, but 'tis the season for organizations to be pulling together their applications to submit to Senator Merkley and Wyden for those community-initiated projects. I think in this sort of unpredictability of what's going to be in programs, I think that there'll be a lot of CDS or CIP projects and getting those sort of earmarked special projects moving forward. And then for getting projects on the ground, I think a lot of organizations that have to go through permitting for either federal or state funding is really trying to figure out what that permitting process looks like. There's been huge changes on the federal side to NEPA. And so while there are some hopefully efficiencies that are coming out of that, I think all different agencies are now having to figure out how they're implementing NEPA. And every agency is doing it differently. And then just figuring out how you have all these other other processes, whether it's Section 106 and your cultural resources that you have to do, or your Section 7 and your endangered species. And even if NEPA's changing, how does Section 106 and Section 7 fit into that? And then even if there's changes on the federal side, how does that mesh with your state law? And so really figuring out how you're trying to get better paths to efficiency while also navigating these different processes and trying to support your federal partners who have limited capacity to be, reviewing your 800 different permits that you're submitting to them. And so those are definitely some of those items that we've been thinking about, but I also just want to say the amount of, support and hard work that our federal and state partners are providing to those projects on the ground to make sure that they're still moving forward has been really inspiring to see. And so also just want to acknowledge the federal and state partners that in these times of uncertainty who are still showing up day to day to make those projects go on the ground has been really appreciated. And I look forward to meeting everyone in person, and I'm excited to spend the next 2 days with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a really great reflection. Touched on a lot of points that I've been thinking about pretty hard over the last few months as well. So know you're in good company here with folks thinking about the same things and how we work together and how we get more good work done on the ground. So really appreciate it. Happy to have your perspective on the board. Okay, Michelle.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Michelle Swarjas. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Currently based in Portland as the Portland Field Office Supervisor. I've been with Fish and Wildlife Service for 26 years here in the Pacific Northwest, always working in the Endangered Species Program primarily. some years in the regional office. So I've worked in Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Pacific Islands. But for the past 10 years, I've been concentrated primarily on the state of Oregon. I guess I'm at the opposite end of the spectrum from Liz with her A last name. Having a ZW last name, I'm used to going last. So I tend to keep my remarks kind of short because generally by the time we get to me, everyone's tired of sitting there and just wants to go to a break. So I'll try to wrap things up pretty quickly. But in listening to all the reports, I was trying to think, how do I report out on the state of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and not just be the voice of doom and gloom? But also, we all know the reality that we're living in right now. I heard Russ speak to that, the tough realities that we're dealing with. So first of all, I guess I'll tell you a little bit about the state of our agency. As you all know, there were a number of there's just been a lot of changes to the federal workforce and to the regulatory environment that have occurred over this past year. So due to the combination of separation incentives and the terminations of probationary employees, et cetera, our office here in Oregon, we are down about 25% of our staff. Most of the staff that we've lost were our more senior staff who had many years of experience. And we are still under a hiring freeze. So we've been unable to backfill any of the positions that we've lost. So we are operating at extremely limited capacity. At the same time, we've got a number of executive orders, as Annie alluded to, that are currently directing our priorities. And those have to do mostly with, in the natural resources realm, increasing timber production, increasing mineral extraction, and prioritizing oil and gas energy projects over renewable energy projects. So our endangered species consultation workload has greatly increased. And as somebody else alluded to, there's a number of changes going on with all the regulations with NEPA, et cetera, that is creating a lot of uncertainty for all of our partners that we're working with because everything keeps changing. The landscape keeps shifting for us. So you may have seen there's a number of regulations under the Endangered Species Act that are being proposed to change once again. So under this president's former administration, there were a number of changes made to the Endangered Species Act. Those were then rescinded during the Biden administration, and now we're back to this administration, and a number of those changes are being proposed once again. So changes to the definition of critical habitat, changes to some of the definitions of harm under Section 7 consultation, the blanket 4D rule is proposed to be repealed once again. So I just want to recognize that I know this makes it really hard for all of our partners. There's just nobody, knows what regulations are currently in place or what they're going to be in the future. So it makes it very difficult for everyone. I heard people asking about federal funding. I wish I could tell you I knew what was going to happen with federal funding. With endangered species recovery funds in particular, I have not heard that we're necessarily going to have any funds available for the future. Hopefully that'll change. But right now, I don't necessarily see that being in the cards. And I know that, beyond not having additional funding available, there were cases where funding that had already been awarded had been canceled and pulled back. So again, it's going to be kind of slim for a while, potentially in terms of federal funds that might be available for working with our partners. But hopefully, things will start to swing in the other direction and we'll be coming back soon. So with all that good news, I'll just say that we very much remain dedicated to our mission, and we're trying to focus on incorporating conservation into all of our work to the maximum extent that we can at this time. And I very much appreciate the welcome to the board. I'm sorry I've not been able to meet folks in person yet, but I'm really looking forward to working with you all. I know the amazing work that OWEB has done over the years. And I'm really looking forward to making some positive progress with all of you. And I see hands up. It sounds like people have questions for me potentially.
Thank you, Michelle. And just so you know, and Liz, I did not do that intentionally with the A and the Z last name. That's just how it worked out. But also know, Michelle, that typically the co-chairs go last. So you will never be the very last person.
Yay!
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm here for you. Okay, I think I saw Russ's hand first and then Liz.
Michelle, welcome. I just want to say that despite the gloom and doom, I'm reminded by your picture that the work of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is enduring and it's tangible. We could walk on those successes over time. And I am curious about the picture behind you. My bet that is Crook Point, but I'm curious what others think about where you are, what the image is behind you.
No, I just gave it away. It is in fact Crook Point.
Oh
Very
my God. I helped on the acquisition of that property. This is a great angle of it.
Excellent.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Russ, I've got an interesting little bit of information for you. I actually was working at the Nature Conservancy when we hired you back in the 80s. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, I knew there was a history. Wow. That's amazing.
So nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah. And thank you for your kind words.
I'm telling you guys, there's 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon in the natural resources world. Everywhere you go. Liz.
So thank you, Michelle. And I just, I've been doing this for a number of years and doing this report. And as you heard, I forgot to introduce myself. So it's, even though there's been years of doing that, there's always something to forget. And I forgot to welcome the new members, Avi, Annie, Raja, and Michelle. So, I am just, it is these times, but I'm just struck by your transparency, your heartfelt, um, you know, um, feelings that come through even with all these numbers. And I'm just so happy to welcome you here. And I know all our board members are just as happy. So I just wanted to say that because I forgot that to do it in the beginning. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Okay, Lindsay, what do you have to tell us?
Thanks, Kelly, and good morning, everybody. Again, for the record, my name is Lindsay McClary. I'm a public at-large voting member on the OWEB board here. I reside in Salem, and I also work for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde in the Natural Resources Department. We've got a couple new faces, so I'll just give a little context there. I've worked for the tribe since 2010. I'm originally from Michigan, but moved to Oregon in 2009. I've always worked on the Fish and Wildlife program here, but I've moved a couple different positions. So I mostly work on conservation lands that the tribe has reacquired through various programs and do a little bit of fish and wildlife policy as well. My comments will be pretty brief this morning. I just want to, again, welcome the new members, but also say that, I'm super proud to be an Oregonian with the diversity that we have on this board. And I'm really humbled by the depth of experience, knowledge, and perspectives that we all bring. So I always love this part of the meeting, and it's really great to be with you all this morning. I think this board is really positive. We get to do really fun things. There are other boards that folks serve on that don't get to kind of move the needle on the landscape as much as this one does and get to give out grant dollars for really impactful things to happen on the landscape here across the state. So I just want to highlight that this is a really unique opportunity and a really positive atmosphere for us to be able to contribute to. And the only downside is, like Mark Labhart always likes to say, there's not enough money to go around. So unfortunately, we would love to be able to have enough funding to award everybody all the requests and clear the pathway for great work to happen on the ground. But the reality is that we have a budget, and that is the downside of this. I'd like to thank OWEB staff, partners, the technical review team members, and the applicants, because without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do during these quarterly meetings. And through that quarterly meeting, here in January, we have the opportunity to allocate over $18 million that are going to go to on the ground activities that help the healthy habitats across the state. So that's really inspiring to me, and feels like a really meaningful impact in a way where we can kind of help with that and give back. And then the other opportunity that I'm excited about over the next 2 days is to discuss and have the opportunity to vote on revised focused investment partnership ecological priorities. That program has been on pause while we take a 5-year look at those priorities. And I'm excited to be able to vote on that and hopefully open up to move forward to be able to open up that solicitation, because I do think that really is an impactful way to move the needle across the landscape with those larger awards. So that's it for me. End of report. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Yeah, this is a really great board to be on for sure. Really appreciate your comments there. So for the new board members, I will also introduce myself. Bedu Kelly Coates Kurika Nahanko Rana Aite. Good day, Kelly Coates is my name, and I am of the Cow Creek Umpqua people. And as I said before, I'm the tribal representative on the OWEB board and co-chair with Lindsay. And for my day job, I am the Natural Resources Director for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians. I also have Modoc and Pit River descendancy, so really tied to Southern Oregon. For my updates today, I don't have a lot. I'm going to keep it kind of short. I think I took some time off over the holidays and spent some time with family, which was really needed, and also did a lot of chaperoning backstage at both my daughters were in the Nutcracker. So yeah, we're sort of living in 2 seasons right now. It's Nutcracker season or it's softball season. So we're transitioning into the softball season now. And I think you guys with kiddos are going to understand where we're at there. But for the month of November, I was able to attend, and I was really humbled by being able to do this my first time. I attended a meeting of the National Congress of the American Indians in Seattle for a week. And it was really inspiring to see all the work that is going on in Indian country right now, all around the country, actually. And I'll just give you a little bit of background on NCAI. They serve as a forum for unified policy development among tribal governments in order to protect and advance tribal governance and treaty rights, promote economic development and health and welfare of Indian and Alaska Native communities, and educate the public toward a better understanding of Indian and Alaska Native tribes. And it was, like I said, really great. There was a number of things that I attended, really focus on, obviously with my background, natural resources, but everything from social services to healthcare. And so that was really big for me and very, like I said, very educational. For OWEB, I also attended the ARE committee meeting December 11th and moderated a tribal panel talking about restoration and land acquisition. If I would recommend for board members that were not able to attend that meeting, I would recommend going back and watching that meeting, specifically the tribal panel portion of it. Again, it was incredibly educational. We had an amazing group of folks from around the state that are well versed in working through acquisition and restoration work. And I just feel like coming out of it, there were some really fantastic questions from our board members, and a lot of important knowledge that was shared. So if you have a chance, I would say please go back and watch that. It was really great, and I think was very very helpful to the ARE committee as far as, you know, things that we're going to be moving forward with the board here in the near future. So, and with that, I'm going to keep us exactly on time. And I'm going to stop my report. Also, just so you know, you don't have to say end of report. You can close your report out however you want to. There's, you know, there's no, you know, you have to say. I mean, you could even, you know, say over and out if you want to, whatever works for you. Okay, so I am going to pull this up. I believe we are at a 10-minute break now. So can everyone please, I'm looking at Nicole for confirmation on everything. Okay. Can everybody please rejoin us at 10:20? Okay. Can I just get a quick thumbs up if everybody can hear me? Okay, great. Okay, so we are moving on to agenda item B, updates from the Governor's Natural Resources Office. And, oh, Barbara, I want to say, sorry. I just want to say hi to Barbara Boyer and give her a chance to say hello. She is joining us from abroad. So thank you so much, Barbara.
Good morning, good morning, everybody. Excuse me. Sorry I'm late. It's only 7:15 in the morning here in Nelson, New Zealand. So I'm glad to be with you all today. It's beautiful here.
What day is it, Barbara? That seems like closer to our time than I would think.
Oh, it's 21-hour difference. I'm 21 hours ahead of you.
Wow.
So I think today is Wednesday, I think.
That was an unfair question on the record. I'm sorry.
Could it be Thursday? I don't know, but it's beautiful.
Thanks for joining us, Barbara. I can't wait to hear about your trip. Okay, I believe with us now we have Chandra Ferrari and Amy Schussler. Do we have anyone? I probably butchered that. I apologize. Amy. Let me make sure. Do we have anyone else? Sorry, I'm doing this Zoom scan to make sure.
I think we're waiting for Jeff.
For Jeff. Okay.
I think that's right.
And he might have
text him.
logged into the wrong meeting.
Did you text him, Amy?
I messaged him, but we should probably text him too.
Okay. Apologies.
Hi, Amy. Nice to see you.
Hi, great to see you, Mark.
Kelly, I think after this portion, I will jump off and head back to the conference. Then I'll come back for the voting portion when we review the grants. I wanted to stay on and say hi to some old colleagues and hear some updates. So it's great to see y'all and wait to see Jeff. And then Barbara, there's some delegates here from New Zealand, also from Queenstown and from other places. And so love that you're out there. That's awesome.
Hi, Zavi. It's so nice to see you.
Okay, while we're
Jeff says he's sitting by himself. He must be on the wrong.
He's on Teams. I messaged him and said he needs to use the Zoom link, but I don't think he.
Okay, I'll tell him. We can also well, I think he wanted to kick off, so.
He did. Let me see if I can just send him the Zoom link.
For the folks that are joining us online too, there's a link on the OWEB meeting page website to the governor's executive order on the resilience of our communities, natural and working lands and waters, if you all want to access that.
Chair Coates, would it be helpful if we got started with just our introductions for Amy and I, maybe?
That would be great.
Okay, excellent. Chair Coates and members of the board, it's so nice to be with you today. Thank you for inviting us to join you for this meeting today. My name is Chandra Ferrari. I'm a Natural Resources Policy Advisor with Governor Kotek's office. And my portfolio spans a number of different topics, including water, fish and wildlife, forestry, wetlands, and parks related work. So certainly things that are deeply connected to the work of OWEB as well. So we're really looking forward to having some conversation with you today. And I will turn it over to Amy.
Hi, everybody. I'm Amy Slusher. I'm Governor Kotek's Climate and Energy Policy Advisor. And I know that the topic of the executive orders that I've been working on don't intersect neatly with OWEB's work, but we still wanted to have an opportunity to give you all an update.
And I do believe Jeff is on now.
I am here. I was sitting all by my lonesome on a Teams link for some reason. So here I am. Sorry to be late. You want me to kick it off? Is that, Sarah, that sound like the right thing to do?
Yep.
Great.
After you introduce yourself for the record, please.
You bet. So I'm Jeff Huntington. I'm Governor Kotek's policy advisor for natural resources and energy climate. I'm part of the team of Chandra and Amy and Anka Matika, who some of you know, who does some policy work and communications for the natural resource agencies. And she is unfortunately out with the flu today, so she's not going to be joining us. It was even a step, remote was even a step too close for me to be near the flu. So I told her, forget it, stay away. I'm going to just kick us off and then leave it to these two. And we really want to make sure that we have a lot of time for lots of questions and back and forth with you. So we're going to be kind of abbreviated. The purpose of these EOs really came from a desire to knit together a cohesive focus for natural resources and energy, and the cabinet of all the agency directors and agencies that collectively represent that area for the administration. Resiliency is the cornerstone for the natural resource component and the EO there, and the work that the directors have done. Affordable, reliable, and clean is the cornerstone for energy and climate policy. That is the other executive order. We originally even started out with one EO and ended up breaking it into separate ones. The executive orders really do represent, I think, the North Star for the natural resource agencies in this administration. And they came from much discussion between agency directors and even a couple of meetings with board chairs that we brought all of the chairs of different boards in together to talk for a half a day. So with that in mind, of this North Star of how the administration is really going to intersect with the natural resource policy arena, it's super important for us to be sitting, and we're going to sit with every board and commission that represents the natural resource agencies over the next 2 months. And then we're going to swing back around later with implementation plans that the agencies are all being asked to complete on how they will intersect the directives that are in the executive orders. And we expect, and Sarah and the chairs, to bring those implementation plans for OWEB to you. And I think as a board, you're also in a really interesting spot because you've got, members of the Board of Forestry and the QC and Water Resources that also will be seeing those implementation plans at their board meetings. And I think I encourage this board in particular to kind of have a good chunk of time to have a robust discussion about how the agencies are integrating the work, so that you see it in the context of your portfolio, which is pretty broad, and your mission is super important in knitting that together. So now the implementation comes, and that's where we are. Amy's going to go first, and then is going to go off to a different commitment. But we'll spend most of our time with you on the resiliency piece with Chandra. And the goal for today is really to take the opportunity to bring some clarity of purpose and the pathway for implementation. And we'll answer all the questions we can. But we'll have a lot more specifics for you, and Sarah will, I think, in the next couple of months too. So I'm going to stop there. And Amy, I think you're on.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. So Governor Kotek issued 2 executive orders in the fall that are really focused around advancing clean energy deployment and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The first executive order, 2525, was centered around streamlining and accelerating siting and permitting decisions for clean energy projects that qualify for federal tax credits that are expiring due to HR 1. So the first CO is really sort of focused on near-term actions that agencies can take, primarily the Energy Facility Siting Council at ODO. to accelerate its permitting decisions to help those projects qualify for federal tax credits, which in some cases are worth like hundreds of millions of dollars. Governor Kotek then issued Executive Order 2529 later in the fall, which also aims to advance renewable energy development and to accelerate deployment of associated infrastructure through a longer term timeframe. And that executive order really has three primary parts. The first part directs agencies to take reasonable actions within their existing authorities and budgets to prioritize implementation of the energy strategy pathways that were identified by the Oregon Department of Energy in the Oregon Energy Strategy. And what the Oregon Energy Strategy did was it looked at all of Oregon's existing climate and energy targets and goals and performed some modeling to determine how the state could achieve those targets at least cost to consumers. And the result was the identification of 5 pathways. First, you increase energy efficiency, so use less energy overall. Then support investment in clean electricity infrastructure to ensure that the electricity we're using is as clean as possible. Then increase strategic electrification of vehicles and buildings, which is also an energy efficiency strategy, and to advance the use of low carbon fuels and increase energy resiliency across the system. So the executive order directs agencies, again, to use their existing authorities and budgets to prioritize implementation of these 5 pathways in ways that make sense for those agencies. The second part of the executive order is centered around getting clean energy projects built. And this is really directing agencies to look at existing processes and programs and identify areas where we can streamline processes or work or implement policies in tandem with one another to try to just speed up permitting of clean energy projects and associated infrastructure like transmission systems and energy storage. The EO also directs agencies to evaluate how existing policies have been working to really see if there are any other barriers that we can address and evaluate progress towards achieving Oregon's 100% clean electricity targets. And then the third and final section or substantive section of the executive order is focused on advancing public-private partnerships to help grow a clean energy economy in the state. The executive order also has several accountability mechanisms within it to ensure that agencies are tracking progress and creating implementation plans, which are underway right now. And those accountability mechanisms are closely aligned with the accountability mechanisms in the executive order that Chandra will talk about in a little bit. So does anybody have any questions on our clean energy and climate executive orders?
I will apologize before Mark, that I said one EO for energy and one for the resiliency piece, and we did have what we kind of thought of as an interim quick one, which was the acceleration of the projects that could be eligible for the federal tax credits. That really was driving toward that deadline, and then the longer term one is the one that I think is going to sustain for for years with a portfolio of things that need to be done. Sorry, I jumped in front of you there, Mark.
I just wanted to ask Amy, you did mention growing public-private efforts and partnerships. I guess what I'm wondering, to what extent do you have private individuals, businesses and the like, helping agencies maybe identify ways to streamline processes and enhance implementation? So what role would the private sector play there? Because I think that'll be critical for you all to be successful.
That's a great question, Mark. And it's one that we are continually trying to answer. What we've seen so far is just by opening up the door to these to more engagement with private entities and a willingness to explore existing processes and try to work out ways to improve existing or to streamline existing processes. We have started to see renewable energy developers reaching out to agencies directly and working and trying to think more, I guess, flexibly on how we can be implementing different requirements within our permitting frameworks. So we have seen improvements already, and we have seen more, I don't know if I would necessarily call them partnerships yet, but we've seen private entities working closely with agencies in a way that they haven't before. And over the next year, we're going to really be digging in and trying to develop more, not formal necessarily, but structured frameworks for establishing public-private partnerships around certain types of renewable energy development.
Good to hear. Thanks.
Jeff, would you like me to call on folks?
Chair Coates, that's fine. You should. It's your meeting. We're
Yeah.
visitors. Sorry, I just jumped in front of Mark and I realized that I needed to apologize to him. So
It's fine. I was just coming in to help you out a little bit here. Barbara.
Good morning. Thank you. Amy, I'm curious, you talked about the federal tax credits expiring. And do you know when they are expiring?
We do for solar and wind projects and certain other, many other types of renewable energy. Projects have to start construction by July 4th of 2026 in order to qualify for the tax credits. And then they have to enter into service within 4 years following the date upon which they commence construction. So if we assume that projects commence construction in July of 2026, that gives them until 2030 to go online, which is a really tight time frame for building these types of projects.
Thank you.
Mark Labhart.
Barbara, thanks for zooming in from New Zealand. That's dedication for sure. Amy, just a quick question. The governor's new Prosperity Council was just brought up to speed, and they're looking at working, I guess, throughout the rest of the year. How does this executive orders tie in with that new Prosperity Council for business?
Thank you. That's a great question. So we think that these executive orders are very complementary to the Prosperity Council and the prosperity initiatives announced by the governor. And it's all centered around promoting and facilitating economic growth across the state in a way that's sustainable and helps to grow our clean energy sector in the state. So the way that we're looking at the implementation of these climate and energy focus EOs right now in the context of the prosperity initiatives is really looking at how we can help projects develop, how we can help companies grow their businesses, and how we can help create markets and market certainty to increase clean energy growth in the state, while also maintaining affordability, which is also a key priority. Just want to make sure that's really clear.
Great, thank you.
Russ. You're on mute, Russ.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Amy, thank you for the presentation, and Jeff, thank you for being with us. So in terms of alignment with our work, I'm wondering if there has been discussion about forest health thinning biomass and the transportation subsidies that are essential to get that biomass to energy production facilities.
Great question. In the context of the executive orders, they're really focused on executive authority and regulatory action. We didn't look into subsidies specifically. What we have been doing is we consider biomass power generating facilities to be a clean source of clean energy. And so we've been working with some of our regional solutions coordinators and some of the individuals that are organizing around biomass utilization to look into how we can get facilities built and how we can get facilities constructed more quickly by streamlining some of our state processes, recognizing that the transportation costs are a major constraint to biomass utilization across the state. So I think those conversations are continuing, certainly at various levels, but they're not necessarily directly related to the executive orders because that would require legislative action.
Thank you.
Jamie?
Thank you so much for presenting this and being open to answering questions we may have. I've got a couple and I'll just mention them and respond to them as you will or not. One is I'm thinking about impacts to OWEB's work and we make funding allocations. So is this, with the urgency of this, should we be considering adapting our existing funding processes to adapt to these changes if there's a timeliness issue? So that's one question. The second is the extent and reach of this work. Would it include projects that have related impacts, such as energy savings on housing developments, or is it limited to certain types? And then I'm also thinking about the factoring in of review of projects that may have other impacts on natural resources. This may or may not include things like data farms, but then there's a known impact on water resources. So how are we thinking about that? And if you could provide some insights and guidance. And then lastly, you'd mentioned 2025 and 2029. We also received some information on 25, 26. I was wondering if you were all going to touch on that as well. So let me know if you need any of those repeated, but there's a couple questions that came up. Thank you.
I may, but I'll do my best.
And we may do this one together. Tag team it.
So first, Chandra will be talking about Executive Order 2526 in a moment. So you'll get a lot more information about that executive order. Executive Orders 2525 and 2529 don't specifically name OWEB as an agency or a board or commission that's directly responsible for implementing its directives. That said, to the extent that you are considering projects that would help to advance implementation of those energy strategy pathways, based on the examples you provided, like increasing energy efficiency is one of those pathways. So to the extent that that is a factor that you're considering when you're looking at different projects, I think it would very much align with the executive order to consider the energy efficiency or energy savings associated with a certain type of project over another. And relating to your question, I hope I'm capturing this correctly, but around the type of projects that could be assisted based on the directives in the executive order, a housing development that is more energy efficient would also align with that energy strategy pathway to increase energy efficiency and reduce energy use across all sectors. So really, any type of development project that's more efficient would align with that directive.
And Jamie, I'll zoom up to a higher altitude for a second. The intention with all of the executive orders is not to change agency missions, and so your core mission remains the core mission of OWEB. And the key to this is to just be thoughtfully examining how your mission intersects the directives of the order, and I think that Amy's right that there may be an intersection for OWEB, but it's fine if you don't come across an intersection on the energy one and really are finding yourself leaning much more into the resiliency discussion that's in the executive order that Chandra is going to talk about. We wouldn't, for instance, expect any agency to change a core function that of the statutes that direct them on how they administer their authorities to broaden in the name of it. But I think Amy's right. If there is an unexpected intersection with the work that Sarah's staff is doing to bring things to this board, I think she would be calling it out that, hey, this is consistent with the executive order such and such in this way, and we'd like you to think about that. Or if you're setting a work plan, you would have that kind of conversation also, I think. Maybe not specific to Amy's executive order, but again, more to the restoration, our resiliency EO that is, really closely aligned to core mission values for OWEB, but not so much ODO, right? And that's the Department of Energy. It is agency by agency.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I think we should move forward. Chair Coates, if you're ready for Chandra to do the other one, that'd be great.
Yeah, actually, I was just going to say that I want to acknowledge Dan, though. Do you have a question related to this, or can we wait?
It was just a very quick comment on another potential kind of overlap area for OWEB is in our land acquisition. We've had conversations in the past about land acquisition projects where there's currently utilities crossing, and that piece comes into play and maybe plays a role in future transmission and whatnot. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. That is a really helpful flag. And yes, there would be an intersection there with this executive order.
Okay, great. Let's move on to Chandra.
And thanks, Chair Coates. And I do have, okay. Thank you. I think we forgot to put the slides up for Amy, so apologies for that. We can go to the next slide. I think I just have one that we can have up. Yeah, and I'll flick this over in a second. So again, Chandra Ferrari, Natural Resources Policy Advisor with the Governor's Office. We are, again, really excited to be here with you today because unsurprisingly, OWEB's work is really strongly connected to the goals in particular of Executive Order 2526, which is all about taking urgent action to promote the resilience of our natural and working lands and waters and communities as well. So I'm going to start with just a few truths, if you will, that underpin this executive order, and then move on to the components of the executive order, and then hopefully leave some time for discussion because I know we're getting kind of close to time. So first, this executive order is really about acknowledging the value of our natural and working lands and waters, recognizing that they are immensely valuable to Oregonians and that they really provide a range of benefits, which I know I don't need to tell you all about, but there's economic benefits, environmental benefits, cultural benefits, social benefits, and there's also the opportunity to increase carbon sequestration as well. And we also know that resilient and natural and working lands and waters help build resilient communities. So it is a component of resilient communities. Second, this executive order recognizes that we are encountering changes here on many levels. And that produces effects such as changes to our water availability, to severity and occurrence of wildfire, changes to air and water temperature, things like that, that can and do impact the health and resiliency of our lands and waters, and thus their ability to provide multiple benefits to Oregonians going forward. Third, we know that to retain all of those values that our natural and working lands and waters provide into the future, we need to urgently act to build their resiliency and their resiliency to change specifically. And finally, this executive order acknowledges that given the stakes and importance of this topic, that we, the collective we, agencies, are best served by leveraging our resources together in our capacity and acting in a coordinated and strategic way to advance actions in coordination with partners. So those are kind of the underpinnings of the executive order. The executive order itself, it's a little meaty, I've been told. So some folks might take a while to get through the contents of it. So I'll summarize it real quick. But there's essentially, and actually, if you could change the slide, that would be great. To the next slide, I believe. there's essentially 5 different buckets of work that are encapsulated within this executive order. And the first is around identifying resilient attributes. And what we are basically trying to do here is produce a common understanding of what we are trying to achieve on a broad scale. What does it mean to have resilient lands and waters? What are the characteristics of resilient lands and waters, considering all of the future changes that we know are coming? So kind of as our first order of business, our natural resource agencies are working to define key resiliency attributes to help agencies and collaborators get on the same page about what we are trying to achieve on this higher level. And then once we do have those are intended to be kind of a guiding lens, right, for the rest of the buckets of work that I will talk about as well. So the second bucket of work is really looking at actions that will protect and promote the resiliency of our working lands. So keep our working lands working. And as Amy kind of noted about her executive order, we're really looking at this through the executive lens and what we are able to do. So what we have asked our agencies to do here is to take a hard look at the programs, the processes, the practices that support diverse products from working lands and waters including oceans as well, that also provide co-benefits. And how can we improve those? How can we expand that toolbox if needed? What's working, what's not working? We'll have an assessment of our toolbox, if you will. And then we also have a segment in there about really partnering with a few entities that are focused on nearshore environments, recognizing that we have a very strong and vibrant economy attached to that and some really diverse and important ecosystem values as well. And so we have a specific call out for that as well. The third bucket of work is really focusing in a little bit more on our natural lands and waters. And shorthand for this bucket is 10 by 10, because what we are looking to do here is to support actions that will improve resiliency of 10% of our lands, an additional 10% of our lands and waters within 10 years. And there's some additional direction within the EO that seeks to prioritize these actions in places that we know will be the most meaningful for building resilience, that also will be durable in securing those benefits, and that are also really, again, they have a lens where we're looking for actions that produce as much benefit as possible. So we're really trying to do actions where they will matter most and to wring the most benefit out of those actions that we do. The fourth bucket of work is essentially a walk the walk category, where the state of Oregon has lands and waters that we own or manage that we need to be identifying and implementing climate resiliency strategies as part of whatever our existing management objective is for those lands and waters. So again, taking a close look at our existing practices, making sure that we're really setting the example and walking the walk. And the fifth category is really around building community resiliency. And a few of the items within this bucket, it's a broader category, and it does attach to some of the work from some other members of our governor's office team. One of those is an effort to build a plan for a resilient Oregon. This is a really community-driven effort to think about the strategies and tools available to communities to build their resiliency in a number of different ways. Natural resources is a piece of it, but not the full scope. That's ongoing right now. And so we are seeking to see that process out in partnership, of course, with communities across the state. Additionally, within this category are actions related to protecting Oregon from catastrophic wildfire and building fire adapted communities. And a big piece of this is implementation of our 20-year landscape resiliency plan. Those are the main buckets of work in terms of substance that we are trying to advance. But of course, equally important to what we are trying to do with this executive order is how we are trying to do it. A big piece of the executive order's focus is on integrating agency actions and making sure that we are well coordinated. So as part of the executive order, we have mandated the establishment of an interagency team to oversee implementation of this work in coordination with our office. That team has been established and is already meeting. That team is also responsible for kind of directing the completion of biennial work plans. Jeff referenced those, I think, before, where each agency is going to be identifying their ties to this executive order, identifying what they're going to achieve in their work plans, and sharing those with their boards and commissions for feedback and for public dialogue as well. There's also an interagency technical team that is meeting or that's going to be convened to look at certain aspects that are not completely fleshed out in the EO, but need to be, including supporting the work of identifying the resiliency attributes. And then additionally, there is a contemplation of an advisory group comprised of board and commission members that would be formed to help advise on the implementation of this executive order as well. Russ, I see that you have a question.
Hey, let's take the slide down so we can see folks, if you don't mind. It'd be great.
Oh, sorry, Russ, I think you're on mute.
Can take it to the end. I'll wait.
Okay. Liz, do you have one for now, or do you want to? I'll wrap up here in a minute.
Oh, okay. I thought you were wrapped up. So.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No. Well, I will wrap up. I guess. I guess I'll just say that. So that's the buckets of work we identified. We kind of identified some of the things about how we're planning to proceed with implementing the work. And then I just wanted to note how, the deep appreciation that we have for the work that is already ongoing, that you all have been doing to ensure that changing climate conditions and contributions to resiliency are considered in many of your grant making processes. And of course, the grant making processes that you all are pursuing now or implementing now to promote stewardship practices on working lands, because OWEB really does have a very strong role in the implementation of this executive order. Sarah will update in future meetings about her work leading, co-leading an interagency team that again is charged with the resiliency attribute development process. They're of course a member of the leadership team. And as you all are very well aware, have a lot of tools and resources that are key to achieving the resiliency objectives that are in the executive order. So very excited about the work, very excited to be partnering with you all on it as well. So I will conclude there and happy to take some questions. So Russ.
So Chandra, thank you. This is really exciting, and I'm so pleased that the governor is giving you the power to implement such a powerful, focused effort. I must say that the timing is extraordinary. We have the update of the state wildlife action plan that was completed in 2026. That has already helped to empower the work of OWEB and its focus. We're having a discussion about the new FIT priorities and embedding in that the connectivity work and the climate work. So excellent work by both agencies' leadership staff to be able to move that forward. And I also am really pleased that on your hire at the Department of Forestry and New Forester, the coordination with ODF as it relates to forest health continues to be a priority of ours, and making sure that as we look at prescriptions on the ground for forest health treatment, that they are meeting the urgency of the changing fire regime condition classes on the ground. We understand that work, and we're committed to embracing the latest in technology to be able to identify the most vulnerable places in the state.
That's wonderful to hear. Every comment you made there, I very much appreciate, and I think you are absolutely right. There's been some extremely important work that's been ongoing and some completed deliverables that are very relevant to how we advance this work. And we're really excited to have a space for rich conversations and sharing to make sure that we're not missing any connection points, right, across agencies, because as we know, on occasion that can happen. And there really is just such good work being done that we need to make sure that we're advancing it in a really strategic way, because we do not have all the resources in the world, and you all know that as well. So I really appreciate all the work you all have been doing to try to integrate and use the existing resources and tools that have been created. And we are also very excited for the state forester. So
one other comment real quick. Short session, we're going to be seeing House Bill 4143 that has the potential of bringing in $35 million annually to implement these strategies you're talking about. And I hope that the governor will stand and commit to that program and the generation of revenues that are so urgently needed in these times, and for Oregon to stand up as a leader as it relates to these efforts. That cash will be vital as we move forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Russ.
Russ, you did touch on one thing that I wanted to just bring a little bit more clarity to. The development of resiliency attributes is really to provide a compass, if you will, of a uniform set of attributes that if we pay attention to these things like wildlife corridors or cold water refugia, or you can guess what the list might be, the agencies, agency by agency, will look at their intersection of their mission with those with the key attributes and say, okay, well, here's a course screen for us to discuss how to prioritize things in a way that if we follow these attributes, we will be better managing 10 years. We'll be in a better position in 10 years from now than we would be if we weren't thinking about these attributes as part of our implementation. And so you brought up those attributes. They're not an agency by agency thing. There will be a set that's developed that is then provided to the agencies and to our boards to kind of say, okay, which ones make the most sense for us as we're prioritizing or developing a work plan for the next year. And I think for OWEB, that's kind of a key integration piece for y'all.
Kelly, do you want me to go through hands? I'm happy to do that. But if you would like to as well. I think Liz was up next.
I think Liz was up next, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll just pile on what Russ said. I really want to just applaud your third bucket on community and wildfire. And, I think we just all understand that the major disturbance and landscape changer has been wildfire, especially, since 2020. And I had a chance to visit the Western Wildfire Lab in Missoula this fall, and they just have some great science on the increasing severity and intensity of wildfire, and especially on soil. So I just think that bucket is right on. But Chandra, I wanted to just ask about that Ford bucket on Walk the Walk, on Oregon-owned, state-owned land and water. In the context of what the overall first slide was, it just on Oregon working lands and water, is there something there that you're trying to focus on the Walk the Walk piece that would be helpful for us across forest lands, park lands, and such? Is there just wanted to get some further insight on that, Chandra?
On the Walk the Walk? Well, I think it is thinking about management through a resiliency lens. And so while I don't have absolute specifics, the idea would be that we are trying to be a little bit innovative in terms of, again, deriving as much benefit as we can, demonstrating that perhaps if we manage something this way, we also get more sequestration benefit, for instance, because we have wildlife areas, right, where we can demonstrate more benefit for certain management techniques. Or for instance, ODFW has been undertaking a review of their hatchery facilities, right? And thinking about where are they most likely to be resilient going forward, given the water supply coming into those facilities, right? So it's trying to think kind of in a future lens. Parks is doing the same thing. Like, what upgrades are most meaningful for parks facilities right now, kind of given where things are going with climate change, and how could they use natural solutions to buttress against some of those risks, right? Because we have a lot of park properties that are close to where you have sea level rise or erosion or things like that. So I don't have specifics except to say the hope is that we're just empowering a more creative lens to the way that we manage, and that we have spaces for sharing, right? What we're thinking about and what's been working, and hopefully being able to model success so that maybe we take that outside of the enterprise as well. So always happy for ideas there.
Okay, great.
Always happy for ideas. I'm going to modify one thing Chandra said, and that is, it's not hope, it's an expectation of the governor.
Yes.
The
Okay.
state managed lands are going to be thoughtfully integrating co-benefits as part of their management planning and or acquisitions, and parks, forestry, and ODFW are key, but I think it does have an intersection with your acquisition program, because it's a great way to add co-benefits to landscapes, whether they're working or ecologically based.
All right, thanks much.
Thanks,
Jamie.
Liz.
Thanks. And this is more of a comment. I was going to ask some of the questions that came up that others have raised, but as I understand, there's no additional budget funds for this year, and Russ has flagged some opportunities. But I just do want to call out, in terms of doing this work on the ground, the great work of conservation districts and soil and water conservation districts. So I don't know if there's an opportunity for targeted funding, either through OWEB or through another resource to them, to really help further these goals, because they're the boots on the ground. And then just another thought with regard to this overall approach, as Jeff has and Sean has related. Sarah, this may be flagging a question for a future board discussion on this, because we have limited time with our the governor's representatives. But I'm wondering if OWEB's existing climate resolution helps to provide us already with a framework to drive towards these goals. And we may have some of this already baked in, and we just may need to use this to further focus on the governor's directive. But thank you
Thanks,
all for
Jamie.
participating.
I want to just say real quick, I really think it does. And I think the initial sort of background work that staff have been doing to research potential attributes has really drawn a lot on that resolution and finding connection points to similar work that our sister agencies have done, including state agencies, local governments, federal agencies, and tribes, who've been great leaders in climate adaptation planning throughout the state and region.
Yeah, and the timing of the issuance of the EO really is in the middle of this biennium, and with enough runway that we do expect the executive order and the attributes and the work of the agencies to be integrated into their budget requests to the governor for the 27-29 budget biennium.
That's a very important point that I did miss. That the cadence of those work plans is supposed to be able to support budget and legislative activity, recognizing that we're a little off cycle given when it came out this time, but we're still working to make sure that we've got, items that will inform those processes. And Jamie, I just wanted to note too that leveraging resources where we can and making sure that we've got the right tools and, two partners that are implementing this work is 100% in the scope of this executive order. I think we are wanting to take a hard look at what the state has to offer to facilitate the good actions on the ground. Like, are we doing what we need to be doing? Recognizing that maybe resources will be a bit more constrained and we need to be really focused in where those go, at least now. But, doing what we can to leverage the partnerships across the board, the other actors that do work, the funding pots that are available. It could be that we can get some other folks excited about this work that, have other funding sources too that they might want to contribute. Like, we've been trying to see if we can get folks excited in general about devoting some other resources this direction. So,
Dan?
Just another kind of quick comment, not OWEB related, but in the wildfire community resilience bucket. I think it should be we need to build community resilience, but prescribe fire smoke as well, right? Part of the strategy here is putting more fire on the ground and making sure those communities can, reduce their exposure by sheltering in place in some sort of a way. And your agencies are working hard on it, obviously, already. But just that's a big piece of the equation.
100%. I appreciate you raising that. And that is included specifically in the executive order as well, that we're looking to increase the extent and scale of prescribed burning, but also understanding and mitigating human health impacts associated with those. And that is a strong connection point to the CO that we have from, OHA and it will be encompassed kind of in their work plan and DEQ, of course, too. So yeah,
as the EPA ex officio member, I felt obligated to be
And that's something just to, Dan, that I'm not sure a lot of folks know. We have integrated the Oregon Health Authority into the Natural Resource Cabinet. In the intersection of that, at least the portion of that agency that intersects directly with environmental health, or environmental threats. So we have a public health component sitting at the table twice a month in our agency director meetings, and they'll be participating in this as well.
And they've been great, as well as DEQ and others in that Bend pilot project, for example. It's been a great success and lots to build off of it.
Great. Thanks, Dan.
You know, I don't see any other hands, Kelly, so maybe I can just again at 100,000-foot level, you know, touching on a couple of things that folks have said. You know, the agencies have 12 or 14 agencies have 2.8% of the budget that represents the slice of the pie for natural resource management in this state. And so this EO really is, how do we manage that slice of the pie in a more integrated fashion? And we're doing a really good job as a set of agencies doing that now. But it really, after a lot of discussions at agency director cabinet meetings, there really was a strong desire that came to us that having that North Star that is embodied in the term resiliency and building more resiliency was a real clean way to be talking about our work, your work, organizing our work, and integrating maybe a little, you know, finding that space to integrate it more. And so the implementation is really about integration. And it's about integrating not just agency missions around that North Star, but also thinking about drawing a stronger connection with the chairs of our boards to work with the directors to kind of come to you with this thoughtful exercise in mind as you're doing your meeting to meeting, year to year planning. So I think that's kind of the core piece of how this started and where it's headed. And I think the outline that Chandra gave you is the manifestation of how that might unfold in state lands, working lands, 10% more across the board. I think it's all about that directional approach. So thanks for the time. And this won't be the last time we're here to talk to you about this. I think once we get those working plans going and we get closer to the next budget cycle, we'll probably be dropping in again in some form.
If you'll have us.
Of course we will. Anytime. You're welcome anytime.
Good to see all of you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks all.
All right. Take care. Have a good day.
Okay. So Russ, I did see your hand come up at the very end there, so I would just suggest following up with Sarah if you have an additional question. Zavi?
Yeah, no, thank you all. I'm just gonna I guess for the record, I don't know, I'm gonna pop off at 11:15 right now, and I will jump back on around 1:15, 1:20-ish when we do the voting process and portion. So I will return shortly.
Perfect. Thank you. Enjoy your conference. Okay. We are moving on to item C, director's updates, and I am going to hand it off to Sarah for her agency review, and this is going to be for those of you using the ebook. It's going to be on page 11.
Thanks, Chair Coates. For the record, Sarah O'Brien, OWEB's Executive Director. Linda read my mind, as always, and put the slides up. I do want to let folks know we knew that there would be a lot of interest in the conversation with the Governor's Natural Resource Office, so we put a little bit of an aspirational break in there at 11:25 that has now been withdrawn from the agenda. So if you need to self-rescue before our 12 o'clock break, feel free to just turn your camera off for a second if you need to. I'm going to take just a few minutes here to help us look ahead to 2026. I had somebody say Happy New Year to me the other day, and it felt like, It's been already a year or two since January 1st, but also it is still January, and it is a good time to say Happy New Year and enjoy our snow-themed slides in hopes that that will bring us some snowpack. So thank you for that, Linda. And look ahead. I don't think that I have anything to say about today's meeting, actually, because Kelly and Lindsay covered that very ably at the beginning. I'll share a couple staff updates and then share some additional details and background around the conflict of interest materials that you will have found in your board packet. Sound like a plan? Linda, can you take us to the next slide? This slide, friends, is going to do a lot of work for us. This is what we anticipate the board's kind of big picture focus to look like across 2026. You'll see we didn't include a lot of January stuff here because you already know what's on your agenda for today. I will say that we have a lot going on this year that comes in and out of rulemaking or in and out of committee conversations. So when Stephanie and I and Nicole and Linda sat down to try to make this slide, there were a lot of like, where does it begin? Where does it end? So maybe it should have little fade in and fade out options in some of these bars. And of course, we'll continue to sort of adapt to the new realities that are coming fast and furious these days as we work through the year. But we wanted to give you some kind of glimpse of what's ahead. Folks will remember from our really great panel presentation and discussion at the last meeting that we're in the midst right now of water acquisitions rulemaking. Renee and Brian, Eric Hartstein, and others are leading that staff effort and just have a really great, professional, thoughtful, engaged Rules Advisory Committee working on that effort. And we'll bring you an update in April. So we'll have a chance to dive into the progress on rulemaking in a little bit more detail then. Land acquisitions program modernization. Similarly, you'll hear from that committee later and a more detailed conversation or presentation by Renee at the end of our meeting tomorrow. So please stick around for that. It has been a really great committee, really diving into the weeds of our land acquisition program and the nuts and bolts of how that's working. And over the next few meetings here, we'll start to bring just more and more substantive information and feedback, hoping for a board sort of recommendation, either guidance or initiation of rulemaking later this year in July. So that is moving a little slower than expected, but just because it has been meaty and well engaged and well supported both by staff and partners and board members in ways that we're really excited about. So expect to hear more of that a little bit later in the year. You've heard, I think, even already at our last meeting, the beginning of public comment around our upcoming pre-rulemaking engagement work for our council and Soil and Water Conservation District capacity grants. I did want to mention a couple of little clarifications on that from the materials. That's an attempt to start working ourselves towards a rule set that will include both our outcome-based capacity grants to councils and districts, which operate somewhat separately now. That'll be a pretty long process. We'll have a lot of pre-engagement. We have an initial listening session coming up, I believe, the first week in February here. We'll have a lot of report back and discussion with the board. You can expect a lot of public comment from our partners on that. It's a big deal. I know that we hear about capacity work almost every meeting, regardless of whether we're engaged in rulemaking around that or not. And so we really want to make sure to over-engage, over-communicate, and really be in good touch with our partners and with the board on this particular process. So the time frame is shown as a little flexible. I did want to clarify, just because the title of the current administrative rules is reflected in the memo that we shared. It's called currently Outcome-Based Watershed Council Capacity Grants. And again, the goal is to start weaving together council and district grants and rules a little bit better going forward. So regardless, just to be clear of when those rules are adopted, they won't be ready for the next cycle of grants to apply to the 27-29 biennium. So even if we are right on our aspirational schedule and finish rulemaking by July of 2027, which is kind of our most optimistic view on this. Those rule changes would actually apply starting with the 2029 to 2031. And I can't believe I'm saying that number in a year, but 2031 capacity grants. So we really want to recognize this as a big part of how councils and districts operate in the state, and we want to make sure we give folks a fair amount of time to both have input and feedback and also just kind of prepare for any changes that might involve. Jessie mentioned in her update, and I think a couple of other folks flagged too, agency budget updates. On our normal current budget cycle, we've got some updates there, and I think what's shown on the calendar here on the look forward to 2026 is more focused on our agency budget development, and we'll bring pops to the board here as we have in the past and discuss those with you. I did want to also provide an update related to what Jessie described for the current budget cycle 25-27. Folks who follow the state budget or agency land closely will know that shortly after the October board meeting, it really has become apparent. I think this was at least a little apparent even before October, that this upcoming February short session of the legislature will be really focused on bringing the state budget back into balance after some significant changes both to revenue and increased expenditures needed kind of mostly from federal legislation and some other changes on the ground. So the legislature has asked agencies to submit 5% budget reduction options to the legislature. This is pretty unusual. It's pretty unusual, as I understand it, as a newbie to the state, to be in this kind of challenging of a budget balance environment in short session. So we had to submit these reductions by fund type. We had the ability to figure out sort of, we had greater flexibility than we sometimes have in the past in suggesting reduction options, how best to divide those cuts between grants and operations. So that gave us a little more flexibility. We did have to make those recommendations for fund type or by fund type. So other fund, federal fund, or actually, I'm not sure we did federal fund, but lottery funds and the small amount of remaining general funds. So most of the options that we put forward were on the grant side of the budget. We really felt that we've got, at this point in OWEB, based on our last biennium numbers, a 9% operations rate, the equivalent sort of an overhead rate if you were operating in the nonprofit environment. Just felt like we have really been running too lean to propose significant options and staff reductions. But we did try to minimize those, of course, to the extent possible. We're really hoping to communicate clearly to the legislatures how many organizations are dependent on our grant making at this point. And we did hold a couple of vacant positions open a little longer than we had planned in order to be able to preserve some options there. So all agencies had to submit these reductions. They're really in the legislature's hands now, and the conversations between the legislature and the executive branch will consider these options during the February legislative session. And we're all kind of sitting and waiting for that to gear up and see how it goes. So not much news yet on the 27-29 budget development process. This time in the previous biennium, I wasn't here, but I'm told that by this time we had gotten some initial budget instructions from the governor's office, from DAS, our Department of Administrative Services Chief Financial Office. That is a hard acronym. I think there may be some, intent to wait and see how this budget rebalancing effort goes before we decide how to put together a 27-29 budget out of the executive branch and building up to governor's recommended budget. So we're hoping in the next few weeks here that we'll get our instructions for developing our agency request budget. We'll do some outreach, we'll do some conversations and communication with the board, and present some additional ideas and feedback. I really hope we'll be there by the April meeting and ready to start having some conversations there. I think that'll be necessary to get us on the path to be ready for governor's budget. I do really quickly want to say, related to on that topic, to Russ's comments earlier today. Of course, board members as individuals are always welcome to engage with the legislature during session. We just ask that if and when you do that, you just let folks know that you're wearing the private individual hat and not representing the OWEB board, just to make sure we keep our lines of communication clear. So the last couple things here are a little simpler, and I'll move on to the next slide in just a sec. I really appreciated Lindsay's reflections during board member comments today of the just strength and diversity and balance of this board. I think it's really cool. You guys called yourselves nerds, so I'll take the liberty of echoing that. We've got our bureaucracy nerds, we've got our policy and permitting nerds, we've got our science and management nerds, our fish and wildlife and habitat folks, and our community engagement and kind of helping us connect to community. And the balance of this board at this point, I think, is really really admirable and beautiful in that sense. A lot of you wear multiple of those hats, and I really look forward to the conversations that we have to come. This is also a really, I would say, high-performing collaborative board that really, despite its size, and maybe because of its size, engages in dialogue just remarkably naturally and builds towards collaborative and more consensus-based decision-making very often, very naturally. Folks who serve on other state agency boards and commissions may be familiar with the work that some of our other sister agency boards have been doing with Donna Silverman, a consultant whose work Silverberg, that should be Silverberg, has been doing with the with a number of our boards and commissions. Donna has been working with our staff's executive team and is turning her attention to the board next, and also doing some kind of communication and negotiation training with our staff over the next couple of months. So we're really happy to have her support. Rather than the more sort of intensive engaged efforts that Donna's done with some of the other boards and commissions where they develop bylaws and pretty detailed agreements, we've let Donna know, like, we really admire her approach and the structure and support she brings to board management. And we think this is such a high-performing collaborative board that we almost just want to take the opportunity to document some of our cultural habits and what does it look like when this board is working well together. What's our framework for sort of self-governance of this board going forward, and how do we want to make sure that we're showing up in these dialogues and deliberations as our best selves, and also in the great relationship between board and staff. So that'll be probably a lighter effort than some of you who serve on other boards and commissions might have seen with Donna, but we really want to take advantage of her availability and her expertise with her team to come in and have a couple of conversations with you at least. So we're aiming for Donna and her colleague Emily Stantz to come and introduce themselves in April briefly. In July, we'll be meeting, and that'll be virtual. In July, we'll be meeting up in their neighborhood in the Dalles. And so we're going to really do our best to hold like a half day for a little board retreat and some work with Donna there if we're able to. And then coming out of that, we'll have just some very light documents and sort of best practices or sort of cultural agreements to document the way that this board works together and wants to continue to work together in the future. And in the midst of that, you all are going to have more grant award decisions than you can possibly imagine. So we didn't try to call those out, or it would have been a very crowded slide. We've got a lot going on and a lot of different funding streams going in different directions around different priorities right now. And we're excited to have that and be contributing to communities and to organizations in that way during this challenging time. I do also want to flag on that topic. Later this spring, March, early April, we'll be reaching out to board members, all of our board members, with an invitation, if you haven't already done so, to sit and observe one of our regional review teams, so that board members can have a closer look into what that review team structure looks like and how those conversations work. I had an opportunity to do that myself with this last funding cycle, last late fall, early winter, and it's really inspiring, and I think it will change, if you haven't done that yet, change the way you see those funding recommendations and the way that they come to the board. So we'll encourage folks sometime over the course of the next couple of open solicitation cycles to see if they can find a time to join those in person and be kind of a fly on the wall observer for those conversations. I better move forward quickly now. Linda, can you take us to the Director's Award memo? Just a quick reminder, this is information that we share kind of for general transparency, and as an FYI, these are grants that the board delegated to me for award, either because they're non-competitive, they're nested under focused investment partnerships. They're managed on behalf of another funding agency, or they're very time sensitive. So in the last quarter, that's been about $6.5 million through 26 separate delegated award memos and the categories that are laid out here. A little bit related to that, Linda, if you can go to the next slide. We had a fascinating point, I thought, from Bruce Buckmaster in the last meeting in his whatever the opposite of inaugural is, his final meeting. We had a conversation around the receipt of the, I'm not going to try to say what CREPTA stands for. Now I'm tempted. No, I'm not. From NRCS, we had a case where Bruce, we were doing a receipt of these federal funds and then a two-part motion to effectively receive, incorporate, and then incorporate those into the spending plan. And Bruce was like, well, why do we do two steps here when they kind of always have to come together? So we did do a little research about the why. We learned that there's no reason, legally speaking, or technically or financially speaking, that the board needs to make a motion to accept outside funding sources. It seemed normal to me because it's something really normal to nonprofit boards. But we do have, I think, a responsibility to the board to kind of give some transparency around not just funds that the agency is receiving, but an early heads up that, you know, that there's something in the works that might come to you, because you do have the responsibility, of course, to approve updates to the spending plan once we receive those funds. I never like to ask a board to vote on something if it's not really sort of necessary to meeting their governance role. I think it can be kind of confusing to the public, and it puts you in an awkward position. If, for example, we're handed general funds from the legislature and directed to do something, then it's not really an optional vote. So we've come up with a proposed process that was kind of inspired by Bruce's feedback in that meeting that we think meets the spirit of good communication and the desire to be transparent without requiring the extra process. So not a big change. We wanted to flag it for you just, and then we'll have an opportunity to test this out with a question on coastal wetlands grants a little bit later today. But our idea is that rather than having that two-step voting process, we would just give you an early heads up when we're either pursuing outside funds or where they might be coming to us soon. If we hear a new legislatively allocated funding source could be coming our way, or if we're applying for federal funding, we'd let the board know in advance. And then at the point at which we might actually receive funds, we would just seek board approval for an updated spending plan that incorporates those funds without asking for a two-part motion. And hopefully thereby simplify all of our worlds a little bit. If you can go to the next slide, I'll give this a quick treatment because I know we want to leave plenty of time to hear from Ken here. We have some strategic plan updates that are flagged in the materials. Really want to encourage folks to take a close look at that. The staff does a lot of work to really take an organization, agency-wide assessment of how we're contributing to the strategic plan each quarter. I'd really love for folks to take a close look at that. I want to particularly call out the small grants team work and the fact that we've got those local grant contact teams up and running now, and are glad to have those partners supporting that and compensated for the support that they're providing for those roles due to our rule changes last year. Our staff reports, of course, include rulemaking updates and the additional information that I'll share here on conflict of interest policy. But also, please do take a look at the Oregon Plan Biennial Report. I think this is such a cool way of showing some of the outcomes that really go back to the very roots of our agency in the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds, and really sort of bring back and reconnect us to the continued relevancy of that plan. So it's got some key status updates. It demonstrates the interagency approach that we take, and it's resulted in a shorter and a punchier report that we really feel good about sharing with folks both here and externally in interagency land. So thanks to Audrey Hatch, Eric Hartstein, Linda Reblinger, and a number of other folks who work to make that possible. I'm going to cut just a couple minutes into Ken's time here, and I apologize if that then results in us cutting a minute into your lunch. But I did want to, if we can go to the next slide, call your attention to a little bit of work that we've done to follow up on a board discussion at the last meeting, the October meeting. There was a mention of our conflict of interest of policy in the meeting, but also we've had a number of board members come to us recently and really throughout the time, at least that I've been here, with questions about whether a connection they have to a particular grant project within a board vote is considered a conflict. Should they disclose the connection? Should they recuse themselves from a vote? What really is a conflict of interest and how do we manage it? So in sharing the results of this research, which you'll find a ton more information in the written materials, really encourage folks to spend some time with those. I really want to emphasize I do not have concerns about the way this board has managed conflicts in the past. We went back quite a ways on the record. We never found any example of a board member voting inappropriately or failing to make a disclosure. But we did a deep dive on this topic for a couple of reasons. First, I really feel like it benefits us as an agency to have board members like we have many of you today that have as past or former or current or potential future grantees, as folks who work closely with or in grantee organizations, a really deep understanding of our agency's mission and partners and programs. It's not the only way to connect with our work, but it's a really important way to connect with who we are as an agency. And I believe that having folks who have worked for or do work for grantee organizations on this board included is a real priority. I've shared that with the governor's office as we talk about future appointments, that we really welcome that and encourage it. So I want members across the board to be really comfortable coming into a vote and knowing the rules of the road. And I don't want anyone to come into a meeting feeling uncomfortable or uncertain about how to represent their work. It's a benefit to have real connections to the agency, and we want to make sure that we manage that way in a way that's transparent and builds confidence of the public in our decision making. But we need to make sure that folks know how best to show up. So that's part of the reason for our little bit of a deeper dive here. I also really don't want members to be naming a conflict and recusing themselves for something that's actually not legally defined as a conflict of interest. And in the work that Nicole and Steph and I and others did in building up to this meeting, we had a ton of conversations with folks at the Oregon Government Ethics Commission who really emphasized how, in many senses, a conflict of interest is narrower by definition than what folks might think it is. So if we get our language right, that can really avoid confusion with the public. And frankly, our voting rules are kind of strange. And so anytime we're like declaring a conflict or recusing ourselves when it's not really necessary, it can make it difficult for us to reach quorum. And also it can communicate maybe a lack of clarity unintentionally. So we really want folks to know the rules of the road, both for your own comfort and sort of transparency and protection, but also because we want to be clear in communicating the different kinds of interactions that folks have on this board with our grant making work. So you'll see in the materials, we did a lot of work between meetings here to with OGEC, Oregon Government Ethics Commission staff, to understand and clarify the state's COI policy. We were lucky to have, I guess, a couple of members come with questions specific to votes in this meeting. So we met together with OGEC staff to work through those examples, which was really handy and helpful. And the buttons here really outline the main ideas we want you to take from the materials. I was going to ask for questions. I do want to move us quickly to the tribal policy report. So I'm going to walk through these quickly and then ask folks to hold your questions and concerns and maybe bring that back to us either offline, or I'll ask the co-chairs what's the best way to revisit this conversation in the interest of time. I do want to take the opportunity to emphasize, though, these key points. So there is a singular state conflict of interest policy and statute. That's the first button. Agency boards and commissions are really actively discouraged from developing our own policies. And anytime an agency does develop an agency-specific policy, that goes through a pretty rigorous and lengthy review process with the Government Ethics Commission to ensure consistency with law. So if you have any questions, please do go directly to the next two buttons here. Nicole has provided a link to the guide for public officials, and also worked with OGEC to put together these OWEB specific examples, a sample script that folks can use if they're wanting to communicate either a conflict of interest or another kind of disclosure. And that third button there, when a particular question comes up, we really still want you to reach out to Nicole. She will err on the side of connecting you with the Government Ethics Commission staff and get some case-specific guidance on this. We all learn more each time, but also, as the staff at the commission have told us, the state's conflict of interest policy is remarkably clear and direct. But the point at which it intersects with humans and organizations and their financial interests, it becomes super complex just because humans are complex, even though the policy looks simple on its face. So the way this law gets applied gets kind of endlessly complex. And a lot of time it really does, as that fourth button indicates, require us to go to the Ethics Commission and ask their staff or even the actual commission for clarification on a case-by-case basis. The last thing I want to share quickly is just in looking back through the record of the last couple of years, there are a lot of situations where in common speech we might say, as I said before, this is a conflict, or I want to share a conflict or a potential conflict. A lot of these that we've talked about in the past are actually not considered a conflict of interest under the law. So please do have a close look at that guide for public officials. The term is really centered around individual financial interests. So if you have a situation that's not a conflict of interest by law, but you feel like it belongs out in the open on the record, we've shared some language here in the scripts to consider. You have the option to do that, and we welcome it. And I think folks in the public really appreciate it. So you can disclose a potential source of bias, or you can just say, hey, I have a connection to this grant decision that I want to disclose. I want to have it on the record. And so disclosing those connections, but naming them correctly can really help the public maintain their trust in the way we do our work and make sure that we're clear and consistent in the way that we apply voting. So that was a ton. I'm sorry. I always underestimate how long I'm going to want to talk about this stuff. So co-chairs, I'll leave it up to you. It looks like Jamie has perhaps a quick question. If you're okay with Ken running us into lunch, that's obviously your prerogative, but I want to make sure Ken gets the time that we allotted him to do his report, because we spent a lot of time on that this quarter too. Kelly, I think we're in your hands, maybe.
Yes. So let's go ahead with Jamie's question. But we do have to move along because I don't want to cut into everybody's lunch break too much because we do have a packed agenda for the next 2 days. So.
Thank you, and I absolutely looking forward to Ken's report. I do suggest that we set some time to actually have a conversation, because I think this is an important conversation. The thing I want to flag is a concern I raised before, and this is also, again, based on actual reaching out and receiving feedback from the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, is that there is a distinction between the rules as they apply to a business versus a government entity. And those are not consistent, they're dramatically different. And so in this case, a business is defined, and that's in the links we have, as a corporation, a partnership, firm, association, organization that can include a nonprofit. So the folks in this board who fall under that bucket, if we're all following the laws, and to Sarah's point, really important we follow the law and respect for the law, but those expectations can be dramatically different for those who work for government entities. And that, I think, is an issue with regard to disclosure and public trust. So I understand we don't have time to discuss this now, but I would strongly urge us to have some time later in the day, tomorrow, for the board to have some discussion to figure out how we can, in this time of limited funds, make sure we are maintaining the public trust that we work so hard to earn because of this distinction, still following the state law, while also having different rules apply to different people. And that's the concern that I have. So thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to raise that. And I do encourage us to set some time to have that discussion.
Thanks, Jamie. I would welcome a little more clarification if we'll see if we can fit that into this meeting's agenda. I leave that in the hands of the co-chairs. If we do end up carrying it over to another meeting, Jamie, I would welcome an offline conversation just to clarify, because you're absolutely right. The difference not only between a government and a business, but also between a nonprofit entity makes it a little bit more complex to navigate than it might look like on the surface. And folks have been great, especially over the last couple of months here, well, really throughout my tenure and before, about just flagging these early when you see it coming up on the agenda so that we can, Nicole will set you up and attend a meeting with the Government Ethics Commission with staff with you, so that we can clarify those. And we've handled a ton of those offline, and I hope that's been an opportunity for board members to come and navigate these waters with complete confidence when we get there. So I think it may not be terribly visible how often we're seeking advice on that and implementing it. And if members want any more support in that, Nicole is the best person to contact. She's making a lot of good friends over at OGEC these days. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sarah. We're gonna move on to agenda item D, the 2025 Annual Tribal Report. This is on page 27 of your ebook, and I'm gonna kick it over to Ken Fetcho, OWEB's Tribal Liaison.
Hi, co-chairs, members of the board. Happy New Year. It's so great to see you today. I'm going to be covering the report on the 2025 Annual Tribal Report, and I'm going to just share my screen, a few slides to sort of direct the presentation, so bear with me while I do that. And then hopefully you can see my slide now. Okay. Thank you so much. Just move this so I can see. So yeah, this report is an annual report we provide every year. It's actually due in mid-December, and we're required by law to submit it to the governor's office and the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, or LCIS, and work closely with a number of staff and managers to get that done each year. And so we did include that as an attachment, as attachment B to agenda item D in your ebook. So if you want to follow along, I encourage you to do that. But before I highlight some of the content that's in the 2025 Annual Tribal Report, I thought I would just provide some background on the framework that guides OWEB's work with tribes. So our government-to-government relationship is defined by three key policy. There's the executive order, there's Oregon revised statute, and then there's OWEB's tribal policy. And the first one there is in 1996, Executive Order 9630 was developed with tribal input and signed by then Governor John A. Kitzhaber, which was really officially recognized state and tribal government-to-government relations. And so this executive order included several actions, including but not limited to the following. There's just a few things that we thought we'd highlight, which basically says the governor's office will convene an annual meeting or summit with state agencies and tribes, and OWEB attends that. Leadership and tribal liaison attends that. Each state agency must develop a tribal policy that promotes dialogue. So that's where this tribal policy that we have, it's where it comes from. It's this executive order basically stating that each state agency will do that. And then it also says the state of Oregon is going to provide training to us to better recognize Indian issues and to understand and respect the legal status of tribal government. So it also says that. See here, next slide. So during the 2001 legislative session, Senate Bill 770 was enacted and codified key elements of that executive order. So this legislation also added a few things. It defined tribe to mean a fairly recognized tribe in Oregon, and it added the requirement that each state agency provide an annual tribal report to the governor and LCIS on the activities that they undertook to engage and include tribes in the decision-making process. So that's why we do this report. And so OWEB's tribal policy is the guiding document that describes how OWEB engages in government-to-government relations with federally recognized tribes in Oregon. This policy was first established in 2007 and revised in 2018 with tribal input. And this tribal policy has also been provided to you and is in attachment A of the staff report. So the goal of this policy is to maximize tribal relations and collaborative efforts and to resolve potential concerns by enhancing the exchange of information, ideas, and resources. And so the policy includes, but is not limited to, the following elements. These are a few things that we want to highlight and bring to your attention. That OWEB will include a tribal representative on the board, and that position is appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. And our policy also states that OWEB staff will assist the governor to reach out broadly to tribes and to seek interested volunteers to participate on the board. And so OWEB has had a tribal representative since 2000. And so the figure on page 2 of the annual tribal report includes a summary of those that have served as OWEB's tribal rep since 2000. And so our policy explicitly states that the tribal representative seat on the board is not intended to represent all the tribe's interest, and nor is it intended to replace the obligation that OWEB has to include tribes in the decision-making process. And so really, the tribal rep on the board ensures tribal perspectives are reflected in OWEB, the board's decision-making process. And really the benefit of having Kelly and Lindsay on the board is that they help identify opportunities for collaboration with tribes and ensure that the OWEB board and staff are aware of our responsibilities to involve and consider tribal interests. And they also share their practical experiences as OWEB grantees and technical expertise that they have as natural resource professionals. Other key elements of the policy also say that we're going to engage tribes in a variety of ways and seek early tribal involvement in policy development and in the review of projects to make funding recommendations. It also says that the tribal liaison and management, we're going to work to proactively provide training to staff to ensure that they're aware of the sovereign nature and authorities of tribes to improve their capacity to promote collaboration with tribes. Let's see. Slide. There we go. All right. So there's just now the fun stuff. So there's just a ton of information in here, and I'm only going to be able to highlight a few things due to the limited time. And I'm standing here between you and lunch, so I totally realize that. And so I just really encourage you, when you have some time, just please read the report when you get a chance. And certainly, if you guys have any follow up, you can reach out to Sarah and I. I just want to give a special shout out to Linda. I mean, she and I really worked together to, I think, develop a beautiful document with a ton of photos to illustrate how we're engaging with and supporting tribes to implement projects that enhance watershed conditions in Oregon. And, our work to engage with tribes and include them in our policy development and implementation process is just really a testament of OWEB's leadership and staff's efforts to embrace this work in a meaningful way. So I just really want to acknowledge that this is truly a team effort. I'm here as tribal liaison presenting this report, but this report reflects everybody's hard work. And it's, across our, different programs at OWEB, we're really working hard to foster relationships with our fairly recognized tribes in Oregon, and there's a lot of thought that is put into that. And this report just helps us celebrate those efforts and document them in a single report that we can share with others, including you. So, we're constantly recruiting tribal and natural resource professionals to participate on our technical review teams that make funding recommendations to the board. Tribes are very active in those technical review teams. They're super active in participating in many of the small grant teams that are spread across the state. All 6 regional review teams have at least one tribal natural resource professional participating in the review process. And several of the Focus Investment Partnership, or FIP, technical review teams and the Water Acquisition Grant Program include tribal participation. And just a few accomplishments that are bulleted out there on the slide that I like to call out include a tribal listening session that staff hosted with the fairly recognized tribes in Oregon last year. And the purpose of that listening session was to have just a deliberate and sort of focused conversation related to the review of the Focused Investment Partnership ecological priorities amongst the interested tribes and OWEB staff. And that was I participated in that listening session. I thought it was just really good to have that sort of group conversation with tribes and staff. Finally, tribes participated in panel discussions with the OWEB board and the board acquisitions and restoration committee in 2025 to share their perspectives on the water and land acquisition grant programs. And so these are just a few examples of how we're working across the agency to ensure OWEB's decision-making processes incorporate tribal input into OWEB policy development and implementation. And so one of the things that we continued to do last year was make a concerted effort to address recommendations to reduce barriers to tribes to accessing OWEB funds. These recommendations emerged from assessment of OWEB's grant practices that was completed in 2021 by Allie Miller, who at that time was a Portland State University graduate student. And one of the things that we were able to do is we incorporated several recommendations from tribes when we established OWEB's first tribal-focused grant opportunity to support tribal capacity for natural and cultural resources staff to develop projects that benefit steelhead and salmon in Oregon. And so during this assessment, tribes told Allie in these sort of one-on-one interviews that she held with them that OWEB's grant programs are super competitive and the applications take a long time to prepare. And they really encouraged us to establish a tribal-specific grant program where they could incorporate traditional ecological knowledge into their projects. And so that's what we did. We established a non-competitive grant offering specifically for tribes at the end of 2024, where we budgeted $100,000 for all of the 9 fairly recognized tribes in Oregon and the Nez Perce tribe to apply for. And so, essentially, tribes are encouraged to apply for a broad range of activities to meet their needs to develop projects, including funding for staff time, hiring a contractor, and incorporating traditional ecological knowledge if they're interested in doing that. We also reduced match to 5%. Tribes had previously told us that 25% cost share can be challenging and burdensome to meet. In addition, we streamlined the existing technical assistance application and kept the application open for a longer period of time. And that period of time was open from October of 24 all the way to the end of December 2025. So tribes could submit applications when it was a good time for them. And finally, internally at OWEB, we incorporated what I'm calling a rolling application review to review applications as they were submitted, and this helped us process applications in a timely manner. So this grant program has been, in my opinion, really well received from the tribes. To date, 8 of the 9 fairly recognized tribes and the Nez Perce tribe have submitted applications proposing a range of activities. Several of the applications submitted by tribes include effectiveness monitoring of planned restoration projects to measure the benefit to fish and habitat. 3 tribes submitted applications that propose hiring a contractor to help them design and permit specific stream restoration projects that are intended to benefit steelhead and salmon. 3 projects that we funded include actions to perform cultural resources reviews that are now required by the recently signed programmatic agreement with the National Marine Fisheries Service and the State Historic Preservation Office. And 2 tribes there that I'm highlighting on this slide took really creative approaches to utilizing these funds. The first one there, the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde we're taking a unique approach to participate in salmon recovery and conservation planning actions focused throughout the Willamette Basin. The tribes will utilize these funds to participate in the planning process for the management of the Willamette Dam system for fish recovery, including providing input to that process to direct restoration actions that are going to benefit steelhead and salmon. Finally, the project that we funded recently with the Burns Paiute Tribe, they're going to utilize these funds to develop and implement an outreach strategy to seek tribal input and collect fisheries data to prepare and inform salmon reintroduction efforts in the Malheur Basin. And so this project will set a strong example regarding developing a reintroduction strategy that's equally guided by traditional knowledge, cultural guidance, and technical science. So the report also really highlights efforts where staff spent significant time in engaging tribes in a variety of program initiatives last year. So 3 that we'd like to highlight today are listed on the slide here. The first one is that the agency began to really integrate tribes' input to modernize the land acquisition grant program. And so following up on information that we had already received from them and other efforts, OWEB leadership and staff conducted legal research and identified potential policy options that could help address barriers to tribal government access to the land acquisitions program. And so December of last year, the Acquisitions and Restoration Board Committee meeting, we hosted a tribal panel to hear directly from federally recognized tribes regarding their interest in OWEB's land acquisition grant program. We wanted to hear their thoughts on conservation easements and also which potential program changes that they think OWEB staff should prioritize to improve this important program's accessibility to the tribes. And so this feedback that they are providing is directly going to be applied and inform staff's efforts in 2026. The other tribal engagement effort that staff has invested significant time into last year is related to that programmatic agreement, or PA, you might hear us refer to it, that delegated certain Section 106 responsibilities of the National Historic Preservation Act, or NHPA. And so these responsibilities include reviewing projects, determining eligibility, and assessing a project's effect on historic properties. Additionally, this PA require OWEB to consult with other federal, state, and tribal governments involved in the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery funded project. So Shane James, our cultural resources specialist, has been working closely with Courtney Schaff to reach out to fairly recognized tribes in Oregon and the Nez Perce tribe to meet with them. And these meetings are really done and are crucial to help develop those relationships because it's a new role for OWEB, right? And so we want to help discuss, proactively how we can implement that programmatic agreement and gather input from tribal staff to conduct consultations with their respective tribes. Each tribe have a slightly different protocol or process that they want to work through. And we want to ensure that we know that, and really establishing those points of contact and discussing the process proactively are going to help us work effectively with the tribes to implement this PA long into the future. So finally, that last sort of bullet there at the bottom, another effort that Nicole Manis has been working on engaging tribes is the establishment of the Tribal Nations Fund that is in the Oregon Environmental Restoration Program. So as a reminder, in 2024, Governor Kotek signed Senate Bill 1561 that created the Oregon Environmental Restoration Fund from proceeds from Oregon's settlement with the Monsanto company. And so this fund is designed to invest in new projects and programs to restore Oregon's environment and benefit communities that were harmed by PCBs and other toxins. And so in 2025, Nicole, in partnership with the Governor's Natural Resources Office, have met individually with representatives of the fairly recognized tribes in Oregon to share an overview of the proposed steps and timeline to establish this fund and hear what processes would be effective for tribal input and engagement in developing the fund. And so staff are continuing to work in early 26 to work with tribes to review and develop administrative rules and define eligible expenditures and reporting requirements for the Tribal Nations Fund, with the goal of having the first disbursement occur in 2026. So this is my last slide before I open it up for Q&A. And my opinion, my professional opinion, is that OWEB's efforts to engage tribes and encourage them to pursue our funding, it's working. And so since 1998, OWEB has awarded just over $15.7 million in grants directly to tribal governments. In 2025, OWEB provided $2.5 million to tribes across all grant programs. And as you can see from this graph illustrated here, it's the most OWEB has provided to tribes in a single year. And it's increasing. In 2025, there were 21 completed grants that included tribal match contributions. Tribes provided just over $1 million in cash and $557,000 of in-kind support to OWEB grants. And so this underscores just a key way to tribes participate in implementing watershed enhancement projects in Oregon. Not only do they receive our funding to implement projects, but tribes provide important matching funds that our grantees leverage to increase the scope and scale of restoration in Oregon. And so it's not just about how much we're giving to tribes, but it's really this relationship that tribes are super effective at working with our grantees. They're providing resources to the table. Sometimes they're seeking our resources to implement projects, and it's just really important to understand that element. And so with that, this presentation concludes, the highlights of the 2025 annual report, and I'm just happy to answer any questions that you might have. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Ken. I really appreciate your presentation and how much effort you put into this and how much effort you put into the annual tribal report. I really, I emphasize this. I think I say this at almost every meeting, but just to reemphasize it, I will say I get the emails from OWEB on the other end, wearing my daily work hat as well. And OWEB is so communicative, so inclusive, constantly asking for feedback, always reaching out to the tribes. And I really, really appreciate that. I would also say, again, I mentioned this earlier in my board member comments, but I really feel like the ARE committee meeting and the tribal panel is a really prime example of that. And I really encourage folks to watch that. The other thing I would say is I had been asking OWEB to create a tribal pot of funding for years. I think I presented in 2014 asking them because we don't want to have to compete with the folks that we are ultimately supporting and partnering with. And so to see that come to fruition with what Courtney and Ken put together was really, really amazing. And I just want to thank you all for that because that was a big, big step. So thanks. Okay, we have a couple of questions, and I just want to remind folks that it is 12:08. We are cutting into lunchtime. So I think it was, okay, the way that I see it on my screen is Liz, Russ, Jamie. Maybe I got that right?
It's the opposite. If you go to the upper left.
Jamie, Liz. Yeah.
So it's Jamie, Russ,
It's
Liz.
Russ, Jamie, Liz.
Russ, Jamie, Liz. Yeah, that is out of order on my screen, but okay. Russ, Jamie, Liz. Got it.
Okay, so again, excellent presentation. I am so excited about the alignment of the Monsanto money and the allocation, specifically if I understand it correctly, 25% to tribal priorities. And if I follow the money, that means about $8.75 million per year going into priorities. And I'm curious, Kelly and Lindsay, how you see the priorities coming out from the tribes and how they would align with the governor's resilient lands and waters directive.
Russ, real quick, before the co-chairs answer, we encourage folks to not try to do the math in real time on the Monsanto payments, and we're still working with Treasury to figure out what those annual disbursements will be. So that is not the number. I can just about guarantee you. We can have Nicole Manis come back and maybe report on that work with the governor's office in the future if you need some more clarification. But please go ahead otherwise.
Okay, so there's a block of money. How do you envision it aligning with the governor's climate resilient lands and waters objective?
And now I apologize, Russ. Was that a question for staff or for the co-chairs? Because I think I got it wrong. I thought you were asking the co-chairs.
I was asking the co-chairs.
Okay, good.
I'll jump in here real quick. Sorry, Kelly. And I'll just say that's probably a longer conversation, Russ, and happy to kind of take that offline. But in the short of it, we are working with Nicole Manis and the Environmental Restoration Council on like what the rules will be for using those funds. But we would use them to sort of complement existing activities that the tribe's doing, land stewardship, acquisition, protection, and then potentially use it there aren't any hard and fast rules yet, but like we would look to sort of invest those to be able to have some sustainable programs throughout the future.
Thank you. Great.
And I'm gonna have to say ditto, honestly, to what Lindsay said. We've been also working with Nicole, and the things that we're looking at very much are similar to what Lindsay said, as far as aligning with our current natural resources priorities, and that includes climate as well. But there's more conversations to come with Nicole before things get rolled out.
Thank you.
Okay, it was Jamie, I think, next, and then Liz. Yes.
Yeah, and I've got a couple questions, Ken. I'll throw them out and go ahead and respond as appropriate. And first of all, again, great and informative presentation report as always. Thanks for all your incredible work, and it's really exciting to see the overall investment that OWEB makes in the work of tribes jump to where it is now. I mean, 2.5 mil, especially for those of us on the board since 2019, who was only 0.5 then, and so this is really exciting. Leaning into this and excited to see where OWEB is and headed. So 3 questions. One, are there specific expenses or barriers that tribes face in securing outside funds, especially federal funds, that we should be incorporating into our thinking and investments? We're hearing that especially with some of the collaboration and some of the things from the governor's office. So any thoughts on that? The second, as I mentioned, it's really exciting to see this overall investment in the work that tribes are doing around ecological restoration and natural resource preservation and protection. Do we have a breakdown between tribes? And I just think that'd be an interesting thing if we don't have it now going forward in the future as part of our reports. I know that page 49 had programs that were funded by each tribes, but both the allocations directly to tribes and also the allocations they're getting through other grantees. So getting a sense of distinguish some of the equity amongst tribes on some of those investments. And kind of tied into that and something that Kelly mentioned advocating for is the board's previous establishment of the 100K non-competitive funding for all with the reduced match requirement. I'm curious, I don't know if it's appropriate to share, but I'm curious the tribe that has not tapped into that resource and curious where, if they don't, where those additional funds will go. So thank you again for all your work.
Thanks, Jamie. And I'll just give you a special shout out. That assessment that we completed in 2021, you really encouraged us to do that. And so some of those findings, and recommendations that we're just now getting around to implementing is attributed to some of the stuff that you've leaned into as well. So I just want to thank you for that. The specific barriers to tribes accessing federal funds and thoughts on that. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I think that might be a better question to Lindsay and Kelly. We know that those are getting harder, right, to access, and maybe less opportunities And so I think in general, all of our partners working on conservation in Oregon need to work within existing partnerships and establish new relationships to get that work done, to continue to increase the scope and scale of restoration in Oregon. And I think that because we have some federal funds, as we all know, but also, the lottery funds are a great resource. And I think we are seeing increased attention and tribes even asking us, what opportunities we have. And it does link to that last tribe that the Klamath tribes haven't applied yet. They are aware of this fund source and they are working internally to figure out what project that they want to bring towards their leadership to approve before it can be submitted. And so and I think that they are, my understanding, very interested in these funds, and maybe because of some of what you just described, challenges in accessing federal funds. And then finally, the short answer is yes. So we do have I have a spreadsheet basically each year that I update. That's like the grants that went to, and it's by tribe. So I kind of because of limited time, the way I present it today is rolled up. But we have that detailed information, and I do kind of break it down in the report a little bit by grant program, how much money and who it went to. And so I do try to give some of those details. And then the harder thing that you asked about is like how much do each tribe or tribes get from our grantees, like through basically contracted funds. That is a lot harder. It is in our budgets, but it's not accessible in a given easily accessible in the database, right? Via queries. And so you have to climb through it much more detail. I do highlight one project in the application. It's through the East Cascade Partnerships, where a project was provided to the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs via the Columbia Land Trust. So that's one I just brought to your attention just to demonstrate that point exactly, that, yeah, we provide funds directly to tribes, and tribes also benefit from OWEB funds because those funds go to other grantees and then they contract or farm that work out to tribes. So I think I addressed all of those to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Yep.
Liz.
This is just short, Ken. I just echo what Russ and Jamie have said and just how thorough this report has been. And I just want to make a comment about traditional ecological knowledge because we've spoken about that in previous meetings. And this is what I think OWEB is strong about. You have the maneuverability, I think, to try different things. And what caught me that I just had to just write this down was how you are stepping out and really thoughtfully and respectfully trying to merge, traditional ecological knowledge with our Western science. And I think that's courageous. And I just wanted to say I'm really looking forward to see how that goes because it's not an easy thing to do. And I don't know any other board or what our staff is doing that. So I just kudos to you all of doing that. Thank you for it.
Thank you.
Mark.
Sorry, something came up on my screen. What I heard OWEB doing is responding to tribal needs and desires, reconfiguring the application process in importantly different ways for good reasons. So that to me really sets up a kind of experiment between different ways of implementing an application process. And so I'm wondered about lessons learned between what I'm viewing as different ways to implement the application process vis-a-vis the desired outcomes on the ground, not the different kind of social or cultural sorts of things that we're talking about that motivated this, but whether one or the other or some combination of the both of those actually helps OWEB do a better job of getting more money on the ground quicker for better outcomes. So I would appreciate even offline a conversation about that sometime.
Yeah, no, thanks. I think it is some lessons learned emerging, and I think it's going to take time to really understand how it has resulted, in projects getting implemented on the ground. That I think, when you have ultimately a smaller pool of applicants, you can be a little more nimble and try some things. And I will say that some of those things that I brought to your attention that tribes discussed with Allie Miller, the author of that assessment, were things that we heard from all of our grantees,
I
right? And
would
so,
imagine.
reducing match, like that has happened in other, excuse me, and we're doing that, right? And so there's different things that we're doing, streamlining the application. We've done that too, right? And so, things I highlighted were on this specific grant program, but it doesn't mean that we haven't done that for our other grant programs. And so I think some of those lessons learned are starting to emerge. And one of the things I'll just briefly just say when it comes to getting the tribes to apply for this tribal specific grant opportunity was that I still had to do follow up with them. At first, they weren't applying. And I had to, get on the phone. And when I met them for other meetings, in the lunch line with Lindsay at a board meeting, going, "Hey, you guys are gonna apply for this money?" And like, come on, we're trying something new. Like, check it out. Like, do you have any questions? So I really had to get out on the ground and promote this grant opportunity. And so no matter how much we do early on to set something up that we think is going to be successful, there is additional work to promote and disseminate information. And that's one of the main lessons learned. Just when you think you're done, you got more work to do.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that.
Sorry, Lindsay.
I would just add to that real quick, and I know my chair wants us to wrap up here, and I want lunch on you all too. But I really was struck by a statement that one of our partners made in the panel after the meeting or the dinner panel in Seaside, no, Astoria, wherever we were last fall, Astoria. That it's difficult for them to see tribes as non-traditional partners. And I think OWEB sees tribes that way too. Tribes are one of many groups with which we have a special relationship, but that we need to make sure that we're removing barriers to access to programs. But tribes really are among OWEB's traditional grantee and grant making partners, as well as government to government partners. And the capacity and professionalism and strategic approach and just the amount of on the ground work coming out of our tribal government partners across the state at this point, and contributions to the review teams and others. I mean, the volume of extremely high quality strategic and collaborative natural resources work is really extraordinary. And so I would encourage our members to see this as a core part of our grant making and tribal governments as a, traditional grant making partner with OWEB, because it really is a core part of our mission and one of the groups of groups that we work together most closely and collaboratively. Sorry, Kelly. I thought I was going to be so brief. You better take the mic back.
Thanks, Sarah. And thank you so much, Ken. Again, really appreciate all your work on this and everything that you do, all of your outreach to tribes. And I will say it's not just Lindsay who can, or Courtney, call and say, "Hey, are you applying for this? What's your plan here?" So really appreciate that outreach from the staff as well. Okay. We have cut a bit into our lunchtime. So we've got public comment starting right at 1 o'clock. So we need to be back here at 1. So go ahead, take your lunch break now, and we will see everyone back here at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It is 1 o'clock. That was a very short lunch break, and so I anticipate folks are going to be trickling back in as well as eating lunch. So in the spirit of staying on schedule, we're going to go ahead and get started. So we're moving into the next agenda item, which is public comment. So I'm going to first go ahead and acknowledge the written comments that we received for today's board meeting. And those came from Andrea Kreiner, Terry Prieg-Rigsby, Joe Buttafuoco, Ken Beerley, and Bruce Barbarash. So thank you very much for those comments. And those are all in the board meeting materials for this meeting. So we have several people signed up for today's public comment period. We're going to keep it to 3 minutes for everyone. So Nicole, I'm just going to look at you and see if we've got a timer set up on the screen for folks. She's given me the thumbs up. So folks, if we can do our best to keep it to 3 minutes, we certainly want to hear everything that you have to say. And, you know, public comment is such an important part of this process, and it is especially helpful when we receive written comments and folks comment verbally as well. So if you don't get everything in that you wanted to today, there's always the option to submit written comments. So the order of operations today, it will go Representative Mark Owens, then followed by Andrea Kreiner, Terry Prieg-Rigsby, Neil Schulman, Chris Knight, and then Ken Beerley. So do we have Representative Owens online?
Thank you, Lindsay. I am here.
Great.
So first of all, Mark Owens, House District 60, serving 5 counties in the southeast corner. So thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on the recommendations for the 2025 Open Solicitation Grant Awards. The High Desert Partnership submitted 2 grant applications to support groundwater-related work in the Harney Basin. One to support continued engagement in voluntary groundwater conservation, and one to establish a consistent approach to monitoring springs in the Warm Springs Valley. These represent timely and urgent needs for our basin as we face the potential for significant regulatory reductions and voluntary actions are not taken effectively. The groundwater engagement project was recommended for funding by the review team, but would not be funded because it falls below the recommended funding line. The Springs Monitoring Project was not recommended for funding by the time the review team. The staff report shows there are funds remaining for each of these categories, but both summaries are provided as an attachment. Those are the 2 main issues that I'd like to discuss quickly with you, and also a potential line item for the budget from the governor's office to support the Conservation Reserve Enhanced Program. So since the review team sat down with High Desert Partnership and others, we have had a critical groundwater designation named in Harney Basin. So on December 11th, the Water Resource Commission, if Commissioner Wolf was here, could go into a little bit more detail, the department has taken that step. So there's a lot of members in our community that are farmers and ranchers, including myself, that understand we need to use less water, and that we understand that there's an opportunity for the state to invest in volunteer agreements. The 1955 Groundwater Act called out 2 ways to maintain reasonably stable or achieve reasonably stable groundwater levels. And that is through the regulatory process the department has started now with the designation of a critical groundwater designation. They can send out regulatory orders, and we can start shutting off water by junior water right dates. But our community would like to try a different path, and you can be helpful in helping us with that path. We'd like to enter voluntary agreements with the Water Resource Commission in order to figure out how we can reduce water, maintain our economy, maintain our ecosystem, and hit the same goal within a 30-year period of time. The funding that's needed in order to have successful voluntary agreements is the 2 that I mentioned, understanding the interconnection between the Warm Springs, and groundwater in the Silvies or other parts of the Harney Basin, and the groundwater monitoring. And also a valuable tool in order for us to be successful in voluntary agreements will be continue to figure out how to fund the Conservation Reserve Enhanced Program that was set up with Ken Beerley and other people's help. And there was $500,000 allocated to that program, and we ran through that. So all 3 of these projects dovetail in helping Harney Basin get reasonably stable or achieve reasonable stable groundwater levels through voluntary actions with the size boards of regulatory action. So Really appreciate your guys and gals looking at this, but some things have changed since then. I'm past my time.
Thanks very much, Mark, for those comments. Again, always opportunity to submit written comments, understanding that 3 minutes is very difficult to express everything that folks want us to hear on a quarterly basis. So appreciate that. And then I see Jamie's hand up. We are going to keep it to clarifying questions in order to stay on. So Jamie, please go ahead.
Absolutely. Just a clarified question, and thank you, Representative Omens, for sharing your comments. My question is, will investing in these voluntary agreements set the stage for better water usage across the state?
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you for continuing to serve on OWEB and your leadership in a lot of these conversations. Short answer is yes. We will be successful in Harney Basin on achieving a volunteer agreement with the commission to achieve a goal of stability, which then therefore can be replicated across the rest of the state. This is the direction that we need to go, as you guys know. This is, working with communities to better manage water, understanding the difference between the interconnection. So to be short, Jamie, yes.
Thank you, Sarah.
Lindsay, real quick clarification for members. Representative Owens could make it today and I think not tomorrow. So the first two items that he discussed are funding decisions before the board tomorrow. We'll do our best to remind you, or you can remind yourselves of the comments that came today that would usually come tomorrow. But just to be clear, those are funding items tomorrow. And Representative, we did and we'll continue to share your suggestion around the governor's line item with the governor's team, and they're aware of the interest and exploring the options. I know they were out seeing you guys in Harney County last week and are interested in continuing that conversation. So we did share that up.
Thank you, Director. And I will submit the email to the board because I was late, but I appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment. So thank you.
Thanks for being here, Representative.
Thank you. Andrea, please, followed by Terry.
Yes, co-chairs Coates and McClary, members of the board. For those who are new, and for the record, my name is Andrea Kreiner. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. I've submitted separate written comments on the upcoming capacity grant rulemaking, but now I have the pleasure of providing an update on behalf of the Oregon Conservation Partnership. And for your information, that is the Network of Watershed Councils, the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts, Ocean, which is the organization of the staff of soil and water conservation districts, and OACD, representing the soil and water conservation districts. We just started our 26-27 grant. So I wanted to give you a little summary of our 24-25 grant, just so that you know what we did with how we utilized and grew the money that you guys gave us in order to unite our councils, districts, and land trusts in our shared mission of protecting and restoring Oregon's nature and habitats. So first off, we created the Grant Hub, which we will continue for the next 2 years to see if that is a useful way for all of our members to identify new grant opportunities that they might not have previously been aware of. And now I feel like reading through this really quickly because the numbers are pretty nice. We provided 26 technical trainings, 6 conferences, 15 legislative site tours, and secured 46 earned media stories to elevate the importance of voluntary conservation in Oregon. And we created a beautiful conservation calendar, which I hope you have each received. We met monthly to share information about emerging policy changes and grant opportunities on both the state and federal level. And we met monthly with OWEB leadership and have been here with you each quarter to both share information with you and to bring information back to our members. So I want to thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to hopefully increasing those numbers of things we did over the next 2 years.
Great. Thanks for a wonderful update, Andrea. We'll move on to Terry next, followed by Neil, please.
Excellent, thank you. Dear co-chairs Coates and McCleary and OWEB board members, for the record, my name is Terry Prieg-Rigsby, and I am the Executive Director of the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils. I appreciate the opportunity today to provide some updates on our work. Since the OWEB board meeting, I've had the pleasure of meeting with several watershed councils in person. And because capacity grants are the hot topic for the work that OWEB is doing and for our watershed councils, I'd like to give some quick updates regarding the councils I've met with and their place within the capacity program, and also offer some comment on the upcoming capacity grant engagement process. In Region 3, I've been working with the Oswego Lake and Trine Creek Watershed Councils. Those are two of our high-functioning councils in the state who have never received capacity dollars. They were able to secure funding through the Christmas tree bill last session to consider a merger and to provide greater on-the-ground coverage reaching from North Portland south to Wilsonville, where there is currently no coverage for much of that geographic area. So they're both looking ahead at the potential changes in the capacity grants and are hopeful that if they make changes to their geographic reach, that they might be eligible for capacity dollars. I've been clear with them that the engagement process is starting shortly, and I recommend that they attend events to make their voices heard. I've also been chatting with the Sandy River Watershed Council in Region 3, who received partial capacity dollars during the July OWEB board meeting. They're progressing well. They've hired a new executive director, and those capacity dollars are really critical for them to be able to function. In Region 6, the Umatilla Watershed Council did not receive funding in July, and they are disbanding. I was in touch with the local Soil and Water Conservation District last week. And while they assisted the Watershed Council with some of their work, they are not able to absorb the council into their structure. And I'm hopeful that at some point the Umatilla watershed area will have coverage again by a council. And I lastly just want to say that I met in Region 4 in person with the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, and they have really been able to use their capacity dollars to leverage private foundation and personal donations and federal funding. So our first listening session for the capacity grant engagement is February 4th, which we are co-hosting with OACD and of course OWEB staff. And I just want to ask that as OWEB considers the development of the Rules Advisory Committee, that in addition to a seat for Now C at the table, that the committee include representation from one council that has received capacity funding, one seat for a high-functioning council that has not received capacity funding, and one seat for a council that has received funding in the past but currently does not in past time. So thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Terry. Okay, we're gonna move to Neil, followed by Chris Knight, please.
Thank you, everybody. I'm Neil Schulman I'm the Executive Director of the North Clackamas Watersheds Council. I am going to speak quickly because I'm going to cover something today, too, that I thought I was going to be able to cover tomorrow. So I have a couple of topics. The first one is council capacity funding. As you probably know, we are a council. We like to consider ourselves high functioning. We're managing the Kellogg Dam removal project and several other projects, but have never been eligible for council capacity funding. And as we go through this engagement and rulemaking process, I want to really highlight that the greatest risk that is present for councils is risk on the financial management side as we get ready to stomach a single federal audit in the coming years and really not having that legal and financial resources to maintain our accounting and contracting and procurement systems at the level that are commensurate with the size of the projects that we are managing. And that is, as we talk about the reconstitution of the Sandy River Watershed Council, we, as everybody probably knows, those issues played a big role in how they got to where they, into their past dissolution. So I really want to highlight for this process, first of all, that this is vital to Watershed Council function, and second of all, that it is really that back end financial and legal and contracting systems that are most critical. The second thing I'm going to shift topics to something that I was going to testify about tomorrow, if I could, but can only do it today, which is I wanted to acknowledge the importance of the Kellogg Project for our native fish populations and thank the staff and regional review teams for their recognition of the critical phase of landowner engagement in that project in the Region 3 engagement grants review tomorrow. When we remove dams in populated areas, we have an unprecedented opportunity to engage the community in those projects that we can't do anywhere else. So thank you for that. And then lastly, for those of you who have worked on the coast, I wanted to express my condolences. Some of you probably, I think all of you probably know about the passing of Mike Trent last week from the Nestucco-Neskowin Sand Lake Board and the Salmon Superhighway. And Mike will be missed, and that is why I won't be able to be here tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. I had not heard that, so I appreciate your words and moving your comments up to today. And our thoughts are with those folks. So thank you for that. Okay, we'll move to Chris Knight and then Ken Beerley, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Great. Good afternoon, OWEB board members, and thank you for the opportunity to provide these public comments at your meetings. My name is Chris Knight. I'm the executive director at the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council based in Central Oregon. I'm providing comments today on behalf of the Deschutes Partnership, which also includes the Deschutes River Conservancy and the Deschutes Land Trust, in addition to our Upper Deschutes Watershed Council. My comment today is in support of the OWEB board voting to adopt the new Focused Investment Partnership, or FIP, ecological priorities, which you will be considering later today, as I understand. OWEB staff did a great job working closely with agencies such as Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to thoughtfully update these ecological priorities for this FIP program. For the Deschutes partnership, for our partnership, this update would open the door for opportunities to apply for FIP funding that was previously not possible in the upper portion of our watershed, where we do not have threatened or endangered native anadromous fish. But what we do have are threatened native aquatic species like the Oregon spotted frog. And so for some context, almost 40% of the Oregon spotted frog designated critical habitat across its entire range is within the Upper Deschutes and Little Deschutes River watershed, just illustrating the importance of these watersheds for recovering this species. So, this work will entail, to recover Oregon spotted frog will entail restoration of rivers and floodplains and associated side channels, oxbows, and off-channel wetlands that will create habitat for the Oregon spotted frog. But importantly, this will also benefit other aquatic species and improve overall watershed health. It's not just about one species necessarily. Part of the work needed would also benefit the agricultural community by supporting modernization of irrigation infrastructure, such as piping our open irrigation canals, which will conserve water in the high desert and allow more water to remain in our rivers and streams, which is also needed to recover Oregon spotted frog populations. In closing, I'd just say thank you for continuing to support the restoration of our watersheds through the Focused Investment Partnership program and for making important updates to this program like you will be considering today. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Okay, we're up for Ken Beerley, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lindsay. And good afternoon. My name is Ken Beerley. I wear a number of hats. We'll be commenting tomorrow on a specific grant application concerning groundwater resources that I've provided written information on. This afternoon, I'm speaking on my own behalf from the perspective of the chair of the board of directors of the Institute for Applied Ecology, which is a nonprofit based in Corvallis has offices in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I want to make sure you understand I'm not speaking for the Institute, but I wish to inform the board of an issue that you should be aware of. In early 2025, IAE had 30 agreements with Department of Interior agencies, National Park Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, the Bureau of Land Management, and they focus on restoration of habitat, reintroduction of species, plant materials development, and seminal field research. The grants funded projects including Kincaid's lupin recovery on private lands across its historical range. It included seed production of threatened and endangered plants in the Willamette Valley to support their recovery. It included range-wide recovery efforts for the endangered Taylor's checker spot butterfly. It also included funding for recovery from wildfires and natural disasters. As you heard from the governor's office this morning, resilience is important. We were collecting wild native seed and increasing it in production fields for use in future restoration following natural disturbances. We were growing sagebrush in prisons in Oregon, Idaho, Nevada, and Wyoming. We were evaluating new techniques for restoring native plants to America's rangelands following fuels reduction treatments. The grants also funded work to support elk habitat, pollinators, migratory birds, and other species. We're focused on restoring prairies, meadows, and other areas. The grants were funded work to increase conservation capacity and strategic outcomes in rural communities. And we coordinated a regional native seed partnership and other networks. We had work in New Mexico that it included field staff doing both endangered species observations and growing seed for native species. IAE received a grant from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to monitor the endangered Taylor's checker spot butterfly, restore its habitat, and produce caterpillars for restoration in Coffee Creek Correctional Facility. The project was based on previous model used with the Fish and Wildlife Service to successfully recover Fender's blue butterfly. The recovery plan for Taylor's checker spot specifically identified IAE as a partner for most of these recovery actions. On September 23rd, 2025, IAE received letters from the Department of Interior immediately canceling $10.3 million in grant funding, citing, quote, the award no longer effectuates the priorities of whatever agency and is therefore terminated. There was no recourse, and I think it's important that the board be aware that this loss of federal funding overnight has a significant impact on the ability of the ecosystems throughout Oregon and other parts of the country to recover. It affected not just IAE, but the Klamath Bird Observatory and the Klamath, there was another group in the Klamath Basin working on restoration after the removal of the dams that lost funding. The reason for this loss is tied to the fact that we had a DEI policy on our website. We believe in DEI, it's still on our website, but I think you need to know that the reliance of the dependence of dedicated lottery funds will be assaulted by this effect from the federal government. Thank you for your time. I think you should be aware of this.
Thank you so much, Ken. I have had some conversations directly with IAE staff about this, and I know I've spoken with you about it as well. So really appreciate your comments here, and it's very timely as we're having conversations about federal funding in general and what the future looks like for us. So really appreciate your time. Appreciate everyone's public comment today. Again, the written comments, and we look forward to the public comment session as well tomorrow. So thank you very much for participating. We're going to continue on with today's agenda. We've got 4 items left. What we're going to move into next is item F, general board business. That starts on your ebook on page 58. I do want to note that we do plan to save some time at the end of today to circle back on the conflict of interest conversation. So we're planning on that at the wrap up of today. So moving forward into that, the first item in agenda item F is general board business, and that is, I'm sorry, the meeting minutes from our October 2025 meeting in Astoria. So any discussion on the minutes from last meeting? Any corrections, errors? Okay, not seeing any hands. At this point, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, this is Mark. I move to approve the board minutes from the October 28, 29, 2025 board meeting.
Second. Moved by Mark Labhart and seconded by Mark Webb. Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Oh, I guess raise the hand.
Yeah, I can see hands. Perfect. Okay. All right. Any opposed? Let's put hands down. Perfect. Thank you. Maybe we won't use the raise hand function in the future. Liz, oh, okay. So no opposed, any abstentions? Motion passes. Wonderful. Thanks, everybody. Coordinating on Zoom. Okay. The next item is item 2, which is a request to extend the closing deadline for the Pitchfork Tea conservation easement to March 31, 2027 in order to better align with the Natural Resources Conservation Service closing deadline. There are a couple highlights here that I'm going to read. So the Pitchfork Tea and Aspen Valley Ranch Rim Tract conservation easement grants were both awarded in 2023 and under the Oregon Ag Heritage Program administrative rules in effect at the time of the grantee. Deschutes Land Trust was required to complete their transaction within 18 months of their board award. During the July 2025 board meeting, the board voted to extend the closing date to March of 2026. Deschutes Land Trust has completed nearly all due diligence for the Pitchfork Tea project. Work was put on a pause when the landowner temporarily listed the property for sale, prompted by a land use dispute impacting a piece of property adjacent to it. Deschutes Land Trust has resumed work on the project. And for the Aspen Valley Ranch, Deschutes Land Trust has completed nearly all due diligence, and the final item appraisal is currently underway. The easement deed has been approved by OWEB staff and is in second review with Natural Resources Conservation Service and should be finalized soon, allowing projects to proceed through the Oregon Department of Justice review process. These requested extensions have been reviewed by Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission, and the commission recommends that our board approve both extensions. So at this time, I would like to move towards discussion, clarifying questions, comments. Russ.
I'm just ready for a resolution.
Thank you. Any other comments or clarifying questions? Russ, the floor is yours.
Okay, I move the board extend the grant deadline for Pitchfork Tea, grant number 223-7105-22611, and the Aspen Valley Ranch Rim Tract, grant number 223-7106-22616, to March 31st, 2027, with the condition that the grantees provide an update project schedule.
Second.
Been moved by Russ and seconded by Mark Webb. Any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll call for the vote. I think everybody can just physically raise their hand if they're able to vote. All those in favor, raise their hand. Okay, any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, cruising right along. The next item is F3, and it's about advanced delegation of authority for a National Coastal Wetlands Conservation Grant Award. Couple noted items here is OWEB is an eligible state agency applicant for these funds and applies on behalf of local conservation restoration partners for acquisition and restoration projects. In July 2025, OWEB submitted a restoration grant application on behalf of Coquille, Washington. Is that right? What's the Watershed Association? Thank you. I'm like, sorry guys. Currently, the application is undergoing review and evaluation, and if it is awarded, it may not align well with the quarterly board meeting schedule. Staff is requesting the board delegate authority to the executive director to award the grant funds from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to Coquille in advance and contingent upon an award to OWEB for the project to minimize grantee wait time for implementation. So at this time, I would move towards questions, comments, discussion. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. It's a long one to read, but I move the board delegate authority to the executive director to award up to $1 million, less any authorized OWEB indirect charges in coastal wetlands grant funds to the Coquille Watershed Association for the Beaver Hill Wetland Reserve Enhancement Project, contingent upon a grant award to OWEB for the project from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Liz seconds.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mark Webb and seconded by Liz Agpawa. Any other further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Wonderful. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, last item for general board business is F4, which offers a clarification to some motion language the board used at its October 2025 meeting during the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program Technical Assistance Award. So during that meeting, while we were awarding those grants, the motion language unintentionally added funds in the spending plan line item that had previously included the funds, in effect adding the funds twice. There will be no adjustment to the grant awards themselves. This motion is simply clarifying the spending plan line item that it will remain at 1.6 million. And most of us were at that board meeting and probably remember us trying to come up with the exact motion language. And I believe Miriam was not available to help us. So any clarifying questions, comments, or discussion on this item? Hearing none. Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Happy to make the motion. I move that the CREP TA spending plan item in the 25-27 grant fund spending plan be held at 1.6 million, inclusive of any NRCS CREP TA funds received.
Second.
Wonderful. It was moved by Mark Webb and seconded by Russ Holflick. All those in favor, please raise your hand by saying aye, or raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Anyone opposed? And any abstentions? Motion passes. Great, thanks everybody. Okay, we are at item G on the agenda, which is the Forest Collaboratives Grant Awards. And I am going to turn this over to Eric Hartstein and Heidi Hartman, please.
Great, thank you. And Kyle, if you don't mind getting the PowerPoint up here, I can do a little bit of an intro. So good afternoon, Co-Chairs McClary and Coates and members of the board. For the record, my name is Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator with OWEB. And up until this biennium, the Forest Collaborative Grant Offering has been a program that the board has delegated to the director for awards. And given the anticipated competitive nature of the grant offering this biennium, the program has been included as a board award for the first time in the OWEB board spending plan. And so with that in mind, today we're joined by Kyle Sullivan Astor, the Federal Forest Restoration Program Lead, with the Oregon Department of Forestry, who will provide a Forest Collaboratives 101 for the board. And then following Kyle's presentation, Heidi Hartman, Federal Program Specialist here at OWEB, will discuss the fall 2025 Forest Collaborative Grant offering and present recommendations provided by the review team and by staff. And at the end of the presentation, we'll provide what the next steps are, including when the board can expect to see the next Forest Collaborative Grant offering. So with that, I'll hand it over to you, Kyle.
Great. Thanks, Eric. Co-chairs, Coates and McCleary, for the record, my name is Kyle Sullivan, and I serve as the Federal Forest Restoration Program Lead at Oregon Department of Forestry. Are you guys seeing the slide deck here?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. So I think my role here is to give you guys a little bit of context for this offering. And to do that, it really helps to kind of understand what this program is at ODF, this Federal Forest Restoration Program. So this is a map that you guys, I think, are familiar with. This is of course Oregon and the 50% of the land cover of the state that is forested in our state. So we're blessed with that. Of course, a good chunk of that 60% is managed by the federal government, U.S. Forest Service, BLM, some Park Service in there, and other federal lands. But 60%, 17 million acres of our forests in Oregon are under federal ownership. And this just really just illustrates the significant role that federal forests play in the overall picture of Oregon's forests, and also the Department of Forestry's ability to fulfill its mission to protect and promote resilient forests on behalf of Oregonians. So I'm a visuals person. Picture tells 1,000 words. So these are just some of the examples of the current the work that the program is doing, and also the current condition of some of our Oregon's federal forests. So the photo on the left is an example of the over 8.3 million acres of our federal forests in Oregon that have departed from its natural range of variability, that are at increased risk of wildfire, insect and disease infestation. The middle photo is an example of the unmaintained road infrastructure in our federal forests, susceptible to erosion, sediment delivery. There's actually a $6 billion road maintenance backlog nationwide in the Forest Service, so it's a big issue that they have agency-wide. The photo on the right is an example of the many miles of burned and channelized streams that we have that are missing large wood, spawning gravel, and structure that threaten ESA listed species. And so what the program is trying to do is to restore these areas, to thin the forest, to break up the connectivity of the fuels, moving those forests towards a more resilient condition, to improve the road infrastructure, and to restore aquatic habitat, to bring large wood back to the stream, widening floodplains, and so forth. And so these are just a few examples of the work that the program is doing to restore these forests in partnership with of course, the federal agencies, sister state agencies like OWEB and ODF&W, collaborative groups, forest sector partners, and others. So again, by way of context and background, just giving a timeline of kind of getting us to where we are today. So the work of the program really starts over 15 years ago with a Board of Forestry report, its Vision for Federal Forest Lands report, that laid out a whole suite of issues that are facing our federal forests at the time. And by the way, it's still relevant today. It's climate amplified disturbances, drought, insect and disease, wildfire, but also struggling federal forest dependent communities. And it laid out a bunch of recommendations, or a handful of recommendations. One of those recommendations was to create a federal forest liaison program. And that eventually turned out to be the Federal Forest Restoration Program, this liaison program, funded by the legislature in the 2013 session. And the program was created in 2013 with a mission to increase the pay scale and quality of forest restoration in our federal forests. A year later, Good Neighbor Authority passed Congress. Okay, so it's actually kind of notable that our federal forest program started before Good Neighbor Authority even passed Congress. So Oregon was ahead of the game in that regard. And then in 2016, Oregon officially started its Good Neighbor Authority work, which, for those who are not familiar with Good Neighbor Authority, basically just allows states to take an active role in management of our federal forests for certain activities. So 2016, we really got started with this work with the Forest Service under Good Neighbor Authority. 2018 is when the state level policy was really set with the passage of House Bill 4118. And then, of course, I think a lot of you will remember in 2019, the governor convened the Council on Wildfire Response, which developed 37 recommendations. A good handful of those really were related to the Federal Forest Restoration Program, basically calling on us to bolster our capacity in the program. And then in 2021, the full session, Senate Bill 762, basically codified a lot of those recommendations. And in that session, 16 new positions were created in the program. And then 2023, I think with OWEB, ODF led an effort to develop a 20-year landscape resilience strategy, which created the goal of treating 13.1 million acres of high priority acres to achieve a more resilient landscape in our state. And in that session, an additional 15 new positions came to the program, getting us to where we are today at 44 positions in the program. So that's just a little bit of timeline. So this is the highest level of direction the program has. So our core mission since 2013 has been to accelerate the pace, scale, and quality of forest restoration to increase the resilience of Oregon's federal forests. We also, in 2018, it was a policy of the state, or created to be a policy of the state, to pursue projects under the Good Neighbor Authority that increase timber harvest volume, contribute to job creation, reduce wildfire risk to all lands, improve wildlife habitat and watershed health, and stimulate local economies. And so this is kind of our guidance, our highest level direction for what we do within the program. And that gets us to our program components. So how do we achieve that mission and adhere to this legislative direction that we have? 4 components modeled after the adaptive management framework, and really trying to be comprehensive, not just kind of trying to deal with this issue in a piecemeal nature, but really be a comprehensive approach to addressing these federal forest challenges. So the first component is this collaborative support component, and that gets to this grant offering that we're here to discuss today, this Forest Collaborative Grant offering that we've had for over a decade. But we've also had this other offering that ODF manages called our Technical Assistance and Science Support offering, which really is intended to provide third-party assistance to the collaborative. So it's basically 2 grant programs in that program component. We also invest in planning and project preparation. So there's a whole lot of compliance work to get to shovel-ready projects on our federal forests, and we invested and have invested heavily in that through contracting, surveys, documentation and analysis to get projects from basically nothing to a signed decision to actually move forward through the NEPA process and so forth. Implementation, of course, that's our bread and butter. That's what the bulk of our 44 staff work on. That's working under the Good Neighbor Authority to implement restoration work. But we also invest in monitoring. So that's also a component of the program. Hey, did we achieve what we intended to achieve? And that's been something we have invested time and resources in as well. So that gets us to this offering. So the focus of this Forest Collaborative Grant offering since its inception is really to support these agreement-seeking forest collaboratives. And so this is maybe the Forest Collaborative 101 portion of the presentation, I guess, is so what are these groups? Of course, and I think some of you guys are aware of what these groups are and how they function, but I think that the most general, description of them is they're a group of individuals. They're typically place-based, meaning these folks live adjacent to the regions, to the forests that they're sort of entering into dialogue around. And they often represent organizations that have differing views on how public forest lands, federal forest lands specifically, should be managed. And they're working together to identify shared interests and reach agreement that enables active management and enables federal forest managers to implement projects. It's as compared to at the time when this program was created, the status quo was inaction, and that wasn't really working for anyone. And so that's kind of the general definition of what these agreement-seeking forest collaboratives that this offering is intended to support. The overall goal of the offering is to increase the number, acreage, and complexity of collaboratively planned projects in Oregon. And so we do that through two project types, zones of agreement, which is really that's the bread and butter. That's the primary offering or project type. But we also support projects called collaborative governance. And so that's really to support, the new development or reinitiation of governing documents, basically organizational documents that allow the collaborative to function properly. So bylaws, operating manuals, so that they have a framework for success. And we've been fortunate to partner with OWEB in delivering this offering since the program's inception over a decade ago. Just wanted to share some history of the investments, just again to provide a little more context to the board. So this offering has been funded at $500,000 in ODS budget every biennium that the program has been around. The reason for the varying levels of investment here is just that in any given biennium, the actual money invested has fluctuated, but the pot has been, 500,000 has been added every biennium, with the exception of this biennium. So the 25-27 biennium, ODF did not receive any funds to support this work for the current biennium, and so this grant program was backfilled with one-time funds from other investments in the federal forest restoration program to avoid its complete elimination. And because of how important this is to the overall functioning of the program. So that was a $250,000 investment of new dollars, coupled with $120,000 from previous biennia. And so that's how we get to, when you take out some OWEB admin fees, that's how you get to the 350 for the current offering that we're talking about for this biennium. So $5.8 million throughout the life of the program invested in supporting these forest collaboratives. That's a huge figure. By the way, that includes these technical assistance grants and science support grants that ODF also supports forest collaboratives with. But significant investment, one that has paid dividends with increased public understanding and acceptance of this needed restoration work, and projects that collaboratives in Oregon have engaged in have resulted in hundreds of thousands of acres of treatments, and that is documented in our reports. You can find that on our website. So we wanted to share just a little bit about the distinction between these two project types to the extent that the board was interested. And so to do that, we just thought, hey, we'll share some examples of previously funded work. So for the collaborative governance example, we chose from the 23-25 cycle, we awarded one of these grants to the Wild Rivers Coast Forest Collaborative that operates in Southwest Oregon in Coos and Curry counties. So they received award. They were facing a challenge of high turnover among their participants and subsequent loss of collaborative board members, which created a need to revitalize their board engagement and recruitment process. So the funding that was given to them under collaborative governance what allowed them to conduct a needs assessment, to develop a strategy to recruit new board members, and to conduct outreach to tribal members. So that helped them alleviate that that sort of organizational constraint that they had. Now, typically these projects fund a collaborative to update its operating manual or charter, as I said, but it can also, broaden the aperture there to fund, other things related to governance, properly, structured collaboratives. So the other example, and again, this is kind of the primary thrust of this offering, is these zones of agreement project type. So the example there is, this is coming from the 21-23 cycle. This is the Wasco County Forest Collaborative received an award that cycled to develop a zones of agreement and engage around the 3,000 acre gate insect and disease project on the Mount Hood National Forest. And so this project involved the thinning of small and medium sized trees encroaching on ponderosa pine and Oregon white oak, to restore the forest to a more natural condition, to make it more resilient, essentially. And that project, since this award, since the collaborative engaged with the project through the planning process, signed decision, it's now been implemented, and it hasn't been challenged in court. So that's a pretty good success story, and there's many like that associated with this program. And sorry, bear with me, I'm fighting a little bit of cold, but I think with this next one, I'm going to kick it back to Eric to talk about the review process for this grant offering.
Great, thanks, Kyle. So the review process for forest collaborative grants, the cycle is similar to other board awarded grants, in that we had grant applications that are evaluated by a technical review team with expertise in the subject matter, according to existing evaluation criteria. And so for forest collaborative grants, we use the technical assistance criteria, along with some supplemental criteria specific for forest collaboratives. At the technical review team meeting, the members discussed the strengths and concerns of each application according to the criteria before providing an anonymous recommendation on either fund or do not fund for that application. Staff then write up the evaluations for each application based on the review team discussion, and also make a recommendation to the OWEB board based on that discussion. Here, there's not a funding line that you'll see associated with, say, like the open solicitation grants, since the total amount of available funding exceeds the amount of funding that's been requested in those applications that are recommended for funding. So with that, I'll pass it over to Heidi for some additional details and outcomes of this process.
Thanks, Eric. Good afternoon, co-chairs McCleary and Coates and members of the board. For the record, Heidi Hartman, Federal Program Specialist here at OWEB. As you can see, we had $350,000 available for this biennium. We received 4 applications, and if you look on the map, they were kind of distributed in North Central Oregon, and then we had one down in Southern Oregon. 2 applications were recommended for funding for a total of a little under $139,000. I guess those 4 applications did total almost a little over $223,000. So we decided, the review team voted to fund 2 of those projects. And so we'll give you a quick little overview of the 2 projects that were voted for funding. Next slide, thank you. So this grant supports both collaborative governance and zones of agreement project types in the road basin of Southwest Oregon. The collaborative governance portion of the project really stemmed from where the group identified a need to update and expand the collaborative governance documents to help improve decision-making specifics, help define partnership projects, and expand the partnership itself. The zones of agreement portion of this project will help the collaborative find agreement in efforts to treat forested areas on federally managed lands affected by the Douglas fir mortality. Southwest Oregon has experienced extensive mortality of Doug fir, which has increased fire risk. It's affected fire suppression efforts and has had some economic and social impacts to the region. The collaborative also is proposing to utilize a tool that's called Vibrant Planet. It's a decision support tool to help them increase cooperation. It reduces analysis time on federal projects by identifying areas of agreement. This will help further the zones of agreement work in this project. Next slide, please. The other project that was voted to be funded is a Zones of Agreement project. This project is a collaborative between the Hood River Forest Collaborative and the Wasco County Forest Collaborative. They are working jointly to advance the South Wasco Ecosystem Restoration Project in partnership with the Mount Hood National Forest. This grant will support the collaboratives in developing zones of agreement to guide planning and implementation of the South Wasco Ecosystem Restoration Project. The project spans a diverse and ecologically important landscape. It covers complex forest types, including moist mixed conifer and cold forests. This landscape represents a critical ecological transition zone and a shared management priority for several partners in restoring fire adapted ecosystems, improving habitat for culturally important species, and to help reduce wildfire risk. The project area spans the majority of the Warm Springs Reservation boundary with the Mount Hood National Forest and is a high priority location for tribal co-stewardship. Next slide.
Hey, just trying to find the unmute button. So next steps. So we didn't receive as many applications as we had funding. And so we do plan to have another offering, another solicitation in the spring of this year. So we have about $200,000 remaining. We expect that actually the offering to be launched, solicited in February. And so with this next round, we will be expanding the scope of this offering to support what we're referring to as collective action forest collaboratives. And so this offering, since its inception, is really focused on agreement-seeking groups that do not agree on forest management, on federal forests, and they're trying to seek some sort of common ground or a zone of agreement. Collective action groups or partnerships generally do agree that some active management needs to occur across the landscape. And those groups, though, are designed to really pool resources, sort of plan typically across boundaries, across land ownership boundaries. Think of the Klamath Forest Health Partnership or the Northern Blues Forest Partnership, groups like this that haven't been historically eligible for this funding. The idea that this next offering is going to be expanding to support these collective action forest collaboratives to the extent that they meet the goal of the overall offering, which is to increase the number, acreage, and complexity of these projects in Oregon. So to the extent they meet that goal, they're eligible. These collective action project types, we'll call it, will be second priority to these agreement-seeking groups. But basically, the landscape has changed since this program has been created. There's less forest collaboratives in the state, and a lot of folks have really laid the groundwork. We've laid the groundwork over the last decade and developed a whole lot of zones of agreement. And so this just takes that a next step and starts to implement those projects within those zones of agreement, essentially. And so there's a lot of other groups that have come up, that have formed, that aren't necessarily in disagreement. They're ready to go. They just need support to pool their resources and take it beyond just the federal forest landscape into other, non-federal land ownerships. So we expect that applications for this next round will be due in early April, and a technical review team meeting in May, and then recommendations will be brought back to this board at your July meeting for the second round. So that's all that we had to share.
Well, thank you for that great presentation. At this time, we'll move into questions or comments for the team, and I see Mark followed by Russ, please.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. First of all, Eric, I almost didn't recognize you for a minute. I guess it's been a while since I've seen you, but now I recognize you. So just for that, I have a couple questions. I guess the first one is for Kyle. It is, by the way, I'm a strong supporter of Forest Collaboratives. I've seen them work on the ground. I've participated on a couple collaborative tours, and it's a great opportunity for people of diverse opinions and don't necessarily may agree on things to get together and collaborate. And I've seen the benefits of that firsthand for the benefit of our forests and the fish and wildlife that occupy that. So the question, the legislature didn't fund this time around. You mentioned the other funds, and then you mentioned some carryover. Where did the funding come from the other funds? What source was that?
It was general fund that's allocated to the program that we just repurposed. We leaned on federal funds. We have access to, through Good Neighbor Authority agreements, federal funds, other funds, G&A timber sale revenue specifically, that we can lean on in lieu of these general funds. So
Okay.
we repurposed a small amount, 250,000,
Yeah.
for that purpose.
Well, yeah, it's disappointing that the legislature didn't continue that funding source. So you've answered, I think, my second question about the $218,000 that's still available. So I really appreciate, and this is mainly just a comment, I really appreciate the ability to expand the criteria that you're talking about to be able to spend that in the next round. We need to make sure that we get that money out there for these collaboratives and get them going and making sure that they're useful and the money is spent in appropriate places. It's disappointing that there was 4 applications based on the criteria that 2 of them didn't make it. So maybe those folks that didn't make it, they can repurpose or look for other opportunities and maybe reach that criteria so that the review team can make a positive decision on maybe they could make it the next round. But really strong support of this effort, and I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. We'll go to Russ and then Liz, please.
I'm really excited that this program is coming under the full board purview. This has been a program that is core to my career since the year about 2002, where I was the Western representative for the Nature Conservancy when I was serving as vice president as well as the Oregon State Director. And I just want to make one correction, Kyle. From a historic perspective, Governor Kulongoski, as soon as he was elected, jumped in 2003, I believe, with strong commitment to ODF to be able to address the problems that you were describing. And I have been involved, and Liz knows this, with all the sequence of actions since that point. And then I became vice president and senior policy advisor for the Nature Conservancy's Restoring America's Forest program, where we sought to secure funds for 75 scientists across America to advance the strategies that you're describing here, and work very carefully with Congress to make sure that we develop what is now called the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program. So with that background, I want to express, I read the comments on all the applications, and I want to highlight comments on the one project that you didn't fund on for the project with the Deschutes Cooperative Collaborative Forest Project 224-8008 24808. So let me start with some context, again, for members of the board who may not be aware of the details, and some of you will be aware, some are not. This collaborative was launched in 2010 and was the first of its kind to initiate goals to develop management strategies over 250,000 acres of fire-prone lands west of Bend, spanning from Sun River to Sisters, to help the county, and with help from County Commissioner Phil Chang. They have become a model for how you strive to build community consensus. And you've seen very, very tangible projects on the ground, fire reintroduction, thinning reintroductions, and invasive species management, all the things we want to see on the ground. Their scientifically grounded work caught the attention of the Forest Service leadership and became the first collaborative in the nation to receive a collaborative forest landscape restoration program grant from the Forest Service and supported by Congress with a $10 million grant over 10 years, an extraordinary commitment to address the on-the-ground work needed in Central Oregon. The record of accomplishments is really laudable. It documents nationally the severity of the problems that we're seeing with changing climates. They've studied the baseline conditions of the forest, and it's been a great research area for those who are interested in trying to address these problems in collaborations across the nation. Today, Jacob Fritz is their program manager, and he is recognized as the leader behind the 2024 update of the Upper Deschutes River Community Wildfire Protection Plan and the update of the East-West Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and is the lead behind the proposal that was submitted for consideration. What drives me to advocate for deliberation on this particular project is not that history, but the governor's climate resiliency directive 2526 and its efforts to embrace the latest climate science on future range of variability and build community consensus behind the on-the-ground resiliency actions. And I emphasize again, the future range of variability and developing zones of agreement where the science is leading us today. This project takes not only into consideration the historic range of variability, data that is available to all of us, but we all know that historic range of variability in the face of climate change is no longer relevant. We have to move to embrace the forest models that are out there to help us seek to incorporate the latest science. There's models such as the Landis Pro program, the Tree Atlas program. There are others that are being developed. But Liz, you had mentioned the Missoula lab. They are in the thick of this. The University of Minnesota is in the thick of this. The science that is being produced around the future range of variability is robust. And I feel that it was dismissed in this application. We need to, in order to meet the governor's directive, we must embrace this and understand it. And I really feel that this is an opportunity for us to be on the cutting edge, and it was just missed. I know they struggled with their decision on the project, and this is perhaps why, because some people are comfortable with the uncertainty of the future and how do you predict, but we need to get comfortable with this. And this is a model, this is a place that if we do not act, we may have a very serious problem. You think of Sun River, you think of Sisters, you think of Bend. I don't want to be sitting here at the end of the next fire season saying, oh, what if we had only done something different? The threats are real, and we must be bold and we must take action. And I ask for a debate with this group about the merits of this project.
Thank you, Russ. And I might just kind of add to that conversation. It does sound like, well, I know that the applications and evaluations are available. And it does sound like there's another application window coming open. So if they were to tweak some of their application, they may, come into the next round and still have this project that's eligible. I don't want to put people on the spot in terms of responding to some comments here because the evaluations are available. So I'm going to table that for a minute, and I'm going to go to Liz. Oh, go ahead,
Lindsay,
Russ.
just one comment first. The most criminal thing that could happen here is that they shy away from advancement in the approach of future range of variability. And I believe in the comments being directed to the staff that there is a implication that they have to go back to historic range of variability. And that would be a mistake for the state of Oregon. It would be a mistake for those in climate-related conservation on a national basis. Oregon is on the cutting edge, and we need to stay at that cutting edge. And that's why I'm emphasizing this so strongly.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we'll go to Liz and Mark, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. And Russ, thanks for your comments on the future range of variability. And I think, like you said, there are organizations and institutions out there that are really trying to keep pace, and it would be good to hear them. I was fascinated by my trip out to the Western Forest Science Lab. So Kyle, thank you for taking us through the last dozen years of that. It was really clear. I just, we started a long time ago, the feds and the state of Oregon, and we're here right now, like Russ said, we're poised at this really critical time where the legislature is talking about resilience. We're sort of peaking at the right time, so that's great. So I just wanted to say that. And then I'm thinking of our conversation about conflict of interest, Sarah, and in our background, this is an agreement between ODF and OWEB, and I'm just wondering, out of an abundance of caution, if I should recluse myself or at least say there may be a conflict of interest. I don't know. I'm kind of puzzled at that, so I might just say declare.
Yeah. Liz,
Right.
it is clearly not a financial conflict of interest. You serve on the board and it's a government. I appreciate you disclosing it. I think it's a great example of the kind of thing that's good to put in the public dialogue, but your personal financial interest is zero, unless there's something you really haven't told us about your service on the Board of Forestry.
And so therefore, I would be happy at a timely place to make a motion.
Thank you, Liz. Mark?
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. So Russ, I love you like a brother, but I'm going to have to disagree with you. First of all, I don't think this is criminal. So when you use the term criminal, we're not doing a criminal thing here. There isn't a stronger supporter of the Deschutes Collaborative than me. I've been out there with them. I just caution us to be really careful. I would love to see us fund all four of them, but we had a review team that did the due diligence on this. And unless there's some ability to say we want to change the criteria, or we want to move the criteria from a yes to, or from a no to a yes in this meeting, I would caution us to be careful of that. If we want to revisit it, I would suggest maybe we move it to another meeting next time. And then in the interim, we could ask staff to review the criteria, or the review team to review the criteria to see if there's anything that would modify that. But to make a decision, in my opinion, off the cuff here about, well, they're a great project, they're a great collaborative, which I totally agree with. I think we need to be really careful about going against what was a review team set up that went to a lot of work and made a recommendation. So unless there's something that is just egregious here about this, I think we need to be really careful about bumping the criteria or bumping recommendation from staff. Because when I looked at it, I wish they would have funded it, but I respect the work of the review team, the technical review that did the due diligence that we did not do. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Mark. And before we go to Mark Webb, I do just want to say two things. One, I would ask that Kyle and company, revisit that application with the upcoming window. And it sounds like there are some technical things in the application. It's not an eligibility issue, whether these folks are eligible or not. And then two, Zavi, I saw your hand up, and we would really love to hear from folks throughout the rest of today too that haven't spoken up yet. So I'm going to go to Mark, and then also we do need to kind of keep things moving. So I'll go to Mark and Zavi, and then we'll probably move through the agenda at that time.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just echo Mark Labhart's comments, and in addition, would just push back that having concerns about future range of variability puts us over a precipice. It's just not that clear. And then once you embed this in public land management, in the context the Forest Service has to operate within, there are additional questions about how useful this might be, practically speaking. Not to speak to the merit of it, but especially given the opportunity to apply again, I would hesitate to change the funding recommendations.
Thank you, Mark. Zavi?
Sorry, trying to find my mouse, and also just trying to formulate and see if I have a question. I think I'm just trying to, I think a couple of things. I think one, just apologies, just tracking what's happening here, and then the documents that we received, and then I think a lot of onboarding documents as well as we open through that process and know how that can be and is, which is all great and it's fine as part of the process. But I think, again, just trying to follow the staff recommendations that are mentioned here. And I think I'll pause briefly and kind of take a hard left. I think also a big supporter of the Deschutes Forest Partnership Collaborative. I've worked with them a lot through my last role in the governor's office, serving in South Central Oregon, so very familiar with their work. And then even now with Visit Bend, they're a strategic partner, knowing that they do a lot of that good work that has that visitor and local nexus to just supportive of what they do. So I think circling back to the conversation here, what I'm understanding is that we are in support and are asking for some changes through the application that's through that to then come back again for potential and or for saying yes to this into the funding. Is that my understanding correctly?
Eric, can you help clarify? Because I think I see why it looks like that, but I think it's important to clarify that we're restarting rather than redoing the existing applications. Now Eric will say it much better than I did.
Okay.
No, I think that's exactly right, Sarah. That we actually did talk to the applicant here with the Deschutes Forest Collaborative and kind of walk through the concerns that are noted in the evaluation. And it was a really good conversation. And I think they're well prepared to incorporate the technical review team input into a revised application. I think they're sounded like they're eager to reapply when that solicitation opens up again here next month.
Okay. Sarah, thanks and then Eric, thanks for that clarification. That's super helpful. I just think for me, I just want to reduce as much redundancy for any and all partners as part of it while honoring, again, like all these processes and processes. But I think it was, and forgive me, I think it was Russ that made the kind of the point around like that urgency, right? And I think we're going to come down to summertime here with low watershed levels and, not a late winter. Hopefully we'll see what happens here in February, March, but hot, dry summer. So again, just want to get these dollars out and into the ground and to work, so again, thanks for that clarification, and yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks for those comments, Zavi. I'm going to go to Russ and then Sarah, and then I will open the floor for a motion. I think Liz said she wanted to make a motion, so I'd go there first. And in the spirit of staying on track, if we could make these comments brief, that would be helpful.
Thank you. I just want to raise the point that the review team there's a great body of people who are out there that support reviews, the technical reviews. And it's important to understand that there are times when the review teams struggle with the decision and struggle with the vote. And I think Eric, you could confirm, but I believe that this was one of those times where there was significant debate among the professionals about a project and its direction. And I do understand that this group is willing to come back, but I want to make sure that people understand that there is deliberation and debate in that process, and it's not 100% voting yes or voting no. And I really urge we all take time to sit down and shadow a review team in their work to understand the context out there. What I didn't like specifically that got my ire as well was the comments in the and those concerned about the application was a reference to one-way collaboration. And this project in particular is being led by Oregon State University Extension Service, which is basically on the forefront of two-way dialogue. At times, yes, there's going to be one-way dialogue, but it is grounded in rock solid science. There's a PhD forest ecologist, Dr. Thomas Stokely, PhD forest ecologist, who many of you in Central Oregon probably know, but he was with the Oregon State University Extension Service, who's supporting this project. And it just gives me a lot of comfort. And I know that they must have struggled significantly, but I believe that the collaboration process is rock solid in this community. But it's how to address a very, very difficult issue about the realities of what's happening in a drying climate and the loss of moisture in these forests and what it's going to mean to the future conditions out in this basin. So,
Thank you, Russ. We'll go to Sarah and then Liz.
I'll be super quick. I just really appreciate the debate and the dialogue and deliberation. I think it's really thoughtful. It's why we're glad we have a board, my understanding is the reviewers found themselves there with a set of criteria that it felt like the universe had shifted and maybe didn't bring the right, set of criteria for the moment. But we're a public funder and we don't want to move the goalposts on people. And so I think in that moment, the review team's, decision to stick with the criteria and do the job assigned with them made a ton of sense. And we knew we could count on you guys to have this dialogue and do your vote. And I think it's a great example of the importance of having board oversight in this program and also being able to have a deliberation where folks disagree with each other and we might have a split vote or we might have, something different come out than what we first expected. And I just commend the board for thinking through that together collaboratively.
The next round of applications, as I understand it, would be due in April with a technical review team in May, decisions in June, and it would come back to the OWEB board in July. So Liz, please.
That's as fast as we can move.
Thank you. Lindsay, Chair, I would like to make a motion. I move the board award funds for the staff recommended projects listed in attachment B with an award date of January 27th, 2026.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Lig Agpoa, and was it Mark Webb that seconded? Okay, great. With a show of hands, all those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. So let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, any opposed? One opposed, that's Russ, and any abstentions? Motion passes. Wonderful. Thanks, everybody. Really good work and good team discussion. So we are at a break time. It is 2:23. I would propose at least a 7-minute break until 2:30. We'll come back and do our last 2 items, and then we'll save a bit of time to have that conflict of interest conversation. So please be back here at 2:30. Thank you.
Quickly, sorry.
Go ahead, Zoe.
I was say for chair and for the record and for Sarah, I'm gonna jump off again. I think the voting is done for now. Apologies for everybody, but I will.
No, thank you for making this work, Savi. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
Lindsay, how long are we going to be running today?
Let me look at the agenda.
I see when we start.
I'm guessing 3. It'd be great if we could be done by 3:45, but we'll see.
Okay.
So we're back from break, everybody. We are gonna move into agenda item H, which is the committee updates. This is ebook page 73 for folks. And first up is the Acquisitions, Restoration, and Emerging Topics ARE Committee. Russ and Dan, who would like to give an update for us today?
So thank you, Dan, for the assignment. What is written in the materials that were provided is an excellent summary. I will just give you, for those who are new to the board, I'll just give you a little bit of context. Following the governor's directive for OWEB to modernize the land acquisition program, Dan and I were assigned the co-chair responsibility about a year ago. With significant help from the board committee, I think we've made really significant progress. This progress is made possible thanks to not only the foundational support from the staff, but great guidance from the land trust community, strong support from the Department of Justice, and recent really, really helpful insight from the tribal representatives. The governor's directive has helped us be really focused. We've reflected on the program's strengths throughout the years, and there have been many, many listening sessions that also have helped to highlight weaknesses. Remember, this program was launched 27 years ago with the passage of Measure 66 and then made permanent in the Constitution through Measure 76. So today we're united together in a quest to identify opportunities to modernize the program, and I think really be best in class. I mean, we're just not accepting mediocrity here. We really want to be best in class. And we hope to bring a recommendation to the board. Again, I think we were asked to wrap up in a year. Looks like, Sarah, it's going to be, I guess, July, realistically. At least that's our hope. So I just want to thank the board committee and all those who have been supporting us in this process. It's a great team, and it's just been, it's an honor to be working with Dan to help advance the dialogue, the open dialogue and the back and forth. So that's it.
Great, thank you. Next up is the Partnerships and Capacity Committee. That is my co-chair, Woody Wolf, who's with Oregon Water Resources Commission and couldn't be here today. So I'm going to go ahead and give an update. We met on December 2nd. We talked about some pre-rulemaking engagement for capacity grants. That is something that we'll continue to talk about. And what we kind of previewed and will be coming to the board for an action item in April is an update on the partnership technical assistance grant applications and rulemaking engagement on the capacity grants there. But what I want to highlight today is the majority of the meeting, we talked about the FIP ecological priorities and really setting a spending cap on that. So we'll talk more about that in the very next item after committee updates, but just to kind of highlight, we spent a good chunk of the committee conversation talking about the history of the FIP awards. Since 2015, the maximum they can ask in any biennium is $4 million. And the committee did discuss, deliberate, and has a recommendation for setting that cap at $5 million for the current spending plan. So we'll talk about that in hopefully just a few minutes here, but that's it for that update. And then just also wanted to let folks know that all of those committee reports are included in the board book. So on to tracking and communicating outcomes. Jessie, please.
Thanks, Lindsay. So the Tracking and Communicating Outcomes, or TACO committee, met on December 10th. We had Courtney Schaff and Ken Fetcho on with us. They first previewed a Quantifying Conservation Outputs and Outcomes Delegated Award for long-term fish and habitat monitoring in the Middle Fork John Day intensively monitored watershed. And then we spent a good amount of the time talking about focused investment partnership, or FIP, reporting. So just we talked about the history of FIP reporting, and then the different kinds of products that OWEB develops to communicate FIP accomplishments, and talked a little bit about potential other ideas of what products could look like or information included in those products. So that's what we did.
Thanks, Jessie. And again, just a reminder, the notes are in the board book, and then anyone is able to attend upcoming meetings. So if you have an interest in any of those committees, check with Nicole, and that information is posted usually on the website as well. So we are going to move into item I, which is FIP ecological priorities, and looking for some adoptions and motions. And I'm going to turn it over to Eric Williams and the FIP staff for a presentation.
Thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. Nice to be here with you. This is item I on our agenda. There are two action items here in this agenda item, one regarding the ecological priorities, and the second one regarding the biennial cap that partnerships can request funding for board award. I would like to just provide a little bit of background for you. I know we've been through this with the board and the partnerships committee, but we do have some new board members today, and I think it'd be helpful just to walk through that, and then we'll get right to the proposed changes to the ecological priorities. A few minutes ago, Russ mentioned the temporary nature of Measure 66, which passed in '98, and then how the funding, the lottery funding for watershed restoration and acquisition, was made permanent in 2010 through Measure 76. That permanency allowed the board to kind of expand its thinking about the investments we make, and that resulted in something the board adopted in 2012 called the long-term investment strategy. One of the components to that was to think a little bit bigger and a little bit longer term about our grant making and investing, that ultimately led to the program called the Focused Investment Partnership Program, or FIP program. And the intent here, as this slide indicates, is to address board identified priorities. So for the first time, really, the board is kind of narrowing the geographic scope of where eligible applications can come in. And then to achieve clear and measurable ecological outcomes in accordance with a results-oriented approach in a strategic action plan. And really importantly here, that these programs be implemented by a high-performing partnership. And so when the board adopted rules for the program at its inception a little over 10 years ago now, one of the elements of the rules adopted for the program is that the board would adopt the ecological priorities within which partnerships can apply for funding, and then revisit those priorities every 5 years. And so the board adopted the first set of priorities in 2015. They were reviewed in 2020, but given that so little time had passed in terms of getting long-term 6-year investments implemented, the board decided to make only minor revisions to the priorities in 2020. And then you can go to the next slide. And then here we are in 2025, looking at making changes to them once again. What you have here are the 7 priorities that are that were adopted initially and were amended in 2020. And these are what we looked at to help the board determine what changes to make to this set of priorities moving forward, with extensive public engagement, as we'll get into in a minute. And so we've had 4 cohorts of partnerships that have been awarded FIP initiatives by the board. And these are commitments to fund for 6 years The funds are awarded biennium by biennium because the board can only award what it has in its current biennial budget. But they're proposed 6-year investments. And so we've made those awards 4 times, and you could see the various partnerships that were awarded in each of these cohorts over the last 10 years or so. And then looking at them spatially, you can see that the reach has extended pretty broadly throughout the state. And I think importantly, with cohort 4 getting funded, we have funded FIP partnerships in each of those 7 ecological priorities. Let's go to the next slide. I'll turn it over here to Denise to talk about our public engagement, and we'll get into the specific recommendations for changes.
Great. Thank you, Eric. For the record, Denise Hoffert, Partnerships Coordinator. So we embarked on this process for updating the ecological priorities in 2025. And to do that, we put together an online survey to which we received nearly 100 responses. We held 4 virtual listening sessions with partners from around the state, 1 tribal listening session that Ken described earlier today. We had one-on-one discussions with our agency partners, and again, a shout out to Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Department of Forestry, Oregon State University Extension, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who were really key collaborators for us in making the updates to these priorities. We also received written and email feedback. Our survey that we used and the questions that we utilized for the listening sessions were identical across all the modes of communication that we had so that we could roll our data up as we progressed through these different modes of communication. So our survey consisted of some multiple choice questions and then some open-ended questions. And we received considerable feedback through this process. So these are the questions 1 through 4, and then 5 through 7. So some of the themes from these listening approaches included consensus that the existing priorities should be maintained. We did hear, however, that folks wanted to see at least 2 priorities merge, and I'll be talking about that next. A few comments around how it would be beneficial for OWEB to look at what progress has been made in our sagebrush, sage steppe ecological priority. We received feedback around habitat connectivity being of high importance, climate change, of course, being a high priority, and no existing priorities being recommended for retirement. Based on the feedback that we received, we did update our priority memos with 2 new additions. One, that landscape level disturbance, including wildfire, landslides, flooding, or other similar events that occur within a FIP geography, can be included. Those post-disturbance restoration activities can be included in a FIP application. Partners would need to have plans to address these landscape level types of disturbance in their strategic action plan. But this is something that partners can now take into consideration when they're developing their focused investment applications. We also included language about wildlife habitat connectivity and linked to the recent Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife priority wildlife connectivity area maps that outline areas where habitat connectivity is of greatest importance. And this was really big effort by our partner, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And this data set is available for all of our partners to be able to utilize when considering connectivity in their proposals. So next, I'm going to talk about 3 of our ecological priorities. And just as a reminder, each of our priorities has these maps that I'm presenting here, a technical memo, a brief technical memo, and then a theory of change associated with it. All of these materials are available for our partners or anyone on our website. And today we'll be focusing on the maps and then providing an overview of the substantive changes that we made to each of these memos. And myself, my colleague Jillian McCarthy, the other OWEB Partnerships Coordinator, and Eric Hartstein will be presenting on the priorities that we primarily focus on with our partners around the state, the priorities that each of us focus on with our partners around the state. So first up here is the current coho habitat along the Oregon coast and the current aquatic habitat for native fish species maps. We heard a lot of feedback from folks wanting to see this priority merge, and that is what we have done in this map. So now there will be one map for this priority, and we are changing the name to the priority for aquatic habitat for native fish species. And there's a lot going on in this map, so I'll take just a second to describe it. And for folks, there's some folks who have heard this 3 or more times, and I won't call on anyone who has to ask them to give this overview. But if you remember from the previous slide, there was habitat coded high, medium, low priority. We have done away with medium and low, and we're only demonstrating the highest priority habitat areas in this map now. In addition, we have added some things. So you can see those green diamonds that have been added to the map. They're particularly prominent here in Bend, as Chris Knight spoke to in his public comment today about the Oregon spotted frog. So those green diamonds indicate habitat that will be eligible for a future focus investment initiative application on habitat for Oregon frog. We have this red hatched area for western ridged mussel, and then the green hatched area for northwestern pond turtles. So those, while the focus of our program is on priority habitat types, in this priority, those habitats are highly correlated with these species. And this is the mapping that our agency partners were able to provide us with, was correlated with these species. Also, I want to note that we did update the map with a note here about lamprey based on feedback from Chair Coates at our previous meeting in October, that lamprey and other native lamprey species of greatest conservation need are captured in this priority. We were not able to map those because point of learning for myself, I only knew of 2 lamprey species before asking the question of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and found out that there are 7 lamprey species in the state of Oregon. And because they do not have comprehensive mapping for all 7 of those, they preferred that we leave the language as it is in the memo that states that wherever lamprey are distributed, they are eligible, and we are not tying that to a specific geography on the map. So other changes, I already covered them all. Look at that. So now you can just see that I didn't miss anything in covering what had been the primary updates for that priority. I also want to acknowledge that we got feedback from Liza Jane last time about asking about a definition for landscape level, and we did include a definition for that in the introduction to each of our priority memos. Next, the oak and prairie habitat ecological priority had very minimal updates to it. The map covers the same habitat. It's just a more visually appealing view of the map. and some minor language updates and minor revisions to the memo. We removed the word woodland from the title of it, and it is now just oak and prairie. We expanded upon the importance of prescribed and cultural burning. I was remiss in mentioning in the previous memo, we did include linkages to the State Wildlife Action Plan. Each of these memos now includes the linkage to that plan, which is anticipated to be adopted here in 2026 by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We removed references to aquatic connections to oak and prairie. Our previous memos were written in an era where that connection to fish was a much higher importance to folks. And we recognize that these habitats exist and have benefit, whether they have benefits to native aquatic species or not. So references to aquatic species were removed from the memo. And then we will be including a update in the theory of change around the importance of prescribed and cultural burning that was not in that previous theory of change. And I will turn it over to my colleague, Jillian.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, Jillian McCarthy, Partnerships Coordinator at OWEB. I'm going to talk through two of the ecological priority updates. The first is around estuaries habitat. So this priority remains largely the same with just a few minor edits. The map added county boundaries just for spatial context, but otherwise is the same. The name of the priority has been changed from coastal estuaries in Oregon to simply estuaries habitat. There were minor updates throughout the memo to update the language, bring it into alignment with the State Wildlife Action Plan and with other updated plans. And then finally, as Denise had mentioned earlier, there was the addition of the landscape scale disturbance and wildlife habitat connectivity language added to the estuaries priority, as was added to all of the priorities. The Oregon closed lake space and wetland habitat was also just had very minor changes and remains largely the same. There were no changes to the map. There were minor updates throughout the memo, again, to bring it into alignment with the State Wildlife Action Plan and with other plans that have been updated. And then there was also that same addition of the landscape scale disturbance and the wildlife habitat connectivity language. And with that, I will hand it over to Eric Hartstein.
Thanks, Jillian. So for the revisions to the dry type forest habitat priority, include a pretty substantive update to the map here, which is data from the U.S. Forest Service and the University of Washington. And it shows the percent of dry type forest watersheds that are in need of disturbance-based restoration, which can involve ecological thinning alongside actions like prescribed and cultural burning. And as you can see on the map on the right, there's still quite a bit of red and pink across the landscape that shows the extent of restoration that needs to occur in the state. Next slide, please. So in addition to the map, based on comments received through the engagement process that Denise described, we had some other substantive revisions here, including in the key limiting factors and/or the ecological threat section, adding additional language about the lack of capacity for prescribed cultural burning, effects of altered fire regimes, and the loss of multi-age class complex forest across the landscape. We also wanted to clarify that moist mixed conifer forests are included in this priority, and then updates to the reference plans that include the new State Wildlife Action Plan. So moving on to the sagebrush, sage steppe habitat priority in Central and Eastern Oregon. The focus here on individual species that kind of currently exists in the case of the greater sage grouse has been softened a bit as we're looking to draw a little bit more attention to the habitat that supports not only the grouse, but a host of other species. So this is reflected in the revisions on the map to the right, which include updates to the core and low density sage grouse habitats that we received from ODFW, which are in those kind of at hatch marks, but also adding the healthy areas of sagebrush along with growth opportunity areas, which are shown in shades of green. And that was developed through the Sagebrush Conservation Design Program, which has a number of kind of local entities, including OSU, Institute for Natural Resources, and the USDA Ag Research Service. So those were the kind of the main substantive changes to the sagebrush, sage steppe habitat. But in addition, we did make sure we updated to linkages to the State Wildlife Action Plan and other reference plans. Okay, so in closing, for the first part of this agenda item, these are the new and revised FIP ecological priorities for board consideration. And we thought we would kind of stop here to see if there are questions. And when there are no other questions, ask Co-Chair McClary if it's okay to move to board deliberation and a vote on the ecological priorities before moving on to the FIP funding cap topic that is also a part of this item.
Thank you, FIP team, for that great presentation. And it looks like it has evoked lots of questions and probably conversations. So we'll go Brian first and then followed by Raya, please.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Really great presentation and I think really solid thinking around the recommendations. Just a question, Eric, so the dry forest restoration component, I'm quite familiar with those products that the Forest Service develops with our University of Washington and others. My question for you though is, does it allow for any updates in time? Because those products are largely based on the existing structure and composition of the forest compared to a reference state. And of course, that can change pretty rapidly in response to things like wildfire and such. So I'm wondering if there's any way that some of those products get updated in a more dynamic cycle where we're spelling these out as the priority areas, but that some of the values that you presented and their relative priorities can get updated on a time frame within that FIP cycle kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense, Brian. I know we've kind of discussed this topic as well, because we know those maps do get kind of updated on a annual or at least every couple of years. I think with this, I'd say two things. One is that we are, updating these maps every 5 years, which I know doesn't get at that time frame where we know these maps are getting updated at. With the dry type forest ecological priority, I'll also note that it doesn't indicate where on that landscape is the top priority for funding. So you could be in an area that, maybe kind of red or pink and then changes, due to a wildfire or something, it gets maybe one of those cooler colors. You're still eligible to apply for a FIP initiative. So I hope that helps a little bit. And, that while we know these might sometimes be a little bit stale, it's not going to be we won't be cutting off eligibility to any partnership based on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. It sounds like it wouldn't affect the strategic level decision making, but more of the tactics that might be employed in a given locale. So that makes sense. And just it'd be good to make sure those products are available to the implementers as they become available and they have their freshest tools. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Brian. Raya, then Michelle, please.
Thanks for the presentation, Eric and Denise. I had a clarifying question about the map for the aquatic habitat for native species. It's page 84 in the ebook if anyone wants to pull it up. So on the map, it looks like it's showing, particularly calling out the Willamette River and the Grand Ronde. Maybe that's over in the east. They're identified as the main stem rivers for native fish. And I was just wondering, are these two particular priority areas for that FIP? Or are they just being called out? Because just in the other maps, they're sort of ranked, high, medium, low priority. And so I was just wondering, in addition to all this other habitat that's being called out for native fish, are these two rivers in particular a focus for the FIP?
Denise, do you want me to take that one?
Yeah.
That evolved out of information really from the first time the priorities were set from our colleagues at ODFW, where in those areas where the main stems are called out, the surrounding watersheds are not high priorities. And so that's why you've got those two that seem to stand out. But that's really the difference, is that they are a high priority for certain fish species, but those surrounding watershed areas are not. They're not, they don't provide the same level of habitat, the same level of importance of habitat there. So it does look a little bit funky when you look at it, like, why is this a line and everything else is a polygon? But that's how it evolved, and it's based on the technical information that we got from ODFW.
Great, thanks. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, Michelle, followed by Jamie, please.
Yeah, thank you. My question is also about the aquatic native species. First of all, I'll say the service is very supportive of broadening the taxa that are considered under that FIP from just native fish to native aquatic species in general. But I wanted to make sure I was understanding correctly, because when the map was shown, you showed just 3 specific species, Western ridge mussel and the northwestern pond turtle. No, I'm forgetting what the other one was. But is the intention that it be limited to just those species, or is it broadly aquatic native species, so that, something that might be, being considered for listing now? For example, we're considering several, caddisflies. Could those fall under that FIP? Or is it intended to be limited to just the 3 species that you had on that slide?
Yeah, that's a good question, Michelle. Thank you for asking. So it is limited to the species that are listed, but it is expected that those won't be the only species that benefit. So that's why we really try to talk to partners about focusing on improvements to habitat, which has benefits to all, to the insects, to the, mammals, to, all the things that will be cascading from projects that are done in that habitat. So these are priority geographic areas. There are certain activities that will, there are certain restoration strategies that partners will implement that will directly benefit these species, but we expect that those would have co-benefits to all kinds of other taxa that are within that geographic area. But we're not anticipating creating separate layers for every species of concern that's been identified in the SWAP or by the service. These are the species that our partners came to us and said, we have enough information that we can provide you with quality mapping, and these species are of really high concern for us, and we think that they are rise to the level of needing this kind of focused investment. I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in on that.
I may just chime in and say, if I remember correctly, this was narrowly focused on aquatic habitat for fish species, and so we've zoomed it out a bit. So although there are just a few species called out, this is a broadening of the scope. Would that be correct?
Yep. As like Chris described in his public comment today, that the upper Deschutes had, the Oregon spotted frog, and they were precluded from coming in for a FIP under the current mapping, because that area doesn't have fish species of concern, but now they would be eligible for coming in for a FIP because they're the highest priority area for Oregon spotted frog, or they have some of the most important Oregon spotted frog habitat in the state.
So maybe I'm just not familiar enough with how these work, but is it necessary to specify a particular species in order to qualify? I'm just thinking about, as considerations change of potential listings or which species are in need of protection. If a new species were to come up, then how would it qualify if it's not named already?
Sure. So if there's a new species that comes up, if its habitat were already captured in one of the existing maps, it could be included in an application for native aquatic habitat type, and the actions that they would be doing, they would need to describe how those would benefit what that species is. Partners have to develop a strategic action plan in order to be eligible to become a FIP. And if there is a species that's going to, be coming toward a listing within the next 5-year update, folks would be able to come to us and say, hey, we want to see this included. We know this listing is coming. We've got state and federal partners who've developed these maps, have these materials for us. We understand what the limiting factors are. We'll be able to identify the most important strategies to be able to restore these habitats. There's a lot of pre-work that comes together before a partnership is ready to become a FIP. So I think if there were a new species and it wanted to be a FIP in the future, it would be a candidate to be included in the next 5-year update if its habitat needs weren't already encompassed by one of the existing priorities. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jamie. And then I would entertain a motion and move us towards discussion.
Yeah, thanks. Great presentation and analysis as always. And as an aside, Denise, if you ever do ask a board member to step in and complete your report, please let me be there, but don't call on me. I actually have a FIP-related question. So, understanding the purpose of FIPs, and these are OWEB-driven investments in partnerships, but I'm thinking about some of the FIP-like partnerships that are created by partner organizations that don't fall under the full FIP umbrella. So this may be related to other funding streams, but are there ways that we're supporting FIP-like collaboratives that are created and led by partner organizations through some of our other funding streams that help to promote this regional capacity building and potential self-sufficiency, that are doing this type of work, long-term work in their area? So that's a general question. And would we factor in that kind of thinking into our general review process, again, potentially for other programs, or would this type of long-term thinking need to necessarily fall under the FIP program? So that's one question. And then kind of tying back into a question that both Michelle and Rai just asked, and I do want to say, despite Raja's previous reference to Indiana and duck football, I do want to encourage her and all new board members to just really share your perspective. And if there's something you feel that was missed during this review process, if your organization or others weren't included and you think that there's a piece missing, really want to encourage you to weigh in and offer up your suggestions. And again, to Michelle's point, I wonder if, given that it is a long process to develop a strategic plan, if it does make sense to even further generalize our language if we're looking at establishing language that are moving forward.
Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, so, I was going to tackle the question because it's like Jamie was like queuing me up for the April board meeting. So yes, I planted that one. We do support partnerships in various forms from around the state, primarily through our partnership technical assistance offering, which is a one time each year offering that's available to any of our eligible grantees, and folks can use that funding to develop a strategic action plan or to implement a strategic action plan. And we've previously talked with the board about this, offering supporting our FIPS as they offboard from the Focused Investment Partnership Program, but also supporting partners who aren't planning to develop a FIP initiative application. So they can work together to write that strategic action plan, and then they can come back in and receive funding to implement that strategic action plan to support their partnership as they work through that. And you'll be hearing a lot more about that offering at the April board meeting when you'll be making the funding decisions for it.
And just to add to that, more broadly, partnerships are kind of built into OWEB's origin story in the Oregon Plan for Salmon Watersheds. And the way that watershed partnerships and councils evolved was around having people maybe with different viewpoints and thinking on things get together to arrive at common solutions. And so that is really part of our open solicitation discussions all the time. It's one of the evaluation criteria that our technical review teams look at, are the appropriate partners engaged in whatever the project is. And so those conversations happen quite a bit in our regional review teams as well.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I would look for a motion on the adoption of the priorities as revised.
So moved.
Moved by Mark Webb.
Second.
Okay, so the motion is the movement of the board approval of the final draft revised FIP ecological priority memo as provided in attachment B. That was moved by Mark Webb and seconded by Russ Holflick. Any further discussion? Okay. Let's vote. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8 yeses. Any opposition? Seeing none, any abstentions? Motion passes. Great, thank you. And then is there more presentation on the funding limit?
Very brief.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, so really quick, I wanted to provide a next steps and a timeline. So you just approved the ecological priorities, and in a moment, we'll be asking you to determine the funding cap for FIP initiatives. And then we'll be moving into opening up the next application window, which we anticipate will begin very shortly in the month of February. Following that, we'll have some required pre-application consultations with interested partners, with an application due date for the next cohort of FIPS in July. And then following that, we'll have the expert review process taking place towards the end of summer, early fall. And then we think in November, we'll have the board partnerships and capacity committee looking to interview interested partnerships. And we anticipate that we'll be coming to the board in January of next year for you to deliberate on selecting the cohort 5 partnerships. And the funding for those will happen in July of 27. So have a bit of a startup phase so that each partnership be able to hit the ground running. Okay, so now moving on to the item that Lindsay previewed through the partnerships and capacity committee update. So up until this upcoming cohort, the FIT program rules capped the maximum award at $4 million for a partnership per biennium. And that cap was removed by the board last year when you adopted new program rules. And now the rules state that the board needs to determine the maximum amount for biennial awards for new FIP partnerships prior to the grant solicitation that's going to occur here in the next few weeks. So in this slide, we're just showing what we had in October. Now this is just an inflation calculator. So $4 million in 2015 or 2016 is worth, or was worth, $5.4 million in 2025. This just gives you an idea of what inflation looked like in the previous 10 years. And this slide kind of just shows that same story, that as the cost of restoration has increased,
in 20.
so has the amount of funding that FIP partnerships have requested and been awarded since the program's inception. And each bar here represents a FIP partnership since the beginning of the program, and you can probably visualize the trend line since the 2015-2017 awards. So next slide, please. So in December, as Lindsay noted in the committee updates, the funding cap for this upcoming FIP solicitation was discussed at the PAC committee, and the recommendation that the committee has put forward for the board is a $5 million funding cap for FIP partnerships that are new in the 2027-29 biennium. And this would mean that the maximum total amount for a FIP initiative over 3 biennia is 15 million. So I'll stop here and see if there's anything else from the Partnerships and Capacity Committee on this topic, as you all had a pretty robust discussion on it back in December.
Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead. I think Barbara is the other person on the committee there. I don't know if there's other committee members here present, but I'll say we did have quite a long conversation about it and felt that it was shocking to see what the inflation rate was and that we weren't necessarily comfortable going all the way there. But bumping it up, by the amount that we recommended, this would, essentially it's been, it'll be over 10 years since that funding cap has been adjusted. So Mark Webb, please.
I'm just curious why you wouldn't push it to 5.4 except for the shock value, because that's the actual purchase price. I mean, 5 million I think is good, but why not 5.4?
Sure, I guess I can speak a little bit to that, and then we'll go to Mark Labhart. I see your hand up as well. I think that we were looking at it as, okay, it had been 4 million for, a decade or so more, and then we'll bump it up by 1 million per biennium. So really that's 3 million increase over the lifetime of a FIP. We felt like that was a really comfortable place and a fiscally responsible option for us to move forward. Other staff have feedback on that conversation that were present at the committee meeting?
I think you hit it, Lindsay.
So would you have been comfortable in 2016 funding projects at 3 million rather than 4 million? I don't know what the inflation would have been. Just inverting that, I am just wanting to push a little bit on that. Not that I disagree with you.
It's a funny psychological effect, and I don't want to step in front of board members here, but I do want to remind us that lottery is not increasing at the rate of inflation.
Okay.
So there is also a discussion of what proportion of our spending plan is going to these focused investments versus to other funding priorities. We may see, fewer applications, or we may see, larger or smaller ones. So it's a little difficult to predict. But I can say with great confidence that lottery is not keeping up with inflation.
Yeah, and the spaghetti diagram that Eric showed in that first cohort of FIPS there in 2016, 5 of the 6 were below 3 million. There was one that asked for 4 million, one of the 6.
But I think that's an important context in this conversation. So thanks for the question, Mark Webb. Mark Labhart, followed by Jamie, please, and then Russ.
I just want to make a comment for the new members. The FIP program is an amazing program, the Focus Investment Program. It's something that this board and the OWEB staff has supported for a long time, and it is a game changer for high functioning groups that can go out and do some really yeoman's work in improving some of the critical things that OWEB cares about. So it's just a really cool thing is the focused investment program, because we focus money into an area and really put a lot of work into it, and it takes a very high functioning group to make it happen. And so we put a lot of effort into that. So I'm not arguing about the money right now, but I'm arguing how great the program is in general. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Jamie, and then Russ, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I agree it needs to increase. So great work, everyone who's worked on this. Tying in a little bit with Mark Webb's concern. So this is a cap. Not everyone has to max out on it. But what I'm reflecting on is that we've heard a lot from our partners, our partner agencies in the past year or so, in the past couple of years actually, about how often tight budgets end up impacting their staffing and staff resources. And so if we're looking, we have this idea of the same level of product, or we're looking for the same level of impact or result, is not going up to that full max, despite the calculator amount, despite the sticker shock involved. Could that additional 0.4 mil difference end up impacting staffing on these projects? And yes, we have limited funds, but I would be concerned that we might be shortchanging some of the staffing opportunities for some of this work if we weren't going to the actual calculated max amount. So just, I don't know if there's folks who can comment on that or have reflections on that. Because I would otherwise support, as Mark Webb said, about just going up to the calculated amount, even with a little bit of sticker shock.
Yeah, I think when you see the work plans that come in with the applications that we receive, these will be detailed work plans for the first biennium of operations with a lengthy list of projects and budgets that they've scoped out. Is 5.5 million versus 5.4 million going to make a difference? I would say probably not for current staffing of these organizations, maybe plans to hire staff. I think the other thing that we talked about quite a bit, both with staff and in the committee, is the higher you go with the cap could potentially mean fewer FIP partnerships get funded, because you're going to have a limited amount in spending plan. Of course, we don't know what that is yet, but it could mean the difference between 3 FIPs getting funded and 2, or 4 and 3, or 2 and 1, depending on how the numbers shake out in the spending plan. So it's something I think that's been in the back of all of our minds, trying to strike a balance between helping our grantee organizations face the effects of inflation and keeping the program viable to as many partnerships as we can based on what the spending plan can accommodate.
Thanks for that discussion. Russ, please.
So again, I am really in awe of the great work that was done to develop this update. And I also appreciate the robust conversation about the increase to $5 million. I think the reality is that in these present funding times, we're going to see FIPs struggle to find match, both on the private side and other federal partners. And I guess I would just encourage a reconsideration of this in 2020, late 2027, 2028, after the next presidential, possibly, to really get a better sense of where we are. Again, the pendulum will swing, and we need to be prepared for that. But I think this is a prudent, an appropriate and prudent step as you're moving forward right now at $5 million.
Russ, that's oh.
Go ahead, Denise.
That's a really good point to make. And a reminder that when the board adopted the FIP program rules in January, that we took the cap out of rule. And so each time we open another FIP solicitation, the board will have the opportunity to set the cap for that cohort of FIPs. So whatever you decide today will be for this cohort, cohort 5, but in 2028, you all will have the conversation about what the cap should be for the cohort that would be applying in the 29-31 biennium. So
Yeah, thank you, Denise. That's exactly what I was going to bring up, and Russ hit it there, which is, we're just setting the spending cap for this particular cohort, knowing that in, another 2 years, we'll be able to readjust. So I think that also contributed to the committee conversation of feeling that 5 was a good number. It wasn't the full inflation rate, but it wasn't significantly, it wasn't a menial enough increase either. So it felt like the right spot for us to go for the next 2 years. So with that, I don't see any other questions or comments. I'd entertain a motion and move us to further discussion, please.
Happy to make the motion again to move us on. I move the board approve or set the maximum biennial award at 5 million for FIP initiatives that began in the 27-29 biennium.
Mark Labhart seconds.
Wonderful, thank you. It's been moved by Mark Webb and seconded by Mark Labhart. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to take a vote. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Great, 9. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. And thank you so much to not only the OWEB staff, but all the partners. That is such a big lift to revise those ecological priorities and reopen the solicitation. So I see a hand by Mark Webb.
Yeah, you counted 9 here and 8 the last time. I didn't know. So I don't, maybe my
Yeah, I
hand.
think it was 8 last time because Zavi left. So I think this one should have been 8 too, but I
Okay.
have to admit I was not counting fast enough by
I
far.
might have been speed counting.
Nicole can help us get it right for the notes.
Everybody
Nicole, maybe you can
supported it.
let us know. Is it 8?
It's 9 for both of them.
It's 9 for both of them. Okay.
There we go. There's the error. Thank you, guys. Okay, so I know it has been a long day. Everyone has been very diligent about participating, and we appreciate that. But I would like to keep us just a few minutes longer to revisit the conflict of interest conversation, especially with a few new faces. I think it's really timely. So what I'm going to do is just revisit mentioning that in the director's report for today's board materials, starting on page 11 is the director's report, but in item C4, it has a conflict of interest policy for boards. And so I think this comes up, I mean, Liz had the conversation today of being, on the Board of Forestry. And so there's some background. There's a conflict of interest conversation here about actual conflict of interest and then the potential conflict of interest. There's some really good resources with kind of 2 ORSs that are hyperlinked. So thanks for staff for doing that. And then it kind of clarifies some footnotes as well. And then any other comments or questions outside of this, folks are encouraged to reach out to the Oregon Government Ethics Commission. There's contact there. And then I think Nicole has volunteered herself to help coordinate some of that. So if folks do have offline conversations or questions, that is where we can go. But I do think that it has been brought up maybe in the last couple board meetings about a conflict of interest. And so I am going to kind of circle back on Jamie. I didn't reach out to you ahead of time, but I am going to kind of put you on the spot. Would you mind please clarifying, you brought it up earlier today. Can you please clarify where the question specifically is coming into play for your framework?
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate the opportunity to to have a bit of a discussion about this. So the concern I have is that there is potentially a public trust perception issue, even if we follow the established rules and requirements as they are now. So I had also reached out to the Ethics Commission to get more information on this to better my understanding of it. And the way the current rules and regulations stand now is that if if I work for a nonprofit, let's say, and Liz works for a government agency, let's say, the rules that apply to us with regard to what we can do and what we can bring forward and potential conflicts of interest are different. And so my point is, I would suggest and argue that even if the law treats us differently, we have a standard practice. And I did hear what Sarah was saying earlier about it's not a formal required policy, but the opportunity to at least raise and identify potential conflicts. So actually, going back to Liz, her just flagging and getting some clarity or reassurance on it, I fundamentally believe that builds public trust. I worked on ethics boards and commissions before, and a lot of public trust has to do with perception. I'm not suggesting that we are not following the rules, regulations, and the laws as they are currently laid out. However, I would suggest that those laws, well, even the feedback I received from the ethics commissions plainly stated that those laws do not apply equally based on someone's place of employment. So for the sake of addressing public trust and just elevating, to have some reassurance, it might take a few extra seconds per item if it comes up, but I see that as actually a benefit to show that we're being mindful and careful about how we're elevating things. And again, the law currently does treat folks differently, and that's a concern for me.
So Jamie, I think that's a really helpful clarification. And I think the concern I have about your concern, well, it's twofold, but I think the most important one is, as I understand it, and I think if this continues to be a concern, we probably should invite the, commission staff to come and speak for themselves on this issue. The reason that those entities are treated differently is because a conflict of interest under state law is a matter of personal financial interest. And so the assumption is if you're a for-profit business, you're an employee or a vested member of a for-profit business, and the business is benefiting from a board action, then that does represent an individual financial interest from you. If you represent a government, let's say I represent a city or a county, and my salary is not being directly affected by the grant decision in question, and I'm going to circle back to that. I should have done it in a different order. Then, if I work for Tillamook County and there's a funding decision that doesn't in any way affect my salary, then it doesn't represent a personal individual financial interest. And I see where you're going with this, and I think I just want to flag that there's a reason that those entities are treated differently. And it relieves a big gray spot, as a couple of folks have run into for nonprofits, which is you pretty much always have to go ask the commission individually or commission staff individually because the funding situation in nonprofits is so complex that they want to be able to look at the specific example and give you advice on whether the grant to your organization, if you're an employee, represents a personal financial interest or not. So what I'm concerned about is, first of all, if, I hear you saying like an agreement or a best practice maybe rather than a board policy, I think we should seek OGEC's guidance if the board as a whole is interested in moving forward on that route. Because I think that could easily be interpreted as a kind of sideways way of replacing the state's policy. And we've been told that if we're doing something that is different from state policy, we need to have that reviewed by OGEC. I certainly would want to for peace of mind, and it makes me a little nervous to think about like a less formal way of doing that. I don't know what that looks like. Is it a handshake agreement that we'll all disclose, or are we, if we're putting it in writing, whether we call it a policy or not, I think it effectively serves as a policy and it needs to be effectively, reviewed as consistent with statute. The other concern that I have is that we have two voting members of our board that work for public bodies, and those are both tribal members and tribal staff. And so I appreciate that we're having this conversation in the generalities. As director, I'm uncomfortable pursuing even kind of a handshake agreement that sets a bar higher than statute for our tribal employee partners and not for other folks on the board. And I understand that that feels like an equitable application, Jamie, in the frame that you described. But the point of the state's policy is intentional. It's not an accident that those entities are treated differently. They're treated differently because they're governments, and a government to government relationship is different from a government to private or a government to nonprofit relationship. So I think, we can pursue this further with the commission. I'd like to hear from other board members whether this is a concern or an interest in pursuing this by other members, because I do think it would be a significant use of staff time and resources. And I worry by casting concerns about past decisions that we're also just having an unnecessary impact on the way the public is perceiving our past decisions as well. And we looked really hard and we could not find any case where any member has ever voted on an item coming before the board that didn't work through that with us and appropriately disclose. And so I want to be clear about that for the public record. It makes me very nervous to be talking about this in generalities rather than specifics.
But Sarah, if I may just clarify, because you propose an example that doesn't really frame out the concern, if I could just follow up on an example you provided.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
You gave the example of working for Tillamook, and generally with for the county. If you work for the Roads Commission and it was something that impacted, that would not be. But if it was one specific program that Tillamook had, and it was funding that would fund that program, there would be a direct funding impact to you personally. It would go through the government entity. And the challenge here is not just on a final step of voting. The way OWEB's work lays out is we are potentially, we set rules. So we set the criteria by which programs can be funded. Every step of the funding process is something that the board weighs in on. And so if it was just removed on a final decision, that's even arm's length. But every step where it's establishing of rules, the work we do on committees, it sets the stage for how policies that the RACs consider. We set the stage for how things will be as board members for every step of the process. So we can very much control where funding is shifted and focused. And so then going into the final funding to even not just disclose raises, I believe, concerns about potential bias.
I would appreciate hearing from other board members. Jamie, I feel like you're asking me to replace our judgment or the state's policy with our judgment on what's appropriate in terms of bias and conflict. I can't do that. If there's a significant number of members that would like me to pursue this and get an opinion from the commission, I'm happy to bring that to a future meeting.
I'll just chime in here too and say that there is a section on potential bias in your notes, Sarah. And it sounds like we have a couple board members that would like to participate in the discussion. So Russ, followed by Raya, please.
I just feel we have sufficient guidance that is being given to us in our training and the annual review trainings that we have to go through to be able to effectively deliver with integrity and honesty to meet the spirit and mission of OWEB. So we all understand the principles under which we're operating and the principles of the state. We've been well trained in this, and there hasn't been a problem, and nothing has been identified over the 27 years of the program as a problem. So I'm comfortable with the guidance and the training that we're getting at this present point.
Thank you, Russ. Raya, and then Barbara, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been one of the board members that's reached out to Nicole and Sarah and went to OGEC to sit down to talk about the situation. And I think the information and script that they provided is really helpful. However, I totally understand that there's a difference between sort of the narrow definition of what is a potential and actual conflict of interest versus potential bias. However, I think in that information in the training, acknowledging that even if it's not an actual or potential conflict of interest, doing what Liz did and similarly acknowledging that you have a potential bias because you've worked on the project before, even if it's not an actual conflict of interest, is a way in which to provide transparency to the public and make them aware of how you might be connected, even if it should not affect the way you're voting. So I just want to say I really appreciate the clarity. And I'll also say that even though, I have this script, I today said I'm reaching out to, Nicole again with a question about how to handle the conflict of interest. So I will say that I think like if you potentially know that you're having the conflict of interest, that so far I've been really impressed with OWEB staff's availability to help you address it and understand what will be appropriate in that meeting and to coordinate to make sure you're having quorum and make sure that Kelly and Lindsay are well aware as well.
Thank you for that, Raya. Barbara, then Mark Labhart, please.
So I just wanted to go on record saying I'm very comfortable with my roles, and I do sit on the Soil and Water Conservation District Commission and my local county Soil and Water Conservation Board, and I'm very comfortable voting with the guidelines that I've been given by OWEB, because I am not personally, I don't gain personally from the decisions I make. So I'm fine with the guidelines I've been given by OWEB. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Mark Labhart, please.
Many of you have heard me say this before, but I'll say it again: what you permit, you promote. And so we need to be really careful about going beyond what the state laws have. As a person who's been 45 years in local and state government, the Government Ethics Commission is there for a reason. If we have a question, we just need to bring it up with Nicole, and she can get an answer for us. If we need to have somebody come in and do a training for us, in addition to the current training that we have to take every year, we could do that. But I think I'm in agreement with most of the other board members is we need to be really careful about going beyond something because there's a potential there, because then next thing you know, you're promoting it, and then next thing you know, you could get sideways. Well, I interpreted it this way and somebody else interpreted it that way. So we need to be really careful with that. Thanks.
I do really encourage folks, it's always better to ask. Absolutely. Sooner is better through Nicole. I think the take home that I would include here is, and I so appreciate Liz's example, it's always good to disclose and get it out there. And we all bring sources of potential bias and experiences. I had the experience, and I don't want to say what project it was, but I sat on the review team and there was a project from right next door. And thank goodness I wasn't allowed to talk in the review team because I can see it from my house and it's a really cool project. And I felt differently about that one because I had personal connection to it. And that does bring a source of bias. And so I think the more when we introduce ourselves, we talk about who we represent. We bring a diversity of voices and representations to this board. And when we get to stuff like evaluation criteria, that is done in a rulemaking environment where, we do have that consultation requirement and, the ability to hear from a broader set of stakeholders in laying that foundation. So I don't want my comments to be perceived as discouraging folks from disclosing. And I really think that I agree that the example is positive. Where I'm uncomfortable is, changing what I've been directed by the state to implement. And I'm uncomfortable because I believe that Jamie, the additional layers that you're suggesting are in conflict with or contradict my understanding based on conversations with OGEC of the intent of the policy, that there really is a different situation for governments and for employees of governments. And as I said before, I want to be really, really careful about that, given the specific demographics of our board, where Lindsay and Kelly are frankly the only people that fit that profile on our board. And setting a higher standard for disclosure for our tribal partners seems to me really inappropriate. And I know that's, I don't mean to cast aspersions there, Jamie, but I just think we evade that point by speaking in generalities, and I just feel that we need to address it on the nose. I know you're not trying to. I know. You've been a great advocate for equity and funding and decisions for tribal engagement and decisions, but I don't want to create unintended impact because we're being sloppy in our language.
Go ahead, Russ.
I just believe that passion, knowledge, and experience should not be confused with conflict. I think that really gets to the core of this.
I resonate with that. Yeah, I can see where that's a different set of framework. Mark Webb, please.
Yeah, I'll just listen to all this. In my mind, every bias reflects an interest. You don't have a bias without an interest. And what the state ethics folks are really concerned about, or the statutes, is what kind of interest do we want to call out? A conflict of interest deals with financial matters where you benefit. They're not going to talk about or police all the other interests that we bring to these conversations. And that just leaves open some room for misinterpretation, I think, Jamie, on the part of the public that watches us. I face that all the time, but just being clear that biases are interest. That's just a matter of fact, and that the ones that the state wants to be sure we disclose are those interests wherein there's a financial gain or impact. So, and I'd have to echo what Mark Labhart said. I remember being with the county and asking the roadmaster why we're not putting up safety barriers on the corner, for example. And he said, well, if we do that, Mark, state law and our lawyers have told us that then we become liable for doing that everywhere. So it's that going beyond what's required in statute really ups the obligations going forward. And so it's simpler not to go there.
Liz.
So this whole thing, even on the Board of Forestry, is never so black and white with me. And so therefore, that's why I said out of abundance of caution, I need to, ask this question. So there's nothing that prevents us from doing that and moving into the space that Jamie says of greater transparency. We can do that now, like I did this morning, and just asking. I think I might have a conflict of interest, and there's options to either recluse yourself or do something less, or just declare something. So I think that's what I used today, believing that was still my option. So, and today that was resolved pretty easily. So, yeah, and so that is, I do understand the whole piece about transparency, because people do look and kind of wonder, I did not know, I didn't see, I didn't see Kyle's name on this, and I didn't know that he was going to be making such a significant presentation. And so I should have made that connection, but I didn't. So that made me think, as he was speaking, where I was going with that. So that's just where my mind was going earlier this morning. So thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Brian, please.
Yeah, just a quick comment. It's late, and this isn't as germane to me as to the voting members, but I want to connect the dots. First of all, I think what Mark had to say is really good, and I agree with Liz's comment as well. So to connect those two, and to stay consistent with the statute, maybe using the term may have a conflict of interest may not be the appropriate scenario for what you're talking about, Liz, but more of like, you have an interest in this matter and this is what it is. But to separate that from the legal conflict of interest, use a different term, however we want to call that. And if people want to use that as a norm of just how we operate without new policy structures, I just encourage a different term to not create that illusion of blurring lines there. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. And again, there is language in there about potential bias, so I would suggest folks go there. But it's good to have this conversation. But I think what I'm hearing is we've gotten guidance. We're within the state statute and the state law. We're going to operate that way. I encourage folks to go back and look at the guidance and the language and reach out to Nicole and reach out to the resources. But outside of that, I'm not hearing any need to have like a board training. Like Mark pointed out, we have to do annual trainings through Workday. So we'll all do that. And I'm leaning towards adjourning the meeting unless there's anything else for the good of the order.
I would just say if folks are thinking about this, if you're reviewing materials, if you want to revisit it, if other questions arise, we really do welcome these conversations with OGEC. Jamie, if you'd like to sit down with us with OGEC and talk through this further, I'd be happy to. I got to mind my P's and Q's, and I want to make sure that we follow the right process there. But I do really, this stuff evolves, it's complex, and it's, like Liz said, every time, it'll catch you by surprise, or it takes, you get advice in one form and then you need to consult in a slightly different form later on. So please do stay in communication. Please do keep sharing questions and concerns. And we've got OGEC on speed dial at this point, and Nicole's made an awful lot of friends over there. So they're always happy to answer our questions, and they know we bring them kind of interesting conundrums and have some good conversations and learn a lot every time. So thanks for your input.
Thanks, Sarah. And we are back here tomorrow at 8:30. So we'll see everyone there. And I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 3:51 p.m.